A glowing notification panel from the life simulation system appeared before Su Xing. Binding complete. Host Su Xing, age 21, profession, immortal cultivator. He was stunned, thinking to himself, it's been 3 years already? Do you have any idea how I've lived for the past 3 years? Damn it, I thought I was a transmigrator. But one without a golden finger of all things. That's right. He is Su Xing, a true transmigrator who found himself lost in this fantasy world 3 years ago. This place was nothing like his previous life. Here, the game had become a living reality, with ferocious demonic beasts, roaming monsters, and secret realms teeming with danger. It was filled with challenging dungeons, sparkling items, sharp equipment, and countless endless levels of cultivation. From the age of 58, everyone had a chance to advance their class and take on a profession. They would then dive into dungeons to slay monsters and gain experience. 3 years ago, he awakened a rare, hidden profession, the one and only immortal cultivator. That news had shaken the entire capital. It got Su Xing straight into the nation's most prestigious academy right in the great capital. But it wasn't long before he discovered a fatal problem. He couldn't level up. 3 silent years passed. Now, as a final year student, Su Xing watched his peers rapidly advance from bronze to silver, gold, and even beyond, while he remained stuck at Qi Refining Stage 1. Even so, Su Xing never wavered, training relentlessly until he finally reached the 6th stage of body tempering, possessing the strength of 1,000 jin, which sounded incredibly impressive. But in a real fight, he was far weaker than a level 30 bronze professional. Su Xing persevered and waited, and now he finally had his true golden finger. Without further ado, he immediately activated the simulation. In the dormitory, Su Xing activated his golden system, his heart swelling with excitement. He led junior girls on daily monster hunts, showing off his impressive skills in the training party. He cleared dungeons smoothly, receiving a few pieces of white-grade equipment and abundant leveling rewards. Among them, a junior, shy about not having enough money, offered to compensate him in another way. After a night of wild passion, he tried to cultivate using a top-tier technique called the Pan Gu heaven-splitting art, but after a month his cultivation level was still stuck. Su Xing finally realized that all the immortal cultivation techniques found online were scams. In utter despair, he turned to tempering his body alongside his cultivation. Su Xing often led first-year female students to level up, earning money while maintaining tempting close contact. But the beautiful dream didn't last. Half a year later, that top first-year girl broke through to the silver rank. Then, she cut off all contact. Su Xing was devastated. He had thought their close relationship would blossom into real feelings, but it turned out to be a pure transaction. His pride was deeply wounded. However, Su Xing turned his pain into motivation. After 6 months of intense body tempering, he soared to the 7th stage. And even though he hadn't graduated yet, his reputation for power leveling echoed far and wide. This attracted droves of new, adoring junior students. Su Xing reaped enormous rewards, accumulating a fortune of 10 million in just 3 years. 5 years later, the school expelled him. But with the help of Fatty Yu, Su Xing opened an equipment shop for professionals. He quickly got rich, becoming a prominent and formidable merchant in the capital. Then one day, Su Xing's parents informed him that his younger sister, Nian An, had passed away. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning. How could his beloved little sister die so suddenly? 3 years later, a border war broke out, and his best friend, Yu Yan, was sacrificed. He was in a state of utter panic. Fatty Yu, the genius professional of the capital, how could he fall so easily? A terrible crisis surged in Su Xing's heart, driving him to train like a madman. Su Xing spent a full year breaking through to the 9th stage of body tempering. The market changed drastically, causing the price of recovery potions to skyrocket while his equipment became obsolete. Su Xing closed his shop and returned to his hometown. One afternoon in his yard, he looked up and was horrified to see a colossal beast hovering in the sky, blotting out the sun. In the monster's eyes was a terror that crushed all of humanity's hope. Many masters charged in to fight it. The battle was incredibly fierce. Being weak, he was thrown aside. And then, the beast opened its mouth and swallowed the entire great Xia nation. Su Xing died in battle at the age of 36. A system notification appeared. First simulation is free. Claim simulation reward. You may choose one of the following options. Spirit Root Holder, 9th stage body tempering cultivation talent. Su Xing was overwhelmed by the massive amount of data. The simulation is over? The screen flashed. Please select your simulation reward. He considered it carefully. The world would be destroyed in 15 years. But he now had his golden finger. If he kept running simulations, he would surely find a way out. So, Su Xing made his decision. I choose Spirit Root Holder. A gentle light shone upon his face. Su Xing felt a miraculous flow within him. So this is what it feels like to have a spirit root. I can't believe that being different from ordinary people could actually lead to something this good. It seems the simulator is powered by white-grade equipment. If that's the case, then this stuff is useless to me. A system prompt appeared. White-grade equipment, sharp dagger detected. Absorption successful, gained 5 energy points. White-grade equipment, little princess's gloves detected. Absorption successful. Gained 8 energy points. Just then, the door burst open, and an overjoyed Fatty Yu strode in, shouting, "Old Su, there are 6 first-year girls waiting for you outside the dorm." One of them has a really great figure. You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? Sushing replied. I know. They're looking for me to run a leveling dungeon. I'll be back late tonight, so remember to save me some food. As soon as he went outside, a beautiful girl approached him. Senior, she greeted. He immediately announced, I'm Sushing. He nodded. Everyone knows the rules, right? The next dungeon run will be 2,000 per person, and all equipment and items will be mine. A first-year student, Wang Qingquan, watched from a distance as he talked to two other juniors, her face flushed with anxiety. 2,000? What should I do? Inside the 10-li slope dungeon, a ferocious beast charged forward. Sushing threw a punch and knocked the chubby creature down. The final blow sent it flying back. Its two underlings following behind were in awe. Their big bro was just too amazing. After they split their share, they were overjoyed. This is your part. Thanks, Senior. Thang Tuyen Ten approached, her syrupy, sweet voice echoing. All right, about that. Senior, I'm a bit short on cash right now. Could I possibly pay you back in a different way? He smiled coldly. Fine by me. Follow me into the dark room. In that room, Tin sat on a chair holding a small whip and flicking it lightly. Than Tuyen trembled, unable to contain her excitement. He pointed to a board. Little sis, I'm not talking about you. Chant after me. Prosperity, democracy, civilization. Than Tuyen reluctantly repeated, prosperity, democracy, civilization. One by one, Tin chanted slogans about equality and freedom. For the female students about to fall into the abyss, our goal is to bring spiritual salvation, freedom, and equality, but they must not walk the path of breaking the law and committing crimes. Understand? 1 week later, Tin was manically taking orders. He stormed into a level 10 dungeon, wiping out monsters with his terrifyingly powerful fists. He punched straight through their stomachs. The female students surrounded him, fawning. Thank you, Senior. You're just too powerful. Yep, he replied. Thanks for your support. Feel free to order again next time. Back home, gazing at the pile of money on his desk, Tin cheered inwardly. 20,000 great Shia currency. I finally have enough. A system notification appeared. Report. 200 energy points consumed. 1,082 points remaining. Simulation attempts are still infinite. Extracting a white tier talent requires a 100 energy points, while a green tier talent requires 1,000 points. The system asked, do you wish to proceed with the extraction? After spending another 100 energy points, only 982 points remained. The random talent extraction began. A result appeared. Congratulations, you have received the talent. White tier business elite. With this talent, your business acumen will far surpass that of ordinary people, making it easier to earn money through transactions compared to normal merchants. Tin pondered this and assessed it. Although business elite doesn't directly increase my strength, it opens up the opportunity to accumulate significant wealth in the simulations. That's no small advantage. The system screen displayed more information. During the promotion period, Tin would guide new students on equipment and skills at the dorms. With his sharp business acumen, he planned his investments to optimize profits. He convinced the crowd, this technique manual is buy one, get one free. Equipment for only 988, guaranteed not to be fake. The girls in the dorm eagerly responded, Senior, I want one. Me too, Senior. Despite being about to graduate, Tin, still a level 6 body tempering practitioner, had already earned 30 million in just 1 year. Thanks to his strategy of buying low and selling high, he quickly monopolized the second-hand market on campus. After just 2 years, Tin became an entrepreneur with a net worth in the hundreds of millions. At the Tarot Club, he founded a commercial organization called the Tarot Club and opened a shop right in the capital. But 2 years later, Tin was expelled from school. Even so, his business continued to thrive, putting him in his enemy's crosshairs. But in a confrontation with Than Tuyen, he wasn't flustered at all. Junior, why is it you? Than Tuyen coldly held a dagger to his neck, threatening, Senior, you must join the mystic organization with me. If not, my only choice is to kill you. Tin calmly replied, what organization? But, little sis, you're still underestimating me. He snapped his fingers, and his hidden bodyguards instantly appeared. Unfazed, Than Tuyen charged into the fight, cleanly taking them down one by one. But now her demeanor was stern. There was no trace of the weak, clingy girl from before. Tin was stunned to realize this junior had awakened and become a grandmaster. Outside, the price for a dorm room was skyrocketing. Tin mused. Even a genius like Fatty Yu only reached the master level. Yet Wang Than Tuyen went from bronze level to grandmaster in just 5 short years. The mystic organization behind her must be hiding an incredible secret. Than Tuyen said in a low voice, Senior, you helped me, so I don't want to kill you. She closed her eyes. Silently making her decision, she threw the dagger to the ground. Suddenly, she pulled Tin close and placed a kiss on his lips. The two of them got swept up, went to a hotel, and spent the night together. Seeing the bloodstain on the bed, Tin was shocked. Little sis, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Afterward, he tried to find information on Than Tuyen but discovered she had died. How could a Grandmaster-level expert like her die so easily? Tin suspected the mystic organization was behind it. He began to investigate but found no clues. At the same time, he continued to diligently search for a cultivation technique. 2 years passed, and though he still hadn't found a cultivation technique, Tin's body. Tempering had reached great perfection. In his private house, he instructed his little sister, Nian An, Promise me you won't enter any dungeons this year, okay? She asked blankly. Why? But, all right. Tin just sighed, his face full of helplessness. But the system announced that the following year, Nian An still participated in a dungeon mission and died. Tin was stunned. How could this be? He investigated his sister's death but found nothing. Finally, a source revealed that Nian An had died in the Zhenyao Pass dungeon. Tin immediately began to look into this dungeon, but every lead was a dead end. Suddenly, he remembered that his close brother, UDM, had also died that year. Deeply shocked, he muttered, "Fatty, you died too?" He continued to read the information carefully, but suspected something was unusual. Tin investigated UDM's death and discovered he had also died in Zhenyao Pass. And that wasn't all. Almost all of his classmates from that year died in this dungeon. Zhenyao Pass was like a meat grinder, constantly claiming the lives of those close to me. Tin wondered, what the hell kind of place is the Zhenyao Pass dungeon? That it causes so many professionals to lose their lives? What's more, it seems they have no choice but to go. They absolutely have to enter it. He decided to continue buying up properties, and thanks to his sharp instincts, sold them off that year to prepare. Hoarding a large amount of low-level equipment and recovery potions, he became the kingpin of the low-level class holder market in the capital. But he didn't let his guard down, because he knew what would happen in 4 years. A catastrophe would sweep across the continent. Su Qing planned to use his wealth and power to warn important people, but he failed. No one believed him. With no other choice, Su Qing protected himself by selling off his vast domestic real estate and buying assets overseas. 3 years later, he and his parents emigrated to the United States with tens of billions of dollars. The United States, a powerful nation with countless high-level class holders, was tens of thousands of miles away. Here, classes like vampire, werewolf, and western cowboy created a different world. Another year passed, and the time for the giant beast's attack arrived. Su Qing was determined to survive the attack in the United States, but on that day, a demon that blotted out the sky appeared. Countless class holders leaped into the air, trying to defeat it, but they were only throwing their lives away. Su Qing grew suspicious. Could it be there's more than one monster attacking this world? The system announced, the demon has unleashed an endless curse, causing all humans in the United States to die. Su Qing passed away at the age of 36. Simulation complete. The system presented a choice of rewards. Business elite talent for 1,000 energy points, or peak body tempering cultivation for 500 energy points. Su Qing chose to extract the peak body tempering cultivation. It cost 500 points, leaving him with 482 energy points. He scoffed to himself, with my current strength, I'm only on par with a newly promoted silver rank class holder. Although the business elite talent brought wealth in the simulation, it was useless in reality. Peak body tempering cultivation was true power, allowing him to equip more gear. The information panel showed no skills. Equipment included Emerald Blood Longsword, blue 6, Spiked Armor, blue 6, Azure Cloud Boots, blue 6. Su Qing pondered, the catastrophe in 15 years, is there any way to avoid it? Unless the leaders already know but are hiding it to prevent panic. Due to his unique class characteristics, his display panel used a cultivation level instead of a rank. He could only learn cultivation skills. His current strength surpassed that of an average silver rank class holder, but there was still a huge gap. I have to keep getting stronger, he told himself. 1 week later, Su Qing considered his 400,000 Daxia coins. He probably had enough for one more simulation. The system announced an update. Energy points 2,082. 300 consumed. 1,782 remaining. Number of simulations. Infinite. Simulation start. Extracting a white-grade talent costs 100 energy points, while a blue-grade talent costs a whopping 1,000 points. The system asked, do you wish to extract? Su Qing nodded in agreement, choosing to extract a white-grade talent. The screen lit up with the words, congratulations, you have received the Obscure Origin talent. He cheered silently. Awesome! Su Qing analyzed the notification. The Obscure Origin talent allowed him to continue the simulation for 1 more day after death. At first glance, this skill seemed mediocre. But if used cleverly, it could help me dig up important information from my damn enemies. Let's see who killed me, he thought to himself, eagerly starting the simulation. Thanks to his improved strength, within 1 year, Su Qing helped his younger sister level up while frantically earning over 20 million in one. He always remembered Tan Tuyen, an old classmate he once knew. Besides taking on quests, he often helped her level up, passing on valuable lessons like 8 bowls of chicken soup for the soul. One day, Tan Tuyen came to him, her voice filled with anxiety. I received an invitation from a mysterious organization. The pitiful look on her face made Su Qing's heart soften. He hugged her tightly and urged her, Tan Tuyen, don't go. Alone in the quiet room, he wondered in confusion, how could this have happened? Could it be? If you don't join that mysterious organization, they just force you to go. Damn it! Time passed, and Su Qing was suddenly reunited with Vung Tan Tuyen after she had been missing for so long. Stunned, he walked over and asked softly, where have you been all these years? Are you okay? Tan Tuyen shyly turned her face away, not daring to meet his eyes. Su Qing closed his eyes and sighed softly. It's all right. If you don't want to talk about it, we won't. Suddenly he noticed a book under the pillow titled Everspring Art, and his eyes lit up. Su Qing was overjoyed, as if he'd struck gold. It really is a cultivation technique. This is amazing. There's hope for my cultivation now. Unfortunately, it was only half a book. He threw himself into training day and night, but after a month, his cultivation was still stuck at the first level of chi refining. No, this won't do. I have to find a way to break through, he told himself, filled with questions. Suching didn't give up. Besides maintaining his business, he poured all his energy into studying the Everspring art until he collapsed from exhaustion. Then, he had a sudden realization. Could it be because of spirit chi? That's it! I have a spiritual root and a cultivation technique, but I'm lacking spirit chi. That's why I can't progress. Unfortunately, there was no time left in this life. He decided he had to convince his sister and Fatty Yu first. Sufai returned to his rural hometown to save his younger sister, Lian An, who had just graduated from university. The two siblings spent a peaceful time together until a group of people appeared. We're from a government department, here to invite Lian An to participate in the Demon Suppression Pass dungeon. Suching refused firmly. No way, I won't allow it. Lian An softly called out. Brother? Suching shouted. Lian An, I'm your older brother. You have to listen to me. But suddenly an energy radiated from around her, leaving him stunned. Grandmaster rank? When did she reach that level? Before leaving, Lian An smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, brother. I'm already a Grandmaster. The Demon Suppression Pass is a dungeon that every Grandmaster must enter. I'll be back in a month at most. Remember to save some potatoes for me, okay? A month later, news of Lian An's death arrived. Suching tried to convince Fatty Yu, but failed. The recovery potion market remained unchanged, and he continued to make a fortune. Knowing he only had 4 years left, Suching sold all his assets and focused all his efforts on searching for spirit chi. A year passed with no results. One day, a mysterious person appeared. Suching asked cautiously, Who are you? The man replied coldly, Do you want to talk to an ant that's about to be crushed to death? Suching's eyes turned sharp as he realized the other's intentions. Suddenly attacked, he felt the enemy's terrifying speed. Silver rank? No, at least gold rank. His kick flew towards me, but Tin grabbed the opponent's ankle. So what if he's a gold rank? My peak body refinement has never lost, he roared, throwing the enemy far away into a cloud of dust. You think it's over? Tin was on guard, but that guy had already circled behind him. He restrained him, sneering. Above Grandmaster? A bloody scene unfolded as he snapped Tin's neck, and he died. But unclosed eyes activated. A system notification appeared. You have activated the talent. Death with unclosed eyes. Tin roared, I really want to see how you're going to kill me. He witnessed everything as the mysterious man stole the everlasting spring technique that Tuyen had given him. Then he finished him with a single sword strike. He's also from that mysterious organization, Tin realized with bitterness. In the end, he lost the everlasting spring technique. The unclosed eyes talent was nullified, and the simulation ended. Tin was furious. You just wait. Sooner or later, I'll smash your head in. The system prompted. Talent, unclosed eyes, price 1,000 energy points. Tin was shocked. I didn't even live until the apocalypse? Killed by some mysterious guy. The system displayed, sell half a set of everlasting spring technique. Rental price, 3,000 energy points. A wood attribute cultivation art that extends lifespan and increases the absorption speed of spiritual energy, Tin calculated. 3,000 points. It would cost several 100,000 to buy white-grade equipment to convert into energy, but it would be enough. But if I keep unclosed eyes, I can find out what happens after the apocalypse. Who caused the great calamity? I'll have another chance to get the everlasting spring technique, but if I miss out on unclosed eyes, who knows when I'll see it again. He chose to extract unclosed eyes, consuming 1,000 points, 782 energy points remaining. Tin was determined to earn money to prepare for the next simulation. He would definitely bring the everlasting spring technique back. Luckily, many of his female juniors were about to enter a dungeon. He asked, Girls, do you understand the rules? One girl replied, We've been ready for a long time. Another girl cheered, Senior, you're so cool. Tin calculated. One piece of white-grade equipment, on average, could be exchanged for 5 energy points. The cheapest ones cost 1,000 to 2,000 Daxia currency. He threw a punch, knocking down a ferocious beast, making his juniors gasp in awe. Senior is so strong. He won again. They gathered around, pleading, Senior, I want to go too. Tin forced a smile, his heart trembling. In one go, he farmed 700,000 Daxia currency and 6 pieces of white-grade equipment. As expected of me, he roared, Bring it on! For Daxia! For my family and friends, I will walk the path of cultivation. His eyes burned with determination. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have drawn a white-grade talent, Calm Waters. No matter how turbulent your inner emotions are, you will always appear calm on the outside. Tin cursed, Damn it, a poker face? Sima, you old bastard! He roared like a cold-faced emperor. Refund! Give me a refund right now! The system ignored him. For the next year, Tin brought his female juniors into dungeons to level up and fight monsters, looking at their gorgeous figures. His heart raced, but he maintained the appearance of a gentleman on the outside. During one dungeon run, Tuyen called out, Senior! Tin silently reminded himself not to disrupt the simulation's progress. He deliberately kept his distance from her, just like in the previous runs. Than Tuyen accepted the invitation from the mysterious organization, and he couldn't convince her to refuse. That night, Totin and his friends experimented with new knowledge. His face turned bright red as he remembered the previous simulation. Than Tuyen lay beneath him, her seductive voice calling out, "Senior!" The information continued to appear. The next morning, Than Tuyen suddenly dropped out of school. A year later, due to his insufficient strength, Totin couldn't graduate. He left school and established the Tarot Society, continuing to trade second-hand equipment. He quietly waited for Than Tuyen to return. Just as he predicted, one day she appeared at his door. After a passionate night, she left behind the Everlasting Spring technique. The two of them were lost in the moment. The Everlasting Spring technique absorbed power, but Totin realized with frustration that, just like last time, he still couldn't cultivate it. "Looks like I still have to find a source of spiritual energy," he sighed. He was determined to continue, but within that year, Totin couldn't stop Nian An from participating in the demon-suppressing pass dungeon. A month later, the terrible news of his younger sister's death arrived. The following year, Fatty Yu also passed away. Totin invested all his capital into the medicine industry, planning to earn enough money to immigrate to America and get away from that irrational, mysterious guy. Just then, a call came. What? He was overjoyed when he heard news about spiritual energy. The reporter said, "Yes, boss. In Jinling City, Jiangnan Province, a grandmaster is in possession of a precious item called a spirit stone." Totin exclaimed, "Excellent! Prepare a gift immediately! We're going there!" Totin drove away from home in the middle of the night, joy shining in his eyes. He exclaimed, "This is great! That grandmaster agreed to meet. As long as I can get the spirit stone, these other treasures are worthless." But right before the trade, the mysterious guy appeared. Totin never expected to run into him at such a crucial moment. He was assassinated, dying at the age of 33. His eyes were crushed, and the unclosed eyes talent was nullified. Reading the information, Totin angrily flipped the bird. The system announced, simulation ended. Reward: the talent Calm Waters, or half a set of the Everlasting Spring technique. Totin immediately chose, "I'll take the Everlasting Spring technique." The system confirmed, "You have extracted half a set of the Everlasting Spring technique, consumed 3,000 energy points, 182 points remaining." This was the ultimate art of the Everlasting Spring sect of the Azure Cloud realm, consisting of 6 levels, with the highest reaching the Void Returning stage. But because he only had half a set, he could only cultivate to the core formation stage. The Everlasting Spring technique absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the body, helping to extend one's lifespan and preserve youth. Totin held the manual and mumbled, "Level 1, all things flourish. Go to sleep at night and wake up in the morning feeling refreshed. Level 2, communion with heaven and earth. This is more reliable than the book from 3 years ago. I made the right choice buying this technique." He began to cultivate, closing his eyes and feeling the flow of energy circulating. A stream of chi enveloped him. Totin smiled, looking at the mass of energy in his hand. This technique extends lifespan and preserves youth forever. But unfortunately, the apocalypse is in 15 years. A long life is useless. He sighed. He now had the technique and a clue about the Spirit Stone. He just needed one more simulation to obtain the Spirit Stone and walk the path of cultivation. But he worried, what is the real value of a Spirit Stone in energy points? My balance of 800,000 only converted to 4,000 points. Is that enough? Just then, Fatty Yu ran in, shouting, "Totin! Old Liu is looking for you!" Totin frowned. "Fatty Yu, can't you be a little gentler? Sooner or later you're going to kick this door down." Fatty Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'll be more careful next time." Totin's eyes lit up as if he were seeing a god of wealth. "Fatty, lend me some money." Fatty Yu looked sad. "Times have been tough lately. I don't have much left." Totin pressed. "Just tell me, how much can you lend me?" Fatty Yu handed over a bank card. "There's 5 million in there. The password is my birthday. Spend it wisely." Totin, touched but with a cold expression, asked when his birthday was. Fatty Dua regretfully screamed, demanding his money back. Totin laughed teasingly and ran off to find Lu Hyodong. In Hyodong's office, Totin got straight to the point. "Mr. Lu, did you need to see me for something?" Hyodong asked. "How has your cultivation been lately? Have you leveled up?" He answered helplessly, "Same as always, but I'll break through to the white-silver rank soon." Hyodong reminded him about the Academy's test rates and job placements, then got straight to the point. "I hope you will voluntarily drop out. It's for your own good and for the school's reputation." Totin thought to himself, more like for your own good, for your performance record. He smiled brightly and replied, "Mr. Lu, I haven't considered dropping out. The school's environment is very good for my cultivation." "Yes," Hyodong offered a condition. "Totin, I know you're struggling financially. If you drop out, the Academy will compensate you with 500,000 Great Xia coins. What do you think?" He feigned surprise. "This?" Hyodong enthusiastically added, "I can also find you a job. The security team at my apartment complex is short-staffed." Totin remembered how during admission, Hyodong had once knelt and begged him to be his student. He had promised 3 million, but never paid. Now he was using a security guard job to humiliate him. He politely declined. Mr. Liu, thank you for your concern, but I don't want to drop out right now. This place is very suitable for cultivation. Yes, Hyudong said harshly. You're not the genius you were 3 years ago. By staying, you're just a dead weight to the Capital Professional University. Do we have to lose face because of a parasite like you? Can you live with yourself? Tutin replied calmly. Yes, I understand. I will work harder to be worthy of the school's investment. He thought to himself, trying to kick me out for a mere 500,000? My good brother lent me 5 million. Hyudong was speechless. Just then, his phone notified him that 4,000 white-grade items were about to be delivered. Tutin was overjoyed. Once the equipment arrives, I can start the next simulation. A week later, he pressed the button to begin the simulation. Tutin was determined to bring the spirit stones out. The system announced, Congratulations, you have received the white-grade talent, hair loss of a monk. Your hair falls out more easily than your peers. However, your bald appearance, resembling a high monk, makes others trust you and feel favorable towards you. Tutin subconsciously touched his head. The hair was still there, but when he ran his hand through it, a whole clump fell out. A chill ran down his spine. Clutching his patchy head, he screamed, My hair! What kind of demonic talent is this? A barrage of ads flooded his screen, from moisturizing anti-hair loss treatments to minoxidil hair growth medicine and bawang black sesame powder. The thinning hair in the village reduced Tutin's appeal. This gave him fewer opportunities to interact with the new female underclassmen. Looking at his bald head in the mirror, he burst into tears and shaved it all off to get it over with. Strangely, after shaving his head, he preferred to take down monsters in dungeons with his fists. As a result, his physical constitution grew exceptionally strong, able to kill a monster in a single blow. Surprisingly, his bald head made him even more attractive than before. In 1 year, he earned 30 million from power leveling for others. He was even given this nickname, One-Punch Superman, at school. Fortunately, Than Tuyen didn't look down on him and still brought him half of the Everspring art one day, unexpectedly. Tutin returned it with a firm voice. I don't need this cultivation technique. I hope you can help me find the next part, just like the other times. Than Tuyen dropped out of school so as not to interfere with her search for the Everspring art. Tutin silently accepted the old choice, but he suspected that the simulation could somehow read his thoughts. He speculated, could it be that my thoughts in reality can influence the simulator? The fates of Than Tuyen, Nian An, Fatty Dua, and the dropout incident were identical to the previous life. He decided to see what happened after the deaths of Nian An and Fatty Dua. Thanks to his benign appearance, Tutin thrived in the business world. He used the Tarot Society to hunt down the whereabouts of the spirit stones, ordering his subordinates to report immediately if they found any clues about them. One day, an employee rushed in and reported, Boss, we know of a grandmaster in Jinling who possesses a treasure called a spirit stone. Tutin exclaimed, Excellent. I've finally been waiting for this day. In reality, he grew impatient. It's time. This time, by not accepting the Everspring art from Than Tuyen, that mysterious guy won't bother me. The spirit stone is the key to my cultivation. I must meet that grandmaster this time. 4 female employees serve tea. Sir, please have some tea. The master will be out shortly. Just then, a person appeared and introduced herself. I am Kan Tung Tuyet. She looked at Tutin's bald head and smiled. It seems Mr. To is a student of Buddhism. He awkwardly touched his shiny head. I know a little. 7 days later, the simulation scene changed. Activated talent, hair loss of a monk. Tung Tuyet, a believer in Buddhism, took a liking to him. They became close friends who talked about everything. Tutin was thrilled. So this is how this talent is used. Tung Tuyet presented a box. I have 3 spirit stones. The market price is 300 million. He immediately decided, I'll buy them all. She smiled. We are friends. I'll sell them to you at a friendly price of 30 million. Tutin expressed his gratitude. In that case, thank you very much. Tutin began to cultivate. After he finished, he opened his eyes, his expression solemn. Half a spirit stone helped me break through to the 2nd level of chi refining. It truly is a treasure. I'll keep the remaining 2.5. In reality, he was overjoyed. Spiritual root, spirit stones, cultivation technique, I have them all. When this simulation ends, I will officially become a cultivator. Tung Tuyet thoughtfully brought a tray of food. You've been in seclusion for 3 days. Have something to eat. Tutin replied. All right. As it happens, there's something I wanted to ask you. She revealed, You mean the spirit stones? I got them from the Azure Cloud Spirit Codex dungeon. I also obtained spirit rice, which is what you're eating. Tutin was astonished. This is spirit rice? In reality, he realized. So there are cultivation dungeons. With this dungeon, I can farm spirit stones to my heart's content. But in the simulation, Tutin quickly asked, Where is that dungeon? Tung Tuyet revealed, It's a limited-time event in November of 2023 in the west of Jinling. It only exists for 7 days. In reality, he rubbed his chin. 2023 is this year. Today is October 7th. The Azure Cloud Spirit Codex hasn't opened yet. I still have a chance. Tung Tuyet sighed. The NPC in the dungeon told me I have no talent for cultivation. Otherwise, I would have received more opportunities. After watching the simulation of my shocking cultivation talent, Tutin realized that spirit stones were secondary. Opportunities were the key. He pressed the button to start a new simulation. Here, in the simulation, thanks to spirit stones, Tatin's cultivation grew increasingly profound. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Tung Tuyet came to say goodbye. He asked her, "Are you going to the Demon Suppression Pass?" She replied, "The pressure on the front lines is mounting. As a Grandmaster, I have to go." Tatin didn't understand why his friends and loved ones were all so determined to go to the Demon Suppression Pass. He was powerless to stop them. "You have to tell me today. What exactly is the Demon Suppression Pass?" Tung Tuyet looked troubled, but said, "I guess there's no harm in telling you." A talent activated. His panicked expression made her more sympathetic. Tung Tuyet explained, "The Demon Suppression Pass is the lifeline of the human race, where we face an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. The current situation isn't optimistic." Tatin grew anxious. "Who is the enemy?" She shook her head. "I can't say anything more. I'll ask someone else to look after the Tarot Club. You stay here. We'll meet again." The simulation fast-forwarded. 1 month later, Tatin attended Tung Tuyet's funeral, feeling neither happy nor sad. He focused all his energy on improving his strength and called his secretary Lu. "What's my net worth?" She reported, "About 50 billion. He decided to sell everything for physical training tools. Leaving the house Tung Tuyet had built, he returned to his old home, planning to use the tools to break through to the second level of the bone tempering realm. He wondered, "It's been 3 years, my cultivation level has risen, yet something's still missing." Suddenly, a demonic beast appeared behind him. He remained calm. So the day has finally come. Its massive jaws, filled with sharp teeth, snapped wide open. Tatin stopped them with a single finger. "Sooner or later, I'm going to devour you instead." Facing the beast, his figure seemed small. The simulation displayed, "Talent, Gaze of the Unknown, activated." In reality, Tatin was shocked. In the simulation, he was swallowed by the giant beast. Inside, he saw people running in panic. A corrosive gastric acid slime spread everywhere. "Run!" Anyone who touched the slime was instantly dissolved. The simulated Tatin couldn't escape either and was digested by the giant beast. The Gaze of the Unknown talent was ineffective. In reality, Tatin broke out in a cold sweat. There was someone still alive inside that beast's stomach, being corroded while fully conscious. It's terrifying. A system notification appeared. You can choose your reward. Talent. Increased success rate, 1,000 energy points. Cultivation. Bone tempering realm, 500 points. Cultivation. Chi refining. Level 2, 100 points. Or 2.5 spirit stones, 2,500 points. Tatin regained his composure and cheered, "Success! I can actually bring spirit stones out, and it's surprisingly cheap." He calculated that 1 spirit stone cost about 1,000 energy points. The system then asked, "1 low-grade spirit stone can be recycled for 100 points. Do you wish to recycle it?" Tatin flared up. "Are you scamming me? It costs 1,000 to buy, but you only give back 100? Pained, he pressed yes. He cursed, "I swear I wish all the pawn shop merchants in the world who profit from the buy-sell spread would just vanish." Tatin started cultivating. He watched as 1/20th of a spirit stone was used up. 1 stone would last him half a month. He decided, "I'll keep the other 2 stones to test a hypothesis." He was determined to grind dungeons for money. His plan was to buy more and accumulate spirit stones before the Green Cloud spirit field opened. After 1 week, an exhausted Tatin sighed, "I've been squeezed dry, but the 500,000 I made is enough to buy more." He pressed the button. "Here we go." He worried. Was my judgment about the spirit stones correct? But then he told himself, "Whatever, let's just run another simulation." The screen displayed, "Congratulations. You've drawn the white tier talent, Workout Expert. Your physical training is far more effective than an ordinary person's." Tatin was stunned. An amazing body-refining talent. Holding half a spirit stone, he wondered why it was only half a piece. But not thinking much of it, he began to cultivate. The simulation skipped ahead 1 month. During the day, Tatin led his female subordinates to make money. At night, he absorbed spiritual energy from the spirit stone. His cultivation level skyrocketed to the 4th level of chi refining. He received a phone call. "Hurry and book a train ticket to Jinling. The Green Cloud spirit field is about to open." Dragging his suitcase to the station, Tatin remembered what Tung Tuyet had said. The dungeon was in Jinling's West Gate Park. It must be around here. And where is it? He mumbled to himself. Do I have to go with Tung Tuyet to be able to find it? A voice suddenly spoke up. "Excuse me, could you step aside?" He turned to see a 30-year-old version of Tung Tuyet, looking cold and proud. Tatin thought to himself, "It looks like she's the only one who can find this dungeon. I have to follow her." But in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Where did she go? She clearly went in this direction. While he was looking around, Tung Tuyet appeared behind him, pressing a sword to his neck. "Why are you following me?" Tatin trembled. Excuse me. Are you Tung Tuyet? Senior Tung Tuyet, right? I saw your picture on the school's honor roll." "Yes?" Tung Tuyet was suspicious. "You're a student at Capital Professional University?" He tried to sound friendly. "Yes, Senior. My name is To Tin. Recently, I've had some questions about Buddhism. I can't believe I ran into you here. Perhaps this is the fated connection across 3 lifetimes that the Buddha spoke of." Tung Tuyet retracted her sword, a blush creeping onto her face. "So, you wanted to ask for guidance. Go ahead." Tin asked the timeless question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Tung Tuyet was taken aback, but inwardly she was delighted. This junior truly understands the Dharma, asking one of the 10 great koans right away. She started walking ahead. We can take our time discussing that question. You're also here for Jinling, correct? Tin hurried after her. Senior, does that mean I can come with you? She answered frankly, correct. The two entered the green cloud spirit field, and Tin was stunned by the incredibly dense spiritual energy. The people here must be cultivators exploring this dungeon, he thought. He then noticed a thatched cottage. Tung Tweet stepped forward. Your cultivation is low. Let me do it. She knocked gently on the door. Hello? Is anyone here? Dense spiritual energy flowed out, and an old man appeared. This is an immortal's secret realm. Only those with profound fortunate karma can enter. You two are quite lucky. Tin whispered, Senior, he said we're lucky. Great! The old man continued. I have 2 plots of spirit fields that need planting. If the spirit grains grow well, I shall bestow an opportunity upon you. Tung Tuyet caught the item he tossed to her. Tend to the fields. Tin wondered curiously, it's just a hoe. Does it have some other power? The old man added, good luck to you both. I will return in 7 days to check on your work. The door slammed shut. Tung Tweet fretted. I've never even dealt with the 5 common types of grain. How am I supposed to cultivate spirit grain? Tin began rolling up his pants. Senior, if you're going into the field, you have to roll up your pants. Otherwise, they'll get all dirty. She asked, You know how to farm? He replied, My parents are farmers. I've been doing this since I was little. Tung Tweet put her faith in him. Help me, and I'll reward you handsomely once this is over. Su Xing chuckled. It's nothing, Senior. You're being too polite. Simulation scene change. Under Su Qing's care, the spirit grain grows rapidly, and Song Shui's attitude toward him also improves. He discovers that spirit chi can be transferred into the spirit field. His wood attribute evergreen art is especially effective. While cultivating, Su Qing feels the abundant spirit ki and diligently transfers it into the spirit grain. The spirit field gradually turns lush, and he is satisfied. My hard cultivation wasn't in vain. I've reached the 5th level of chi refinement. The old man arrives on schedule. Let me see your results. He clicks his tongue in approval. Very good. You've grown this excellently. The old man hands a bag to Song Shui. Your spirit field is also good. This is your reward. She thanks him. Thank you, Venerable One. But in reality, Su Qing had miscalculated. 1 bag of spirit rice, no spirit stones. With my help, her reward was upgraded. I'll be able to get more spirit stones. Song Shui disappears before his eyes. Su Qing is worried, but the old man reassures him. I just sent her out of the instance dungeon. Spirit chi surrounds the old man as he says, Place your hand here. The 2 of them lift the sphere. A 5-elemental spirit root. The old man inspects it. A 5-elemental miscellaneous spirit root. You have a talent for cultivation, but no hope for longevity. Su Qing bows. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. The old man replies, With your aptitude, you wouldn't get far even if I accepted you. He asks, Then what kind of aptitude is needed to become your disciple? The old man reveals, For that, you need a dual spirit root, at the very least. Su Xing realizes how strict the requirements are for his white-colored talent spirit root. Having an ordinary aptitude is a given. The old man wants to seize this opportunity. This time, he needs to draw a 6th color talent spirit root. The old man gives him a bag. Here are 30 spirit stones and 30 caddies of spirit rice. Cultivate diligently and don't be lazy just because your aptitude is poor. Su Qing clasps his hands. Thank you, Venerable One. The old man gives a casual wave of his hand and leaves. System display. Simulation continues. 2 years later, Nianon joins the 5th Army and dies. In the following 3 years, Fatty Yu follows suit. Although Su Qing tries to save them, he is powerless. But during the market fluctuations next year, he makes a huge sum, with his assets exceeding 10 billion. Finally, he finds a pale Song Shu and makes a request. I want to buy the spirit stones you have. Money is no object, just name your price. She flatly refuses. I don't need money, but I have one condition. Su Qing's jaw drops as she pins him down. A steamy scene unfolds in the simulation. 1 month later, with Su Qing drained like a dried-up corpse, Song Shui speaks. Like this. I have no more regrets. She is deployed, and 1 month later, news of Song Shui's death arrives. Another 4 years pass. The colossal beast that blots out the sky appears again. Su Qing dies at the age of 36. Simulation complete. Please select your reward. Su Qing isn't surprised this time. Without usable spirit rice, I really can't break through to the bone-tempering realm. I'll have to stock up on spirit rice later. He chooses the spirit stones first, priced at 4,000 points. All the money he has on him can only be exchanged for 2,000 points. Still not enough energy. He decides to borrow money from his buddies. He runs to a familiar place. Hey, Fatty, you there? Fatty Yu replies, Yeah, I hear you. I'm just getting ready to enter the instance dungeon. You gave me a scare. What's up? Su Qing hesitates. Bro, I'm a little short on cash lately. Can you lend me some money? Fatty Yu smiles brightly. How much? He names the figure. 100 million. Hearing this, Fatty Yu just wants to curse, snapping, "Do you think I'm a freaking ATM or something? 100 million in your dreams. The most I can lend you is 50 million. Not a penny more." In an instant, a ding-ding notification sounds. Su Qing's Huafu Pay account has received 50 million. He smiles and texts back, "Thanks, bro." He does a quick mental calculation, adding the 5 million Fatty Yu had lent him before. He now has a total of 55 million in hand. The first thing is to order 50,000 pieces of white-quality equipment. Su Qing silently calculates. In reality, the Green Cloud Spirit Field will open next month. That means I still have 4 simulation chances. I have to make the most of this opportunity. I need to stock up on more spirit stones and spirit rice. Only then will I have a chance to make that old man accept me as his disciple. A week later, he eagerly opens the system interface and mutters, "Let's do this. The time has come to see if my luck is good or bad." Su Xing's finger decisively presses the button to draw a 6th color talent. The system displays the text, "Congratulations, host, you have drawn the 6th color talent. Live to be 100 years old." He nearly swore out loud. He screams internally, "As a cultivator, what the hell do I need with living to be 100 for? Are you cursing me to die an early death?" The notification appears again. Simulation complete. Su Qing wearily looks at the bag in his hand. "This time, I got another bunch of spirit stones." He consoles himself. I guess it's not a total loss. Another week passes as he stands before the interface panel. Su Qing clasps his hands and prays sincerely, "Oh, great system god above, I beg you, please let me draw the 6th color spirit root talent." The system answers his prayer. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the 6th color talent. Sword Dao Genius." He's so angry he could explode, cursing, "Damn it, I'm not even a sword cultivator. This is like serving a table full of meat to a monk. What the hell?" Once again, the simulation ends. Su Qing proceeds to choose his reward again. This time, he decides, "I'll choose spirit rice this time." When the next simulation begins, he holds on to his faith and prays earnestly. "By the blessed Xuanhuang heaven and earth, please grant me a 6th quality spirit root." The simulation begins. Seeing the result, he is filled with despair. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the 6th color talent. Face as handsome as a deity's." In that moment, Su Qing just wants to smash this system. What is this useless talent? I'm not trying to be a celebrity. What's the use of being handsome? Face as handsome as a deity's. Your appearance in the eyes of others will become even more outstanding and extraordinary. Your appeal to the opposite sex will skyrocket. Even the system couldn't help but be moved. So handsome. Truly very handsome. Seeing the blushing, shy icon displayed by the system, Su Qing gets goosebumps all over. So you, the thick eyebrows, big eyes system, have a thing for handsome guys too, huh? All right. Continuing simulation. You now possess thick, dark eyebrows and large, sparkling eyes. Looking in the mirror, even Tin himself is mesmerized by his own reflection. Is this really me? So handsome. In the secret realm, you were still enthusiastically fighting monsters. Tin, with a serious face, clearly reminded everyone to be on high alert and absolutely not to let the demon beast's gaze fall upon them. If you're caught in its gaze, you must quickly stab it in the eye. However, the underlings below didn't seem to hear a single word. They were just lost in admiration of his handsome appearance, their eyes filled with infatuation. "Yes, senior. That demon beast is so damn cool. No. The eyes are the demon beast's weak point." Tin, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. "Get a grip, you guys. We're fighting in a dungeon, not on a date." Behind a large rock, Thantuin secretly peeked her head out, her gaze full of adoration as she softly called, "Senior." Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off coldly. "If I remember correctly, this is the 278th time I've caught you sneaking glances at me, right?" He picked up a mirror, looked at his reflection, and mumbled doubtfully, "Am I really that handsome?" The mirror's surface suddenly flashed brightly, as if it wanted to display a huge, bold affirmation. His presence had truly become the center of everyone's attention. The girls surrounded him, infatuated, begging, "Senior, please take us through the dungeon." Not only that, even a manager from a media company pushed through the crowd to find him. "Student Tin, do you want to be a star? Thien Thing Entertainment would welcome you." A rich lady appeared out of nowhere, winking flirtatiously. "Hey there, handsome. Want to cut down on 25 years of hard work?" Terrified, Tin bolted. "I've got something to do. I can't stay." He rushed into his room and slammed the door, shutting himself off from the haunting calls. "Hey, Student Tin, Senior, Mr. Handsome, please reconsider." Leaning his back against the door, Tin sighed helplessly to himself. "These days, it's not easy being a handsome man. Maybe I shouldn't go out for a while. I'll just focus on cultivating in my dorm." System initiated. Simulation continues. On November 18th, 2023 of the new era, you enter Kim Lang City. As planned, you meet Tung Tuet. The girl smiled and proactively greeted you. "Meeting like this is fate. How about we share a drink?" This time, he got truly angry, screaming internally. If I'd known it was this easy to talk to her, I wouldn't have bothered memorizing all those difficult Buddhist texts. Just then, an elder walked by, stroking his beard and remarking with admiration, "Your appearance is truly outstanding." Tin was stunned. "What? Even you, old man?" The simulation system continued to run. Notification. Your beauty has stirred the old man. He originally wanted to take you as his disciple, but unfortunately your aptitude is too poor. He can only give you a few more spirit stones, hoping your peerless face can remain in this world a little longer. In reality, Tin rested his forehead in his hand, sighing wearily. This world that only cares about looks is truly beyond saving. An update notification appeared. This simulation has ended. You may choose a reward from the categories below. Talent, a face like polished jade. Cultivation, foundation establishment level 2. Item, 105 spirit stones. Tin stared at the selection screen, speechless. This thick eyebrows, big eyes system really has a mind of its own. It makes all the decisions on its own, and it's even been charmed by Tin's looks. Your face has captivated the system. The system has decided to grant you an additional opportunity. One-time use of a face like polished jade. Seeing this, he couldn't even be bothered to be angry anymore, telling himself that getting a grade 6 talent for free wasn't so bad. With this handsome face as my capital, I'll definitely be able to draw a dual-element spirit root next time. Tin made a new decision. This time, he chose the spirit stones as his reward. A week passed. He activated the talent, a face like polished jade. In that moment, Tin's appearance exploded with unreal handsomeness. He decided to use this very face to execute a handsome man gambit to charm the system. Let me draw the grade 6 spirit root talent. You don't want to see me fall on the path to immortality, do you? Finishing his sentence, Tin generously blew it a flirty kiss. I'm begging you, system. But this time, he was brimming with confidence that he would draw the grade 6 talent. And, as expected, the system had fallen head over heels and granted his wish. Congratulations, you have drawn a grade 6 talent. Dual element spirit root. Wood and fire. Dual element spirit root. Wood and fire. Grade 6 talent. Your cultivation aptitude far surpasses that of an ordinary person. You are no longer the lowest level 5-element miscellaneous spirit root. You now have a wood-fire dual-element spirit root and can practice dual-element cultivation techniques. Tin was ecstatic, as if he'd struck gold. It finally dropped! A grade 6 dual-element spirit root! The simulation process began. He looked at the grade 6 talent in his hand with satisfaction, feeling the dizzying change in his cultivation speed. It only took one day to completely absorb a single spirit stone. He marveled to himself. As expected, cultivation really does depend on talent. In the simulated world, you spent 1 week cultivating, and your cultivation level reached the 5th level of the chi refining stage. The spiritual energy in your body grew more and more abundant. According to the plan, you once again met Tung Tuyet. You and Tung Tuyet once again accepted a mission from the old man. However, the outcome was different this time. After the mission ended, only you were asked to stay behind. That old man observed you for a moment before giving his assessment. Your aptitude is not ordinary. There is hope for you on the path of cultivation. Your wood attribute is well suited for tending to spirit fields, and your fire attribute gives you a chance to walk the path of alchemy. Tin seized the opportunity and immediately pleaded, Venerable One, please accept me as your disciple. The old man showed a troubled expression and shook his head, replying, You started on the path of cultivation too late. You have missed the best age for cultivation. But he was still unwilling to give up, pressing curiously, Venerable One, if I were to cultivate normally, what realm should I be at by now? The venerable master answered thoughtfully, At least the Golden Core realm. From that statement, Tin secretly deduced the hidden condition for becoming his disciple. He had to reach the Golden Core cultivation level before the Green Cloud Spirit Field instance opened. With his goal set, he dove back into his training, the master's instructions echoing in his ears. He had to channel spiritual energy into the jade slip to see its contents. Seeing the scroll, Tin was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold, thinking to himself, This is the new cultivation technique I've been waiting for. I have to master it before the great catastrophe strikes. The simulation process resumed. Over 6 long years, he gained a profound understanding of the Shenong spirit nurturing technique, mastering the secret to cultivating spirit grain and harvesting 1,000 caddies of low-grade spirit rice. By consuming this spirit rice, his body-tempering cultivation successfully broke through to the bone-forging realm. In the simulated world, an ecstatic Tin hugged the sack of spoils and ran off to negotiate with Tung Tuyet. This is the spirit rice I grew. I want to trade it for 20 of your spirit stones. Hearing this, the flirtatious girl pressed her body against him and said seductively, Well then, I'll be counting on you for the next month. Just as things were heating up, Tin suddenly felt his surroundings turn dark and ominous. He wondered, why did it suddenly get so dark? Just as he saw the monster with sharp teeth appear before him, he jolted awake, exclaiming, Crap, not again! The system interface displayed a list of rewards to choose from. Dual Wood Fire Spirit Root, Orange Talent, for 60,000 energy points. 3rd level Foundation Establishment Realm, Cultivation for 2,700 energy points. 7th level Bone, Forging Realm, Cultivation for 7,500 energy points. 1 Immortal Technique, the Shenong Spirit Nurturing Technique, for 1 billion energy points. 2 items, 50 caddies of low-grade spirit rice, for 25,000 energy points. And 4 farming insights from the simulation for 10,000 energy points. Tin was surprised. You can buy insights too? Looking at the price of that immortal technique, he clicked his tongue in amazement. This technique costs 1 billion energy points. It must be incredibly powerful. He figured he could try to get the technique from the old cultivator in the real world. But if he passed up on this dual spirit root, the upcoming instance would be a lost cause. Immediately, the system updated with a notification. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the dual firewood spirit root, detecting that you already possess a spirit root. Of the same type as the white talent spirit root, the dual wood fire spirit root talent is now replacing it. Panicked, Tin pulled down his pants to check on his little brother. He breathed a sigh of relief. So it just got replaced, huh? Phew, it's just a little bigger. He told himself, there's one last simulation before the instance officially opens. This time, I have to reach the Golden Core realm. A week later, Tin was at the airport. His calculations showed that the date in the simulation lined up with the instance's opening day, so his only chance was to run the simulation on the plane right after it took off. He immediately instructed the system to begin the simulation. A system prompt chimed, Congratulations, you have received the white talent, resolute face. In the eyes of others, you appear to have a very resolute face, like a righteous hero, making it easier to gain their trust. After getting off the plane, he followed the same route to find Tung Tuyet. The effect of the resolute face talent activated immediately, causing Tung Tuyet to blush shyly the moment she saw him. She thought to herself, this is the first time I've met this underclassman. Why do I get the feeling he's so trustworthy? Oh, whatever, I'll just go with my gut. She then offered an invitation. Meeting like this must be fate. Want to come along? Tin didn't hesitate for a moment. Sure. The simulation system announced, you have completed the old man's task as requested. Just as he wished, the venerable master looked at him and asked again to confirm, you really only want 1,000 spirit stones? You don't wish to take me as your master? He asked. Tin replied respectfully, that's right, venerable one. The old man tossed Tin a bag of spirit stones and then turned to leave. His cold voice echoed back. Your cultivation level was never sufficient to become my disciple. If you can't recognize its value, then I won't force it on you. The simulation continued. With 1,000 spirit stones in hand, you found a place blessed with excellent feng shui and went into seclusion to cultivate day and night. Time flew by. Old acquaintances like Niaman and Dudiem and Tung Tuyet passed away one by one. An unknown amount of time went by. When the last spirit stone turned to dust, you finally emerged. By then, Tin had reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, just a step shy of the Golden Core realm. But unfortunately, his resources had been depleted. The system announced, this simulation has now ended. Tin frowned as he looked at the final results. The system listed the rewards. Resolute Face, White Talent, for 1,000 energy points. 9th level Foundation Establishment realm, Cultivation for 9,800 energy points. He clicked his tongue in regret. So I only made it to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, huh? In the simulation, the lack of spirit stones held him back, but the real green cloud spirit field was brimming with spiritual energy. This filled him with even greater anticipation, because what was next wasn't a simulation, but reality. He calmed himself down. This is your first official meeting with Tung Tuyet. It's okay, don't panic. You're the man who memorized the 10 great theses of Buddhism for crying out loud. In the distance, her figure appeared. That elegant and mature beauty was definitely the person he was looking for. Tung Tuyet. It was hard to believe she was already 30 years old. Tin mustered all his courage and walked up to start a conversation with his senior. Excuse me, you're Senior Tung Tuyet, right? I saw you on the school's master's ranking board. It must be fate we met here. Senior, are you also headed to Kim Lang City? She replied hastily. I'm so sorry, but I'm in a huge rush. Tin snapped back to reality. He had almost forgotten that he didn't have any appearance-enhancing talents to help him this time. To her, he was just a complete stranger, nothing more. He decided to pull out the secret weapon he'd brought along, thinking to himself, looks like the only option is to play the pity card. Flustered, he mumbled, Senior, talk to me now. Talk to me now. Hearing the noise, Tung Tuyet turned around and asked, What is this? Tin quickly bent down to pick up the pile of books, sighing, Oh, this is a disaster. These are books I went through so much trouble to find at an antique bookstore. She was immediately intrigued. You study Buddhism? He gave an awkward, humble laugh and replied, It's just a small interest, a hobby is all. It's nothing compared to your level, Senior. Tung Tuyet was surprised. You know I like Buddhism? Tin cleverly made something up. I happened to read your thesis at the library. Finally, she accepted this new companion. Smiling, she figured their meeting was fate. Since we're both heading to Jinling City, let's go together. Tin nodded obediently and replied, Yes, Senior. Inside, he was eagerly anticipating, thinking to himself, Next, I just need to wait until we discover the instance dungeon. On the way, as they walked, Tung Tuyet chatted idly. So you got into a fight over whether Shakyamuni Buddha was an illegitimate child? How childish. Tin scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. I just got really angry. Although he said that, inside he was calculating, we should be discovering the instance dungeon any moment now. Suddenly, Tin stopped and pointed ahead. Senior, there's a light over there! Beneath an ancient, withered tree, a radiant secret realm portal appeared. Tung Tuyet couldn't hide her astonishment and exclaimed, This is a temporary instance dungeon! Tin was secretly overjoyed. Finally, I'm about to enter a real-life instance dungeon. I have to succeed in becoming a disciple this time. In contrast to his excitement, Tung Tuyet looked worried and sincerely advised her junior, Most temporary instance dungeons are very dangerous. You haven't even graduated yet. It's better if you don't go in for now. He flashed a bright smile and replied, But I have you with me, Senior, don't I? You wouldn't let anything happen to me, right? Tung Tweet's face flushed slightly. She thought to herself, he trusts me that much? Regaining her composure, she puffed out her chest and said confidently, Of course, later, no matter what happens. Don't you stray far from me. Tin immediately replied, No problem. Stepping inside, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him. So this is the Azure Cloud Spirit Field. Experiencing it in person is completely different from what I felt in the simulation. The spiritual energy is so dense, if I cultivate in this place, I can definitely achieve a breakthrough. Tung Tweet remained vigilant, warning him sternly, Don't let your guard down. Many instance dungeons that look beautiful and serene are actually hiding murderous intent. Tin pointed into the distance and asked for his senior's opinion. There's a thatched cottage over there. Should we go check it out? Just as he finished speaking, a venerable master with the air of an immortal sage stepped out of the cottage and called out, How did you two find my secluded home? Tung Tweet answered respectfully, We unexpectedly saw a 7-colored entrance. The old man stroked his beard, nodded, and continued, It seems you two are people of great fortune and destiny. Since we are bound by fate, I shall grant you two an opportunity. Hearing this, she quickly clasped her hands in a salute. Thank you, Venerable One. The Venerable One looked at them and asked, I am busy with my cultivation and have little time to look after this spirit field. I wonder if you two would be willing to help me. Tin quickly agreed, No problem. Then he leaned over to Tung Tweet and whispered, Senior, this old man is really nice. He's just asking us to farm. It's a shame this is only a temporary instance dungeon. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked, Do you even know how to farm? Tin laughed it off and replied, Of course, I'm from the countryside. We have to farm every single year. And with that, he rolled up his sleeves and went into the field, his movements incredibly skilled. First, he cleared the weeds, then he carried water, and after that, he irrigated the field. Tin secretly gathered power in his hand, using a technique to channel spiritual energy into the spirit grain, making it grow many times faster. Tung Tuet walked over, patted his shoulder, and asked curiously, Tin, what do you think? Why would the Venerable One's trial be farming? Could there be another secret to it? He wiped away his sweat and replied, Who cares? In a beautiful place like this, with such abundant spiritual energy, even farming is a form of self-cultivation. The harder the task, the richer the reward. She remained skeptical. She thought to herself, the quest in this instance dungeon is just farming. What kind of good reward could there possibly be? Only Tin understood the truth. For someone without a spirit root, there naturally wouldn't be any good rewards. But for him, this place was better than 10,000 spirit stones. But when the Venerable One returned to check on their progress, he couldn't help but be stunned. 7 days passed in a flash, but while Tung Tuyet was still diligently irrigating the spirit field, a loud explosion suddenly rang out behind her, shaking the entire space. Tin had successfully condensed his power and refined a golden core. His eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light as the pearl inside his body expanded, completely merging with the spiritual energy in his dantian. He couldn't hide his excitement. He exclaimed, I'm at the peak of Foundation establishment! Just one more step to the golden core realm. Hearing the commotion, Tung Tweet rushed over, her face full of worry, and asked, Suxing, what's wrong? Seeing her panic, he quickly reassured her, I'm fine. Witnessing the scene just now, the Venerable One standing nearby couldn't help but be surprised. He spoke up, asking, Young friend, so you're a cultivator. May I ask what your attribute is? Suxing scratched his head and began to fabricate a plausible story. Well, I just happened to stumble upon a cultivation method and haphazardly started on this path. I don't even know what my own attribute is. The old man was even more astonished. To have cultivated to this realm without even knowing your attribute, that's truly rare. He praised, You are impressive, young man. With that, the Venerable One took out a spirit testing stone and gestured, Please place your hand on this. Suxing's heart was burning with nervousness and anticipation. This moment had finally arrived, the first step in his plan to take him as a master. He watched the result intently. Then he calmly explained, Young friend, you have dual wood and fire spiritual roots. While not comparable to a supreme single spiritual root, it is more than enough to cultivate. It's suitable for the path of alchemy. I've observed that the technique you're practicing is the evergreen technique of the evergreen sect. Although this technique has its limits, for a cultivator who has just started on their journey, it is still of great benefit. Furthermore, a wood attribute technique absorbs the life force of all things and can also return to nature, making it very suitable for the path of cultivating spirit plants. Suxing's hands trembled with excitement. It's coming! It's coming! Something even bigger is about to happen. Without making him wait long, the Venerable One stroked his beard and said the words Suxing had been longing to hear. Our meeting must be fate. This humble Taoist is a humble farmer of the Green Cloud sect, and my Taoist name is Qingyun Zi. I wonder if you, young friend, would be willing to take me as your master? I am willing to accept you as a nominal disciple. He immediately bowed and replied decisively, Your disciple is willing. The old man nodded in satisfaction and continued, Since you are now under my tutelage, I, your master, have a few gifts to bestow upon you. The first is a celestial art called Shenong's Spirit Nurturing Art. It is something your master came across by chance. I have painstakingly studied it for 1,000 years and still haven't been able to master it. I see that you have great talent in the area of farming, so I bestow this celestial art upon you. The old man added, If you can cultivate this celestial art to perfection, you too can make a name for yourself in these 3,000 worlds. Su Shang respectfully accepted it. Thank you, Master. In his heart, he was overjoyed. Holding this valuable manual, he thought, this is 100,000 energy points, a colossal amount. But it didn't stop there. The old man then took out a second treasure. This is a 3-inch small blessed land, a portable dimension. Su Xing was completely shaken. He blurted out, "You're giving this entire pocket dimension to me?" Qing Yunzi didn't answer, but simply tapped a stream of spiritual energy into his forehead. Although the space within this 3-inch small blessed land is only a small mountain 100 jang square, this mountain is rich with spiritual energy, with lush greenery and clear water. It is perfect for you to research techniques for cultivating spirit plants. Su Xing cupped his hands and gratefully accepted the precious gift. Thank you, Master. The old man continued. This third gift is the Green Cloud token of the Green Cloud sect. Although you are only my nominal disciple, your status within the sect will not be low. When you reach the Soul Division realm, you can become my official disciple. At that time, come to the Green Cloud sect in the Green Cloud realm. Su Shang's long-held wish had finally come true. One look at this Green Cloud sect, and it was clear that it was a powerful and orthodox cultivation sect. If I can properly enter and cultivate there in the future, I'll definitely be set for life. Holding the token in his hand, Su Xing was momentarily dazed. He looked up at the old man. He asked, Master, you mentioned earlier that I was suited for alchemy, but I don't have any alchemy techniques yet. The Venerable One stroked his beard and replied, I, your master, am not skilled in the Tao of alchemy. I have no supreme alchemy techniques to give you. He paused for a moment, then pointed at the item in his hand and continued, However, this live fire pill refining art is something your master happened to acquire. It records 360 types of pill refining methods, which should be enough for you to learn. Su Shang respectfully accepted it, thinking to himself, with this I can cultivate and make money too. Neither will be difficult. The Venerable One then gave some earnest advice. As for supreme cultivation techniques, you must understand that biting off more than you can chew is not wise. For now, you have the evergreen technique. This technique is sufficient for you to cultivate all the way to the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, it holds many benefits for you. Wait until you have cultivated this technique to perfection. Then come find your master. As soon as he finished speaking, the Venerable One's figure transformed into a rainbow and shot away, disappearing from sight. Su Xing frantically called after him, Master, wait, hold on! The technique I have is incomplete! It's not enough to cultivate to the void fragmentation realm at all! Staring at the empty space, he scratched his head helplessly. Was this old man doing that on purpose, or was he just careless? Could this be a test? Su Xing sighed. It seems finding the second half of the evergreen technique has to go on my to-do list. In the quiet of the night, Tung Tuet's clear voice called out, Su Xing. She was waiting for him outside the barrier. Seeing his figure emerge, she said happily, You're finally out. It's already gotten dark. Su Xing gave a bright smile and replied, Senior sister, I was just looking for you about something. I'd like to trade 50 caddies of spirit rice for 50 of your spirit stones. Would that be all right? A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. She took the bag and mumbled, I can have this? All these rewards are thanks to your help. They should rightfully be split 50-50 with you. I see you seem hesitant, as if you're about to refuse this. Tung Tweet took the initiative and suggested, if you feel awkward taking it for free, then how about you come back to the city with me? Tin immediately blurted out in agreement, all right. The two of them returned to a luxurious suite with a large bed at a hotel. Flickering candlelight was lit, creating an incredibly romantic atmosphere. Tung Tuet was wearing a sexy nightgown. Holding a glass of red wine in her hand, she spoke with a seductive gaze. Little brother, are you in Kim Lang to find someone or something? Is there anything you need your big sister here to help with? But on her fair skin, beads of sweat only added to her deadly charm. Tin wisely squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to look directly at such a tempting scene. Just then, the familiar notification panel appeared in his mind. The 7-day cooldown has ended. Does the host wish to start the simulation? He silently calculated that the timeline in the Azure Cloud Spirit Field instance was the same as in reality. He was in the instance for 7 days, and 7 days also passed outside. With that thought, he shot up. Excuse me, Senior, I need to use the restroom for a moment. She nodded slightly. All right. After he was gone, Tung Tuyet shyly tugged at her bath towel, glancing at the lingerie underneath and wondering to herself, did I wear the wrong color today? Little did she know that young man's heart was set only on cultivation. The system displayed the words, Beginning simulation, drawing a 6-star talent, Immortal Master of Great Strength, Immortal Master of Great Strength. You were born with greater strength than an ordinary person. Your physical constitution is several times that of a normal person, and you have an extraordinary talent in body refinement. Tin pondered deeply. After I successfully become a disciple, will the apocalypse still happen? Outside, after waiting for a long time without seeing him come out, Tung Tuyet knocked on the bathroom door and called out, Tin, are you not done yet? Her voice sounded quite worried. Nothing's wrong, is there? He hurriedly stepped out and opened the door, reassuring her. I'm fine. Her face turned red again as she sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. You were in there for so long I thought something had happened. Tin replied politely, Thank you for your concern, Senior. When they were both seated at the candlelit dining table, Tung Tuyet gently reminded him, "You've had a long day, little brother. You should go take a bath." But at that moment, he was only focused on enjoying his dinner, replying perfunctorily, "I'll go after I finish eating." Suddenly, a soft hand gently touched his, startling to Tin. Tung Tweet leaned close to his ear and whispered a suggestion. Or, how about we eat later? With those words, she slid on top of him, pinning him down on the bed, ready for action. The simulation system announced, "You and Tung Tweet spent another happy week in Kim Lang City." A week later, To Tin left, dragging a suitcase, in a literally withered state, his steps unsteady like a man who had lost his soul. He sighed to himself. "The young Tung Tweet is truly much more ferocious. I almost had to chew raw goji berries just to recover." However, it seemed he had fulfilled the conditions to continue on his cultivation path. He decisively pressed the Start Simulation button. You enter the Azure Cloud secret realm that your master gave you. Stepping into the small Azure Cloud secret realm, Tin was full of confidence. This time, with the help of Spirit Rice, my cultivation progress will definitely be a bit faster than before. He held a bowl of soft, fragrant white rice in his hand. As he savored it, he praised it profusely. "This Spirit Rice is truly top grade. The flavor is so exquisite it's intoxicating." Every day in the simulation world, he diligently carried the blessed spirit field with him, wholeheartedly tending to every stalk of spirit grain in the field. Thanks to his robust body, his appetite was also several times that of an ordinary person. In one meal, he could finish an entire caddy of spirit rice. Thanks to that abundant source of energy, he finally reached the threshold of a breakthrough. "You have broken through to the bone-tempering realm." Tin recalled the past. Last time, it took him a long 3 years just to crawl up to the 5th level of body refining. And yet this time, in just a mere week, he had broken through to the 1st level of the bone-tempering realm. Spirit rice is truly a divine medicine. But besides the spirit rice, it's definitely thanks to that talent. I absolutely have to bring it out of the simulation. The system constantly reminded him of his rocket-like cultivation speed, leaving him completely immersed in the feeling of leveling up. Every day, he spent 3 hours cultivating in the instance. The rest of the time, he took the newly enrolled junior students to power level. The female students crowded around him, cooing, "Senior, please take me with you." As his body refinement cultivation progressed, his success rate in clearing instances grew higher and higher. His fame spread far and wide, and countless junior girls sought him out to train with them. Finding himself in a situation where supply couldn't meet demand, Tin went to find his generous best friend, saying, "Fatty Do, here's the money I borrowed from you." Do DM's face lit up with joy as he took the money. He clapped him on the shoulder in admiration. "You're making money at a pretty good pace." "My brother." Just then, the system announced that he had quickly earned the full 50 million. While he was celebrating, Do DM suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, right. Thantuyen asked me to tell you that she has something to talk to you about tonight." In the small forest outside the school, Tin immediately understood the situation. She wants to drop out of school to join that mysterious organization again. This time, you did not stop Thantuyen from joining the mysterious organization, only telling her to be careful. That night, in the small, deserted forest, the two of them shared an unforgettable, passionate moment. You fondly recalled how your friends had tried many new moves in the small forest. Sushing nodded, pleased with this progress. Yes, that's exactly how it was. The main purpose was still to have her join the organization, and through it, find the complete version of the evergreen art. The simulation continued after Qingquan dropped out of school, and you focused on cultivating in the spirit field. In the 2nd year since she left, you broke through to the 7th level of the bone-tempering realm. In the 3rd year, you broke through to the 9th level of the bone-tempering realm. In the 4th year, your cultivation broke through to the great perfection stage of the bone-tempering realm. After that, you hit a bottleneck and couldn't break through anymore. Inside the simulation space, you pondered thoughtfully. According to the theory of Shenong's spirit nurturing art, different types of spirit plants will result in different cultivation speeds. To break this bottleneck, you must find a spirit plant of a higher grade than spirit rice. I remember before Master left. Where did he leave those spirit plant seeds for me? You rummaged through all your belongings and finally pulled out a small familiar pouch. Sushing's eyes lit up. Found it. Sushing carefully flipped through the book on spirit plants, his eyes stopping on the name White Jade Ginseng. The cultivation method described was to bury ordinary ginseng deep within the spirit field. Day and night, it would transform spirit energy. However, when he read the line, "dig it up after 15 years, he couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. He thought in frustration, 15 years? Isn't that basically the end of the world? So you can only be harvested after I'm already dead and gone, huh?" The simulation screen displayed the text. "The white jade ginseng could not defeat you. You want to find another possibility. If ordinary plants absorb spirit energy and become spirit plants over time, then animals should follow a similar principle. Putting thought into action, you caught a few chickens from the outside world and released them into the blessed spirit field. You experimented by feeding the chicks spirit rice. As a result, some of the chicks couldn't withstand the spiritual power and died unexpectedly. The rest tenaciously survived, and their intelligence also increased noticeably. But just as you were engrossed in your grand chicken-raising venture, Qingquan returned, bringing with her the upper half of the technique you had been longing for. She said gently, "Senior, I've found the evergreen art. The upper half is suitable for your cultivation talent." Su Xing shook his head and refused firmly. I don't need this technique, but I do have a request. I want to join your organization. Seeing the surprised look on her face, he pressed on. Can't you recommend me? Qingquan nodded and replied, I'm already a Grandmaster expert, so I have the qualifications to recommend new members. Overjoyed, you threw your arms around her. That's wonderful! Thank you, Qingquan. She blushed and whispered in reply, You're welcome. At the headquarters of the Advent cult, Qingquan led you deep inside. She reported respectfully, Shadow Elder, Sushing is here. The person inside the main hall gave a cold command, Enter. The other person was hidden in a robe that covered them from head to toe. They asked, You are Sushing? Outwardly, you replied respectfully, yes, but inwardly, you felt a sense of apprehension. Why is this place so gloomy? The Shadow Elder waved a hand and ordered, Sit. Susang quickly bowed. Thank you, Elder. You were momentarily confused, unable to tell if the person before you was male or female, as their voice was both deep and soft. Could they be a eunuch? Qingquan gently presented a cup of tea. Please have some tea, Senior. The person began to speak slowly. Since you wish to join our cult, I will first introduce our cult's name and doctrine. Su Xing took a sip of the fragrant tea and said calmly, Thank you, Elder, for clearing up my doubts. However, the person's next words made him choke and spit out the tea he had just sipped. The name of our cult is the Advent cult. Our doctrine is to eradicate the tyrannical human race, so that the world may belong to the aberrant races. Humans are fundamentally unworthy of ruling this planet. The great aberrant races are the one true God. At this moment, you were utterly bewildered, unsure if you had transmigrated to an urban cultivation world or stumbled into a dark forest. The Shadow Elder gave Su Xing a choice. It's still not too late for you to back out now. Once you join the Advent cult, there is no turning back. You gritted your teeth, your resolve firm. I've come this far, I have to see it through. I won't back out. As long as I can obtain the lower half of the evergreen art, I am willing to dedicate my all to the Advent cult. The person coldly refused. Your all is not needed. If you wish to trade for the technique, you can accept missions or offer up treasures. You pondered thoughtfully. Treasures. Does spirit rice count as a treasure? With that thought, Su Xing tentatively took out the item to present it. I wonder if this spirit rice can be traded for the technique. The Shadow Elder couldn't hide their shock. You actually have spirit rice? The simulation screen displayed the text. The Shadow Elder has disappeared. A strange elder has taken you away and returned. In a dark dungeon, that elder suddenly swung a whip, lashing it viciously towards Su Xing, who was tied tightly to a stone pillar. They interrogated in a harsh voice, Where did you get that spirit rice? Despite being covered in bruises and feeling an agonizing pain that pierced his bones, you still gritted your teeth and stubbornly replied, I won't say a single word. A tragic end befell you. A cold notification appeared. You were ultimately tortured to death. Age 29. The talent Dying with Regrets has been activated. Behind the old man, a disciple timidly spoke up. Elder Song, this one is done for. What should we do with him? He sneered contemptuously and cruelly stomped on your shattered face, cursing, A worthless shrimp like you thinks you're fit to cultivate. The disciples behind him chanted in unison, The elder is wise. The system immediately announced, Reminder, the die with eyes open effect has expired. This simulation has ended. Returning to reality, Tin couldn't help but shudder, breaking out in a cold sweat as he recognized the person who had just appeared in the simulation. A system notification. Simulation ended. Tin narrowed his eyes, a strange feeling of familiarity rising in his heart. Why did this person seem so familiar? Was it an illusion? Just then, the system screen displayed a list of items. Please select a reward. Great Strength Immortal Talent. Color 6. Price, 10,000 energy points. Foundation Establishment. Great Perfection. Cultivation. Price, 1,000 energy points. 3,000 caddies of Spirit Rice. Item. Price, 30,000 energy points. 4 second-generation Spirit Chickens. Pet. Price, 10,000 energy points. Bone Tempering. Great Perfection. Cultivation. Price, 10,000 energy points. Tin mumbled to himself, deciding he'd deal with the Advent cult later. The important thing is to get my reward first. He clicked his tongue, disappointed he could only choose one when they were all so tempting. Finally, he made a firm decision. I'll choose one. The Great Strength Immortal Talent, Color 6. This one. With this, in the next simulation, I'll definitely be able to cultivate to the Bone Tempering Great Perfection stage. He currently had just under 2,000 energy points left, not enough for another simulation. I have to make money and fast. Acting on his thought, he immediately contacted Tung Tuyet. Are you free to meet sometime soon? Tin quickly made his way to their meeting spot in a luxurious hotel room. Tung Tuyet couldn't hide her surprise when she learned he wanted to sell as much as 50 caddies of Spirit Rice. He nodded in immediate confirmation. That's right. Name your price. She squinted at him, seemingly realizing something. I've noticed. Are you very short on money? If you need money, I can lend you some. He maintained a calm expression and probed. How much can you lend me? 50 million, perhaps? Yes. The word she uttered so casually stunned Tin, nearly making him choke on his spit. Truly worthy of being a genuine rich lady. She continued, adding, My grandfather is the head of the Can Clan's merchant guild. Never mind 50 million, even 100 million wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, he excitedly sealed the deal. Then I'll borrow 100 million. He pointed to the rice he'd brought. Consider these 50 caddies of spirit rice as the interest. Kentang Tweet looked at him curiously. What do you need so much money for? Tatin pressed his lips together, deciding to keep it a secret. I'll tell you later. For now, could you please help me use this 100 million to buy a large amount of white-quality equipment from the Can Clan's Merchant Guild? Also, keep the spirit rice for yourself to eat during your cultivation. Whatever you do, don't sell it to anyone else. He was secretly worried. The one who possesses a treasure is bound to be targeted. He couldn't let Kantong Tuyet fall into the sights of the Advent cult. The gentle girl nodded. Okay. After a long, tiring day, Totin dragged his feet back to his room and threw himself onto the soft mattress. Duong, I'm home. Now I'm a big debtor, owing a small goal of 100 million. I have to think of a way to make money. Do I really have to sell the spirit rice and spirit chickens? Forget it, let's run a simulation first and see. Deciding to find the answer in the virtual world, he gave the command. Find the answer in the simulation, then. The system displayed a notification. Simulation starting. This time, he drew a color 6 talent. Unshakable. Unshakable. Your mental fortitude is several times tougher than an ordinary person's. When faced with hardship, you will rise to the challenge and advance, never giving up easily. Tatin's eyes widened in surprise to think it was a talent that affects one's mindset. The system continued to run the timeline. He knew his goal this time was to get rich. Despite being a little tired, he was determined to find a business opportunity among the relics of his master, Than Van Tu. In the simulation, a small chicken was perched on his head. Tatin carefully read the words on a silk cloth. Big U pill. 1 pill sustains energy for a week. And the youth-restoring pill, which brings back the looks of a 20-year-old in an instant. His eyes lit up. These 2 types of pills were a gold mine. The first type for those who want to lose weight but are too gluttonous to stop eating. The second type from the wealthy ladies who fear getting old. He clapped his hands together, making a decision. That's it! I'll refine these 2 types of pills. He eagerly added firewood to heat the furnace and then used his lighter. But a terrifying explosion rang out as the alchemy furnace suddenly blew up. A great fire swept over Totin. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of flames, with thick smoke billowing high into the sky. He scrambled to his feet, having learned a painful lesson. I've learned my lesson. It seems you can't use a lighter for alchemy. Let me review the live fire alchemy technique again. Live fire. So it turns out alchemy requires a specialized flame. The simulation showed him starting to frantically research the Li fire art to pay off his debt. During this time, Vuong Tan Tuyen had come looking for him, but after one night, she joined the Advent cult. In the second year, he vaguely touched the threshold of a breakthrough, increasing his comprehension time to 6 hours per day. He finally achieved results. This is great! I've finally mastered the Li fire art. My 6 years of cultivation weren't in vain. This flame is truly miraculous. It incinerates all living things into charcoal, but is harmless to him. This live fire is incredible. Any living thing that comes into contact with it is instantly burned to a crisp, but it doesn't cause any harm to me. The present-day Totin was overjoyed. It seemed Li fire could not only be used for alchemy, but also to fight against enemies. I finally have an offensive technique. I wonder, with such a powerful art, what kind of elixirs will it produce? He continued to watch the simulation. 7th year. After attending his younger sister's funeral, he suppressed his grief and buried himself in research in the refining room. Tatin let out a powerful shout. Open! Looking at the perfectly round pill in his hand, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The Bigu pill is no longer a problem. Next up is the more difficult nourishing beauty pill. This thing was indeed tougher than he had imagined. It took him a full 3 years to successfully refine it. With a racing heart, Tutin popped the pill into his mouth. Come on, it's time to witness a miracle. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. He frowned, wondering, why isn't there any change? Could it be that it failed again this time? Suddenly, his stomach twisted violently. A foul gas snaked its way downward, heralding a disaster. His face went deathly pale, drained of all color. He could feel himself about to erupt, his complexion turning ashen. Tutin, gritted my teeth and cursed, fuming. Crap! He shot like the wind into the bathroom. After relieving himself amidst a thick, foul stench, he staggered out weakly and picked up a mirror. The reflection made him gasp. His skin was fair and soft, his wrinkles gone. Was this still him? His skin was soft, fair, and even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were gone. A bold idea sparked in his mind. Refine a few more pills, improve the side effects, and then sell them to Kantong Tuyet. When the second pill was ready, he immediately brought it to the hotel. Kantong Tuyet held the pill and asked skeptically, "Can this elixir really make someone young again?" He puffed out his chest confidently. "Of course. Have I ever lied to you?" Without hesitation, she popped it right into her mouth. "Let me try it first." Tatin frantically tried to stop her, but it was too late. "Wait!" In the next moment, her skin began to change, becoming as smooth as a young girl's. He quickly grabbed a mirror for her. "Tung Tweet, look at this!" The woman stared wide-eyed at her reflection, unable to believe her eyes. Is this me? I'm back to being 20 years old." He smirked with pride. "So what do you think?" "This beauty pill of mine is pretty influential, isn't it?" Kantong Tweet didn't hesitate and immediately closed the deal. "How many more of those pills do you have? I'll buy them all. 100 million and one for each pill." The astronomical price made even the owner himself freeze in shock. So, what do you say? This price made even the owner freeze. 100 million and one per pill? The woman urged him impatiently. Sell all the rest to me. However many you have, I'll buy them all. Tin shook his head regretfully. But Tin is sorry to report that I don't have a single one left. She persisted stubbornly, asking, can't you mass produce them? He had to use a delaying tactic. How about I go back and do some research first? Tin returned to school. As soon as Vuong Tan Tuyen saw him, she cried out in joy and rushed over. Senior, you're back! He was stunned as she threw herself into his arms. The simulation continued. Vuong Tan Tuyen once again dropped out of school, became a grandmaster, and brought him half of the Eternal Spring Manual. But this time Tin was resolute. I don't want the cultivation technique. I want to join the Adventism sect. Though surprised, she still led him to see Elder Ying. Elder Ying, this is my senior. The elder spoke coldly. To join our sect, you must contribute to it. As it happens, there is a mission recently. Tin replied seriously. Please, go on. The elder ordered, I want you and 100 sect members. Tan Tuyen hurriedly interjected, worried for his safety. Elder, this mission is far too important. It would be better to let my senior start with the most basic missions. Fine. Elder Ying nodded in agreement. You were the one who brought him here, so you can arrange it for him. She bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Tin silently wondered. Just how difficult was this mission that Tan Tuyen had to intervene? The two of them were sent to Demon Suppressing Pass to cooperate with the Demon Clan. That night, after a few passionate moments, she confessed her feelings. That's right. This mission is a suicide mission. I don't want you to take the risk. He mulled it over and asked the same old question. In the end, why did you want to join the Adventism sect? She replied in a desperate voice. It's because I have no other choice anymore. Senior, go to sleep. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet the other elders of the Adventism sect. Tin tried to call after her, but it was hopeless. In the present, he sighed in frustration. It seems this simulation couldn't get Tan Tuyen to open up. The next day, he went to the pharmacy and was horrified when he saw the prices. Is this ginseng made of gold? Why has the price increased tenfold? The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. I don't want to either. I don't know why. Lately, the demand for recovery-type medicine has skyrocketed. If I don't raise the prices, this pharmacy will have to close down. Tin suspected that this was related to the Adventism sect. To vent his frustration from the simulation, he threw himself into researching and creating medicine. A low-grade version of the Happy Rich Lady pill. After a while of tinkering, the lid of the cauldron popped open and he cheered. As I thought, I'm a pill-refining genius. I can make the beauty pill even without ginseng. This means I can finally mass-produce it. I have to go to Jinling and tell Tung Tuyet this good news. However, when he arrived, what greeted him was the white color of mourning. Tin's voice caught in his throat. So, that day has finally come. He left quietly. After paying his respects, his mind was filled with troubling thoughts about the truth of the apocalypse. Just then, Elder Zong appeared behind him, his voice sinister. Traitor! Just as Tin turned around, a hand reached out to end his life. Before he died, he managed to gasp out a question. Elder Zong ruthlessly took Tin's life. So you really were sent by the Can family. 4 system notifications announced his death and presented a list of rewards. Unwavering talent, 10,000 points. 9th generation spirit chicken. Pet, 100,000 points. Lihuo mystic art, beginner level. Insight, 100,000 points. Lihuo pill refining technique, surface level. Insight, 100,000 points. He scratched his head, suffering from analysis paralysis. He wanted all of them. He yelled at the system. Damn it! If you're so great, then let me take 2 rewards out at once! The system immediately responded with an update. Life Simulator 2.0. Upgrade cost, 500,000 points. Allows the selection of 2 rewards and a role-playing mode. Tin smirked. I suspect I have another hidden talent. Wish for it, and you shall receive. Let's do it. No guts, no glory. 500,000 it is, then. After upgrading, he chose Unwavering and the Lihuo Mystic Art. Looking at his meager remaining points, he lamented, Money, huh? No matter how much you have, it's never enough. He called Tung Tuyet to pitch her some spirit rice, but he was flatly rejected. Tung Tuyet, right? I want to sell 20 pounds of spirit rice. Are you free to come and pick it up? I don't have time. Seeing the screen go dark, he completely collapsed. But right after that, a notification for a 20 million transfer along with a message from a sugar mommy brought him back to life. Take this 20 million and use it for now, kid. Tin was so moved he almost cried. So this is what it feels like to be kept by a sugar mommy, huh? I'm so touched. With money in hand, he waited a week and then continued the simulation to gain more pill refinement experience. This time, he drew a grade 6 talent, continuous good fortune, rank 4. You are much luckier than the average person. You'll often find money on the street. If you buy a $10 scratch ticket, you'll win at least 20. He was ecstatic. This is good stuff. In the simulation, he used his good fortune to arduously practice pill refinement. Seeing the batch of chicks survive and thrive, followed by 3 high-grade pills fresh out of the furnace, he nodded in satisfaction. Is it because of the continuous good fortune effect? The survival rate of this batch of chicks is much higher, and the quality is significantly better, too. The color of this youth-restoring pill, you can tell it's a high-grade product just by looking at it. He immediately called his VIP client, Tung Tuet. When can you get to the capital? I have something good to show you. What's so mysterious? He answered vaguely with a hidden meaning, something that can make you so happy you'll reach the peak. On the other end of the line, Tung Tuet blushed, her voice coquettish. Oh, you're awful. Why say such things in broad daylight? I'll be there tonight. Wait for me, okay? Realizing his slip of the tongue had caused a misunderstanding, Tin quickly corrected himself. Wait, Tung Tuet? There's a misunderstanding between us. I've developed a weight loss pill and a beauty pill. You could call them Sugar Mommy's happy pills. How much do you think they could sell for? Everything went exactly as he had predicted. Can Tung Tuet was astonished and took them to be auctioned. The auction was fierce, with the price pushed up to 3 million. When Can Tung Tuet brought back the money, he was stunned. Is this what it feels like to get rich overnight? Lying on a pile of money, Tin felt like he was on cloud 9, confident that he would be financially free from now on. When night fell, he grabbed a suitcase and fled from the mob of women who had gone crazy for the youth-restoring pill. Tin had to leave to save his own skin. Women will truly do anything for beauty. I should just go back to school. School is safe. On his way there, he was in such a hurry that he tripped on a rock and fell into a pit. Unexpectedly, Vuong Tan Tuyen was already waiting at the bottom. The girl immediately pinned him down. Hey, handsome. For us to fall into the same pit must be 3 lifetimes worth of fate. Add me on WeChat? He irritably brushed her off. If you have time to seduce me, why don't you call the police instead? But just then, another female student rushed over, demanding the pills. Tan Tuyen immediately pulled him up and yelled, You shameless hussy, he's my man! She then turned to him and asked mysteriously, Handsome, do you know why I came here? Ah! Tin fled in terror. You women are something else! After all the chaos, he finally managed to drag himself back to the safety of the school. He panted heavily. Finally! I'm back! I'm not going out again. I'll just focus on pill refinement. The simulation continued. That year, his younger sister died a tragic death. In his grief, he sealed himself away in cultivation, seeking a breakthrough to the mansion-opening realm. After another furnace explosion, he found and read his master's jade slip. He learned that he needed a 5 mansions pill, with the main ingredients being yellow immortal essence and thorn yin water, which had to be cultivated for 3 years. Fine, I'll be a farmer, Tin accepted. It's only 3 years, right? I can wait that long. 3 years later, looking at the fruits of his labor, he began the refinement process. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred when he used the departed fire to smelt the yellow immortal essence. He coughed violently in the thick black smoke. This stuff is so difficult. But he didn't give up, believing that failure is the mother of success. Even though he had met Mother many times, he reassured himself, with my effort, I was even able to refine the chi gathering powder. So why can't I make the 5 mansions pill? Still, it wasn't a total loss. The chi gathering powder can enhance the spiritual energy in the body, and with enhanced spiritual energy, pill refinement will also go much more smoothly. One day, there was a knock on the door. The middle-aged man at the entrance made him suspicious. You are... I am Tung Tuet's father. He quickly stepped aside. Please, come in, come in. The man waved his hand, his expression grave. I won't disturb you. I came for 2 reasons. First, Tung Tuet is dead. Tin froze. So, that time has finally come, has it? He tried to remain calm and asked, and the second reason, Can Hung took out a vial. I found this among Tung Tuet's belongings. You're the one who refined this, aren't you? That's right, that's right. This is a weight loss pill. If you eat one, you won't feel hungry for 3 days. He quickly proposed. How much do you have? I'll buy it all. Sir, why are you buying this? Faced with Su Xing's curiosity, Kan Xiong had no choice but to reveal the heartbreaking truth about the war at the Demon Suppression Pass, a place where people were so deprived that even having time to eat was a luxury. Hearing this, he was secretly horrified. Had the situation for humanity really gotten so bad that they didn't even have time to eat a meal? All right. He immediately agreed. All right, I'll refine them. Come back in 3 days to get the pills. Grateful, Kan Xiong departed. Thank you, young man. I will pay you in full. As Su Xing went back to refining the pills, he wondered to himself, what on earth happened at the Demon Suppression Pass? Why does everyone have to go there to die? His intuition told him this was his chance to uncover the secret. Su Xing took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. He gave a decisive command to the system, and soon it was the appointed day for the pill delivery. Kan Xiong led a group of men, who struggled as they carried large chests into the room. The lids popped open, and a brilliant, blinding golden light filled the entire space. He pointed at the massive fortune, his voice magnanimous. Young man, the money is all here. I had my men exchange it all for gold bars. However, contrary to his expectations, Su Xing coldly shook his head, his eyes unmoved by the temptation of gold. I don't need money. Kan Xiong was stunned, his expression one of complete surprise. Then what do you want? Su Xing looked directly into the other man's eyes, each word he uttered carrying immense weight. I want to meet a high-ranking officer of the Daxia military. Once I meet them, I will donate all of this. Kan Xiong fell silent for a moment, his expression growing serious. On this matter, I cannot make any promises. I will pass on your request, but whether or not it's approved is not something I can decide. Su Xing nodded, his tone remaining calm yet full of determination. Then I'll have to trouble you. A while later, Kan Sheong's luxury car screeched to a halt at the door. Su Xing stepped out, frowning slightly in confusion. Where are we going? The man didn't explain much, only giving a curt reply. You'll know when we get there. Before getting in the car, Kan Sheong carefully took out a black strip of cloth in a mysterious gesture. Tie this over your eyes. Su Xing didn't ask any questions and took the blindfold without hesitation. He tied it himself, covering his vision. Sitting in the back seat, darkness enveloped Su Xing, causing his other senses to become sharper. He secretly wondered what kind of person required such a strict protocol for a meeting. And yet, even though he was anxious, he remembered this was just a simulation. At worst, he would die and just have to start over. With that thought, he decided to take the gamble, sitting quietly in the car. As it sped towards an unknown destination, the engine went silent and the car came to a stop. Kan Sheong announced, "We're here." Su Xing removed the blindfold. The sudden light made him squint. "We're here?" he asked doubtfully. He looked around at the solemn architecture, which emanated an aura of ultimate authority. Su Xing thought to himself, this must be the Great Hall of the People, the place where the most powerful figures in Daxia convene. Suddenly, a deep, powerful, and majestic voice rang out from inside. "Young man, why aren't you coming in? Weren't you the one who wished to see me?" Just from hearing the voice, Su Xing could feel an invisible pressure weighing down on his shoulders, transmitting a voice from afar. The other party had to be at least a martial emperor-level expert. Kan Sheong gestured respectfully. "This is as far as I can take you, please." Su Xing took a deep breath and stepped through the massive gate. When he got a clear look at the person sitting in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. The middle-aged man, with the aura of a crouching tiger and a coiling dragon, was Liu Yuanwu, one of the supreme commanders of the Daxia military. He smiled, his voice resonant. "Greetings, young Su. I hear you're the one who created the soldier ration pills." Su Xing was baffled, hearing this unfamiliar name for the very first time. "You call these soldier ration pills?" Liu Yuanwu nodded, explaining in detail. "In times of peace, it's a diet pill used to lose weight. But now it must be called the soldier ration pill." But sensing his opportunity had come, Su Xing's face turned serious as he asked the question that had been weighing on his mind for so long. What in the world has happened to the human race? Liu Yuanwu's gaze turned sharp as steel. He warned, "That is not something you should be concerned with. I agreed to meet you today because I want to buy the recipe for the soldier ration pill. Just name your price." He knew full well that refining the fasting pill required spirit rice. Even if he handed over the recipe, the military wouldn't be able to use it. Unfazed, Su Xing stated his terms for the trade. "I can give you the recipe for free. I only want to know what truly happened at the Demon Suppression Pass. I want to know about my little sister, my best friends, and Song Shui. I want to know exactly how they died." Silence filled the room for a moment. Finally, Liu Yuanwu nodded. "Very well. But you must remember this. This is a secret you must take to your grave." As if a great weight had been lifted from his heart, Su Xing immediately voiced the question that puzzled him. "Why are there so many students and teachers from the capital professional university here? This is the human city within the Demon Suppression Pass. Professionals are required to enter the city and fight for the future of humanity. But these classmates of mine haven't even reached the Grandmaster level. They're merely masters." Liu Yuanwu sighed, his voice sinking with sorrow. "Wait, you are correct. It is exactly as you are thinking. The situation at the Demon Suppression Pass in recent years has grown increasingly dire. The Grandmaster-level experts are nearly all dead." The news struck Su Xing like a lightning bolt, leaving him utterly stunned. "What?" Liu Yuanwu pointed towards the distance, where the sky churned with dark clouds, at an object before them shrouded by a defensive barrier. "That is the battlefield. Your little sister, your best friends, and Song Shui, they all died there. From now on, you will stay here, in the human stronghold of the Demon Suppression Pass. I'll refine pills for everyone." Despite the warning in his heart telling him not to go, Tatin's mind was in turmoil. He was worried. What exactly happened over there? I returned to the alchemy room inside the simulation. His mind was a mess. Even though he already knew the truth, sadness still crept into his heart. He wanted to see that brutal battlefield with his own eyes. He wanted to know the real reason his loved ones had to die, but his freedom had been stripped away. Just as Totin was about to step out the door, he was stopped by the guards. "I'm sorry, Mr. To, but without Commander Lu's permission, you cannot go outside." He frowned and made an excuse. "I just want to get some fresh air. It's getting really stuffy in this room." The guard's expression remained ice cold as he firmly refused. "That's not possible." Totin thought to himself. Looks like pretending to wander off won't work. He went back inside and commanded the alchemy furnace to open. Holding 3 pills in his hand, Totin smirked. As expected of an alchemy genius, a perfect result. The sleeping pills were crafted in the blink of an eye. Hearing a strange noise, the guards outside panicked and kicked the door in. "Something's happened to Mr. To." But as the door flew open, what greeted them wasn't some terrible accident, but 3 sleeping pills flying right at them, along with Totin's sincere apology. "My apologies, gentlemen." The 3 pills shattered, releasing a thick purple smoke that filled the room. The 2 guards immediately staggered, their limbs grew weak, and they collapsed to the floor, weakly gasping. "Mr. To, you can't—" Having prepared for this, Tatin stepped over them and walked straight toward the protective barrier. Without hesitation, he passed through the energy shield. However, the first sight that met his eyes made him freeze in absolute horror. Even though he had braced himself, standing before that colossal, mountain-sized monster, he still felt impossibly small. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a master's voice rang out, commanding his disciples, "Everyone, its weak point is its eye, blind its left eye." "Yes, master!" The disciples roared in unison, their morale sky-high as they charged forward to attack. However, the difference in power was too vast. A single swipe from the monster's enormous claw sent the entire group flying like rag dolls. The master yelled in horror, ordering everyone to scatter. The monster snatched one of the disciples, bared its fangs, and sneered. "You overestimate your strength." The captured man, despite facing death, gave a cold, defiant smile. "You're the one who doesn't know its place." Suddenly, the monster's left eye exploded. It let out a pain-filled roar that shook the very heavens. "My eye!" Seizing the moment, the master screamed with desperation and hatred. "Now! Attack now!" The monster flew into a rage. "I'll kill you all!" Even blinded, the monster continued its frenzied rampage. Its voice was a deep, murderous growl. "You can't kill me!" The old master shot forward like an arrow. Burning with vengeance for his fallen disciples, he charged. "This is for my students!" He poured all of his remaining life force into one strike, plunging his sword deep into the monster's fatal weak point. The monster let out a final guttural roar. "I'll remember this!" The old master let out a loud, heroic, yet tragic laugh that echoed across the battlefield. "You damned old man! If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me!" The monster's colossal body crashed to the ground, taking the heroic master with it. Tin stood frozen, watching the tragedy unfold, his mind completely blank. So many lives, just to kill a single beast. Is this how Nianan's group died too? From behind him, an elderly but spirited voice spoke. "How can the great Xia know peace without those who are willing to die for it?" Luang Nguyenvo placed a hand on his shoulder. His words were like salt in the young man's wound. "Go home. There's nothing left for you here." Those words snapped Tin back to reality. He realized the demon-suppressing pass had fallen. It was only a matter of time before the beasts flooded in to slaughter humanity. Back in the simulation's cultivation room, he threw himself into training with a newfound fervor. Raising 2 fingers, he yelled, "Open!" He would turn his grief into power, determined to craft the mansion-refining pill and break through to the mansion-refining realm. Looking at the perfectly round, fragrant pill in his hand, Tin was overjoyed. "I succeeded!" Simulation continues. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. But tragedy struck instantly. You hastily swallowed the pill and exploded on the spot. A muffled explosion rang out as thick smoke billowed up, marking the end of his simulated life. The system displayed a notification. This simulation has concluded. You may select 2 of the following rewards. 1. Endless Luck. Tier 6 Talent. Price, 10,000 energy points. 2. Quick-Witted Mind. Tier 6 Talent. Price, 110,000 energy points. 3. Bone Tempering Realm. Perfected. Price, 11,000 energy points. 4. Lihuo Alchemy Technique. Beginner. Price, 230,000 energy points. In the real world, Tin clutched his head, unable to believe such an absurd outcome. "Damn it, I was killed by a pill that I made. You've got to be kidding me. I didn't blow up the furnace. The refinement was a success." He racked his brain, then it hit him. Wait a minute. The ingredient I used was a 3-year-old yellow immortal crystal. The medicinal power of the mansion refining pill was too potent. It was so potent it made my body explode. Could the potency be related to the age of the ingredients? Of course. Why didn't I think of something so simple? Having learned a painful lesson, he thought to himself, one thing's for sure. I need to raise my cultivation level to become a better alchemist. I choose to inherit the Lihuo Alchemy Technique, beginner level. System updating selections. You have chosen to inherit the Tier 6 talent, Quick-Witted Mind. Cost, 10,000 energy points, 133,000 points remaining. You have chosen to inherit the insights for the Lihuo Alchemy Technique, beginner level. Cost, 100,000 energy points, 33,000 points remaining. Good. Tin sighed, his gaze distant but more determined than ever. He now fully understood the gravity of the situation and the lesson of this simulation. So, I finally reached the demon-suppressing pass. So it wasn't that the beasts would arrive in 15 years. It's that as soon as the demon-suppressing pass falls, they will pour into our world and destroy everything. The beasts, they've been there all along. It's just that I'm stuck outside the demon suppression gate. He clenched his fists, a fire of determination burning in his chest. Thankfully, there's still time. 15 years. It's all still possible if I can run hundreds of simulations within these 15 years. If even I can't save the world, then I might as well just become a carpenter. Cutting off his train of thought, Tung Tweet exclaimed excitedly, her eyes shining as she lavished praise. My dark circles and crow's feet are gone. She checked herself in the mirror, striking a series of coquettish poses. Overjoyed, she cried out, I feel like I'm only about 20 years old. Tin, sitting with his legs crossed and a hand on his chin, maintained a calm expression and replied, This medicine is called the Youthful Beauty Pill. But I call it the Happy Rich Lady Pill. See if you can sell it for a good price. As soon as he finished speaking, the crisp sound of a bank notification chimed. Hua Fu Bao received 100 million. Tung Tuyet walked over, generously holding up 5 fingers as she made an offer. I'll take everything you brought. Let's say 1 million per pill. If that's not enough, just tell me. Hearing that astronomical number, Totin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, holy crap. Is this the decisiveness of a rich woman? He bit his lip, swallowing back tears of joy, thinking, I'm finally getting to experience what it's like to be a celestial dragon in real life. However, on the outside, Totin still acted as if it were nothing. It's not that I don't like money, it's just that the cumulative effect of this youthful beauty pill is limited. It's useless for you to use so many. Tung Tweet picked up a pill and examined it, retorting, Who said I was going to use them? The woman slowly stood up, her imposing aura pressing down as she walked straight toward him. Have you forgotten what my family name is? Totin raised an eyebrow and replied, You're a can. A flash of insight struck him and he blurted out, Wait, don't tell me you're... That's right. This was the first time he learned about the scale of Tung Tuyet's family business in the real world. Just by seeing the change in Totin's expression, she knew he had guessed it. It's exactly as you think. I am the only daughter of the Can Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that illustrious name, he couldn't help but imagine Can Tung Tuyet sitting majestically on a mountain of gold. Her voice rang out with the arrogance of a superior. So these aren't just for me to use. I also want to auction them off. Totin lowered his head and scratched his ear, looking a bit sheepish. I don't need the money. But the very next second, his expression changed completely. He rushed forward and clung to Tung Tweet's leg like a lifeline. I want to ask your esteemed company to help me exchange this money for white-grade equipment. She looked at him with a mixture of disgust and confusion. 100 million for white-grade equipment? That's at least 5,000 pieces. What do you need so much white-grade equipment for? Totin clasped his hands together and bowed earnestly, pleading, Please, I'm begging you. I can't explain it to you right now, but I really, really need them. Seeing his sincere expression, Tung Tuet had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, fine. However, 5,000 pieces is not a small number. It might attract the government's attention. She crossed her long, slender legs, her flirtatious gaze never leaving Totin. But I have a way. 1, you can establish a chamber of commerce to purchase low-tier equipment. 2, you can provide high-quality equipment in exchange for white-grade gear. Totin nodded in agreement. That's a good way to legitimize the supply source. In that case, my chamber of commerce will be called the Tarot Guild. Tung Tweet looked at his nonchalant attitude. Her flirtatious eyes glanced away as she gave a light cough to hide her emotions. She gently placed her foot on Totin's thigh. Now that business is settled. Her body leaned in, closing the distance between them, her voice seductive. Shouldn't we? Totin snapped back into his senses as if electrocuted. He hurriedly retreated, fleeing. About establishing the Chamber of Commerce, I'll have to trouble you with that, Tung Tuyet. I have to get back to school now. Before he could even finish his sentence, the door slammed shut, leaving a stunned Tung Tuyet calling after him, Hey! Wait! Her eyes reddened with anger and she gritted her teeth. It's like this every time. He uses me and then runs off. That cruel, heartless, rotten man. The scene changes to the dormitory. As soon as Totin returned, he opened the system panel to check it. Previously, when the system upgraded, it added a role-playing simulation function. He'd wanted to try it, but he didn't have many energy points at the time. But now, in the real world, Tung Tuyet is helping him. Make money. This time I can finally experience it freely. Thinking this, Totin's finger pressed firmly on the screen as he exclaimed excitedly, Let the storm rage even wilder! The system's voice rang out. Congratulations! You have received the S-grade talent, Majestic Bearing. Majestic Bearing, S-grade. You are large, powerful, and have an extraordinary aura. You are more attractive to the opposite sex than the average person. The moment he saw the words Majestic Bearing, he was speechless, his face twisting in dismay. It's the apocalypse! What the hell is this talent good for? Give me a refund! A moment later, Totin entered the Qingyun mystic realm in the simulation world, continuing from the previous chapter. Last time you died horribly in the explosion of the organ tempering pill. However, being exceptionally intelligent, you realized this was because the quality of the medicinal ingredients was too potent, so you began the body tempering process again from the start. In his hand is a remeasured portion of the medicinal ingredients. This time, the medicine's potency has been reduced by half. This should be fine, right? The system describes Totin's daily life. You tempered your body day in and day out during this time. You farmed and raised chickens. You trained and brought the Qingquan to the Janglin sect. As the words finished, his eyes flew open, shining brightly. Finally, you have once again cultivated to the great perfection stage of the bone-tempering realm. The aura around Totin became rich with vigorous, surging vitality. But at that very moment, the old trauma returned. It's time to use the organ tempering pill. Totin broke out in a cold sweat, worrying, what if it's still... He stroked his chin, a calculating look on his face, and mumbled, Should I bargain with my conscience? Or maybe I should just give it to Tong Shui to test first. No, I can't. I don't want to do that again. Susang's gaze fell upon a flock of spirit chickens running around on the ground. He put a hand on the back of his neck, sighing wearily, but a crafty glint flashed in his eyes. That said, I still need to figure out a way to strengthen my body. Time for a little nourishment. His words made the flock of chickens tremble, sensing the thick killing intent. I choose you. Su Xing lunged to grab one, but the spirit chickens were too fast, scattering in every direction. As the door opened, he shot them a scheming look, determined to catch a test subject for this new batch of pills. If you all don't lay one egg for me every single day, I'm going to start making chicken soup, you hear me? After a chaotic struggle, with chickens flying everywhere, the flock of spirit chickens finally surrendered and went into their coop to obediently go to sleep. Having dealt with the chickens, Su Xing dusted off his hands and returned to his room to find Tong Shui. As soon as he saw her, she spoke with a serious tone. I've run tests on that viscera refining pill you gave me. The medicinal properties of this pill are too potent. Taking it is incredibly painful, but it's extremely effective at increasing one's strength. Su Xing steepled his fingers. He suggested thoughtfully, could you figure out a way to get these pills to Yuan Wu? Hearing this, Tong Shui gave him a mischievous wink and raised one finger to point him in the right direction. Go find Grandpa Lu. That intimate way of addressing him made Su Xing's eyes widen in surprise, so she calls that guy Grandpa. The scene instantly shifted to a solemn, ancient-style house. The system announced, thanks to Tong Shui's recommendation, the meeting with Yuan Wu happened sooner than expected. The old veteran showed a great deal of interest in the power-enhancing pill he mentioned. He took out a deep green viscera refining pill, holding it up to his eyes to examine it closely. Su Xing stared intently at the pill, his brow furrowed in thought. Could these professionals, who are already used to walking the line between life and death in the military, combined with the overwhelming potency of the viscera refining pill, actually help them survive this apocalypse? The scene changed again, this time to a deserted mountain. The system's mechanical voice rang out. After fulfilling your wish, you have dedicated yourself to eating eggs laid by the spirit chickens. On the stove, an egg sizzled as it cooked. In order to quickly strengthen your physique to the point where you can use the viscera refining pill. Su Xing chuckled to himself, sprinkling seasoning into the pan while ignoring the system's incessant chatter. Then one day, while he was fully focused on his chicken roasting career, Tong Shu's voice suddenly called out, Su Xing, are you there? He hurriedly chewed and swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth, then ran to answer, I'm coming. But as the door opened, Su Xing started, unconsciously taking a step back in shock. What the hell is this? Hello? Standing before him, Tong Shui's appearance had changed. She looked as mature as a 30-year-old woman. Without giving him a moment to recover, she grabbed his hand and started dragging him away. There's no time to explain, just follow me. The deafening roar of a helicopter engine filled the air as its blades began to spin, whipping up a fierce wind. He saw a giant metal beast waiting for them. Su Xing's face went pale. Do you really have to be this extra? Tong Shu, what in the world is going on? She turned back with a faint, knowing smile. Your viscera refining pill. It's been a huge success. Su Xing's expression immediately turned serious as he mumbled, It actually worked. Their next stop, the majestic People's Altar. The resounding shouts of soldiers standing in two neat rows drowned out the sound of the wind. Greetings, Commander! Yuan Wu stepped forward, his voice clear and powerful. Su Xing, according to our military's internal experts, on average 5 viscera refining pills can increase a Grandmaster-level professional's strength by 50%. His eyes flashed with a deep intensity as he got straight to the point. How many viscera refining pills can you produce right now? Su Xing answered calmly. By my calculations, I can supply 200 pills a month. Tong Shui stood beside him. Hearing this, she couldn't help but murmur in disbelief. By that calculation, couldn't we create 200 Grandmaster-level experts in just 5 months? Yuan Wu smiled enigmatically, his face half hidden in shadow. His voice carried a grand vision. This represents an incredibly massive power boost for all of Great Xia. He stepped forward, his gaze locking firmly onto the young man, and made a momentous offer. I can grant you a 3rd-rank special privilege, as long as you can supply enough viscera refining pills. Hearing this, Tong Shui's eyes flew wide with astonishment. She exclaimed, 3rd rank? Even Grandpa Lu is only a 2nd rank. She patted Su Xing's shoulder and explained seriously, In all of Great Xia, there are only a few hundred people who hold a 3rd-rank privilege. The vast majority of them have already sacrificed their lives for the people. In other words, you're now essentially number 1 among mortals. Su Xing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Number 1 among mortals, huh? After a moment of thought, he turned to Yuan Wu and stated his condition. I want to know if there are any cultivation-type dungeons in this world. Tong Shu smiled and shrugged. You mean like that Azure Cloud Spirit Field we visited? Su Xing nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Yuan Wu, standing nearby, chimed in. Such places do exist, but only in historical documents. We can't provide specific coordinates. Hearing this, he stepped forward, cupped his fist in his palm, and bowed. Those documents are extremely important to me. I will dedicate myself to refining the viscera refining pills. The man nodded. Very well. I will have them compiled for you right away. At that moment, the image of that venerable figure once again appeared in Su Xing's mind. There has to be more than just one cultivation dungeon like Azure Cloud, and within them, there must be opportunities similar to the one from Master Azure Cloud. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, in the study, Tong Shui brought over a thick, string-bound stack of papers and set it on the table. She told me to head to the Tarot Club first. You can take your time looking. Su Xing thanked her in a low voice. After she left, he immediately opened the system panel to check. This is it. Su Xing commanded the system. I want to spend 100,000 energy points for a 1-hour role-playing simulation. As he was muttering, the system let out a crisp ding. You have spent 100,000 energy points selecting the 1-hour role-playing simulation. Current balance, 407,000 energy points. Sushing's finger touched the paper, crumpling it slightly. A realistic sensation flooded in. Have I entered already? It feels just like transmigration. Spending these 100,000 energy points was worth it. Suddenly, from within the pile of documents, an envelope stamped Top Secret was revealed. What kind of document could be considered top secret? He picked it up to read, and after just a few lines, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, the system displayed detailed information for Sushing. Instance name, Blood Demon's Domain. Difficulty, 4-star. Warning, cultivation-type instances are extremely dangerous. It is not recommended for class holders at the Grandmaster level or below to explore. Within the instance, NPCs suspected to be of legendary level may appear, even saint level. It is recommended when exploring this type of instance to form a team of at least 5 Heavenly King level class holders, led by a martial emperor level expert. The described scene appeared before him, leaving him gaping in astonishment. When he read the casualty section, his hand involuntarily paused. In the Blood Demon's Domain, 7 Heavenly King level class holders and 2 Martial Emperor level class holders have already perished. Sushing wondered, is this an instance or a meat grinder? His finger began to trace the lines of text. No wonder cultivation-type instances are never made public. They're this dangerous. But then, the system spoke up, explaining the mechanics of this instance in more detail. Blood Demon's Domain, 4-star. Upon entering the instance, you will appear near a sect called the Blood Demon Sect. After arriving, please immediately flee to the north. The southwest is the lair of the Blood Demon Sect. The system paused for a moment, then continued its warning in a serious tone. The disciples of the Blood Demon Sect in this instance are all bloodthirsty. They hunt down class holders, who enter the instance indiscriminately. A horrific scene flashed through Sushing's mind. People whose life force had been drained, leaving behind nothing but withered husks scattered about. They possess a special magic treasure that can track the location of class holders at any time. Sushing flipped through the pages of the document, his expression filled with excitement, his eyes glued to the description of the indiscriminate hunting mechanic and the location tracking. Isn't this just a one-way trip? Everyone who goes in dies, right? Suddenly, his gaze froze, as if he had just discovered a crucial point. Wait a minute. If this information was recorded, it proves that someone must have survived and brought it out of the instance. Putting thought into action, Sushing began to flip through the pages at a frantic pace, searching for clues. Just then, the system also spoke up, confirming the information. Instance information provided by Shangshu. Date recorded, April 26, 1978, New Era. His brows furrowed tightly, his gaze becoming more serious than ever. A class holder that powerful must still be alive and kicking. I have to find that person first and get the secret to clearing this instance. Sushing carefully placed the book on the table, assessing his own strength. Right now, I'm just a measly Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. It's best not to have any fanciful dreams about an instance of this level. He reached for another book and continued flipping through it, hoping to find something more suitable for his level. Isn't there a single instance for a complete newbie like me? Huh? A page opened, and extremely valuable information caught his eye. Instance name, Luotian Grand Assembly. Difficulty, 2-star. The notes clearly stated, this instance poses almost no threat to one's life, but in return, the benefits gained are extremely low. Sushing's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected to stumble upon an instance with such manageable difficulty. The system began to display detailed information. This is a time loop type instance. Only one class holder is allowed to enter per run. The average experience time is 1 day. The illustration below showed cultivators gathered together, chatting excitedly. The time was noted as the 1st of the 5th month, year 726 of the Luotian calendar, which coincides with the Luotian Grand Assembly event, held once a year. After a short pause, the system continued its announcement. The class holder will transmigrate into the body of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator named Xiao Chuan, and experience everything this person goes through in that 1 day. Hearing this, his brows furrowed even tighter. Except for their memories, the class holder who enters this instance cannot bring anything out from it. Sushing smirked meaningfully and closed the book. I can check out this instance, even though I can't take anything out? And sometimes, a cultivator's memories are the most valuable asset. His gaze quickly shifted to the remaining book. The next target was set. Sushing chuckled with delight as he opened the book. The difficulty was only 1 star, even lower than the Luotian Grand Assembly. The setting was described as the Dharma-ending age, the twilight era of the cultivation world, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been depleted over thousands of years. Additionally, there is a severe shortage of a core cultivation tool called spirit stones in this instance. Most cultivators are stuck at the chi refinement stage. As he read this, his eyes widened in shock. Isn't this a reflection of me? Ignoring Sushing's reaction, the system coldly continued its introduction. The 3 major sects that dominate this instance are the Fusheng sect, the Xuanhuang sect, and the Changchun sect. This place was once trodden by cultivators of ancient times and still preserves a certain number of cultivation techniques. A crafty expression appeared on his face. His greedy eyes stared intently at the page detailing the cultivation techniques, thinking to himself, "This was made for me to discover." Suddenly, Su Xing's gaze stopped on a line of sharp reasoning. This Everspring sect? Could it be related to the Everspring art somehow? Is it possible? The Advent cult's Everspring technique comes from this instance. Suddenly, the system's crisp voice rang out with a warning. "The role-playing simulation experience has only 10 minutes remaining. Please manage your time accordingly." He gaped, unable to believe what he was hearing. 10 minutes? That's so fast! It's over in a flash! Su Xing didn't dare to delay, immediately grabbing his phone to call Yuan Wu. The moment the other end picked up, he spoke urgently. "Chief Liu, I need the locations of 2 instances, the Dharma Ending Age and the Luotian Grand Assembly." Hearing the abrupt request, there was a slight hesitation on the other end. He frowned slightly, but ultimately agreed to a compromise. "I can give you the coordinates for the Dharma Ending Age, but the Luotian Grand Assembly closed 3 years ago. It'll be useless to you even if you get them." Su Sang paid no mind to the warning, quickly jotting down notes on a piece of paper. "It's fine even if it's closed. Just send me both coordinates." On the other end, Yuan Wu replied, "All right, I'll read them out. You write them down." Inside, Su Xing was already making a shrewd calculation. In the simulation, the Luotian Grand Assembly had ended, but in the real world it hasn't. After a tense minute, it was all done. He picked up the paper, thinking with satisfaction, "This 100,000 energy points was definitely not wasted. These 2 coordinates alone are worth the reward slot they took up." The system's voice rang out again. "The infiltration simulation experience has only 10 seconds remaining. Does the host wish to exit?" Su Xing decisively tapped exit on the screen. In an instant, he was back in reality, stretching out on his soft mattress. But just as quickly, Su Xing shot up like a spring. He grabbed his phone, grinning triumphantly. "Better record the coordinates while I still remember them." He opened the map on his phone and marked the 2 instances. "They say the difficulty isn't high, but the Dharma Ending Age still has ancient cultivators. To be safe, I should wait until my cultivation level breaks through before I go." 4. Continue simulation. As soon as he finished speaking, the system brought Su Xing into the familiar space. After obtaining the coordinates from Yuan Wu, you began to focus on alchemy. He lay on a long chair, surrounded by several spirit chickens running around. Every day, you diligently ate spirit rice and consumed a large number of spirit chicken eggs to replenish your physical strength. His body refinement cultivation had broken through to the peak of the bone tempering realm. Su Xing sighed. "But my chi refining cultivation is still at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Just refining my body isn't working." He yawned and casually opened a cultivation manual to review it. "Is there something wrong with my cultivation method? Maybe I should check the technique that Qing Yunzi left for me." Su Sang's gaze suddenly froze as he realized something unusual. He shot up so forcefully that the startled chickens scattered in a panic. "To break through to the golden core, I need to concentrate a massive amount of spiritual energy in my dantian. The concentration of spiritual energy in this secret realm is too low. It can't meet that condition. I have to find a way to gather a huge amount of spiritual energy in a short time." Back in the medicine room, Su Xing rummaged through crates, searching. "I remember there's a type of pill called the Essence Nourishing Pill. Its main ingredient is essence nourishing grass." After a while of searching, he finally held the herb he was looking for in his hand. "Found it." As he spoke, the system announced the activation of the Unshakable talent. It continued to drone on in Su Xing's ear about the arduous process. A few years passed. After failing for the nth time, you finally refined 5 cauldrons of low-grade essence nourishing pills. He was overjoyed. The essence nourishing pill is completely different from the viscera refining pill. Su Sang's face was now covered with a beard after years in seclusion. He held up a pill to compare. The medicinal properties of the viscera refining pill are harsher and more potent. For a cultivator with an insufficient constitution, it could cause physical damage, even death. But the essence nourishing pill is much gentler. Even a chi refining stage cultivator could use it, without suffering any harm. As soon as he swallowed it, a shimmering golden aura emanated from his mouth. Overwhelming power spread throughout Su Xing's body. This spiritual energy was endless, and its quality was several times greater than before. After feeling the power, he looked at his hands, thrilled. "Although my cultivation is still at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, my actual strength has increased several times over. So, the path of cultivation really requires constant exploration." Su Xing began to imagine the future. "It seems that once I break through to the golden core realm, my power might be equivalent to that of a normal master-level professional." He clenched his fist, determined. "By then, I'll definitely be able to enter the Dharma Ending Age instance and explore it." Early morning. Time flew by. The system panel displayed a new message. Year 12. Su Xing could clearly feel his cultivation becoming more condensed and solid. The feeling that the moment of breakthrough to the golden core realm was very near grew stronger. Sitting cross-legged and meditating in the refining space, he had spent a full 3 months refining over 100 essence-nourishing pills. He was thoroughly prepared for this crucial assault on the next realm. Suddenly, a brilliant halo flashed in midair. The spiritual energy had never been so abundant. His body began to undergo astonishing changes. A white circle of light appeared in the center of Su Xing's forehead. It was like a small, dry stream that had now converged into a great, surging river. The feeling was just like a young bamboo shoot standing in the open. The thunder was like the sound of a spring storm, echoing in his heart, carrying a vibrant life force, sprouting and budding. A pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky. It carried a mysterious and explosive momentum, rushing straight up into the clouds. Am I finally about to succeed? The golden light spread throughout the space, carried on the wind, heralding the arrival of spring. Su Xing shot to his feet, threw his head back, and laughed heartily, symbolizing the formation of his golden core. My destiny is my own to decide. As soon as this simulation ends, and I pay the required resources, I can immediately become an early-stage golden core cultivator. He returned to the furnace and waved his hand confidently. The system's voice chimed in, confirming the pills in Su Xing's hand have met the standard, marking his official entry into the early-stage golden core realm. 6. With his strength soaring, alchemy for him was now as simple as eating and drinking. Su Xing gave an order to his subordinates. Quickly transport these pills to the warehouse. Thanks to his timely supply of medicine, the balance of the battle at Zhenyao Pass was not only kept from tipping to one side, and things were vaguely shifting in a positive direction. Tin clasped his hands behind his back, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and looked up at the deep blue sky, devoid of any colossal beasts. His eyes gazed into the distance, filled with thought. But just as he thought everything was finally stable, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. It was Nguyen Vo. He said urgently, Tin! Something's happened to Tung Tweet! Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked for confirmation. She's dead? Nguyen Vo shook his head, his forehead drenched in sweat, and let out a long sigh. No, but she's critically injured. Even with 2 years of treatment, she won't be able to make a full recovery. Tin clenched his fists, feeling a biting cold wind blow past. Tung Tweet's injury was like a bucket of cold water to the face, making him realize that the great cause was not yet complete. He still needed to work much harder. He pulled out a list. Commander, please help me prepare these medicinal ingredients. I have to craft a healing elixir. Nguyen Vo happily took the paper. Excellent. The front lines are in desperate need of this. After handing everything over, Tin immediately entered the Thanvan secret realm. Besides the medicinal ingredients, he also asked Nguyen Vo to mobilize manpower to create over 1,000 alchemy furnaces. Beginning his arduous, secluded cultivation, he frantically crafted over 10,000 healing pills. The simulation displayed an image of 2 powerful human experts struggling to hold their ground. The healing pills he provided somewhat eased the immense pressure on the front lines. However, the system's cold notification still rang out. 15th year in the simulation. Tin frowned in confusion when he saw Nguyen Vo approaching with a sorrowful expression. He asked, Commander, what's with that look? He lowered his head, his voice heavy. The demon-suppressing pass has fallen. You should leave this place. Tin gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing in fury. It still ended in failure, didn't it? I crafted pills to the point of forgetting to eat or sleep, and all it did was delay the apocalypse by a little over a month? His eyes were fixed on Nguyen Vo as he asked directly, Commander, tell me, what in the world do we have to do to defeat that demon clan? In response, there was only the helpless sigh of the old commander. Unless a miracle happens. Nguyen Vo took a small step forward and whispered, or a human appears who is a... Hearing this, Tin couldn't hide the shock on his face. He mumbled, a true god-level expert. At that very moment, the roar of a colossal beast echoed across the sky. It opened its massive maw and charged forward as if to devour everything, and he saw Nguyen Vo standing protectively right in front of him. Tin couldn't help but frown and ask, What are you doing? Nguyen Vo replied grimly, his voice unwavering, Hurry and find a place to hide. As a soldier, I must hold my final post. But then his gaze became fiery with determination, aimed straight at Tin. I will live or die with Daxia. After saying this, Nguyen Vo charged forward without hesitation, roaring, Surrender your life, you mongrel! The colossal beast's mouth opened, spitting out a barrage of sharp energy arrows that rained down everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Tin realized a truth. It turned out that even in the final moments, no one had given up. The sight before him filled him with admiration. It seemed that before the colossal beast devoured the entire world, there were still so many warriors fighting to the death. Experts from all directions charged in to attack simultaneously. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, accompanied by a pillar of smoke that soared to the sky. The group of experts was sent flying into the distance one after another, like kites with their strings cut. An insignia fell with a thud to the ground right in front of Tin. He picked up the insignia, examining every detail, as the words about a true god-level expert echoed in his mind. Ah. Tin looked up at the sky, his eyes full of thought. The apocalypse is here. I wonder if I can hide in the spirit field. The monster seemed to spot him. Its mouth opened wider as it lunged forward to attack. This giant beast is doing it on purpose. My ears are about to go deaf. I immediately opened a spatial portal and jumped inside. But the scenery within the space became strangely distorted. It's not peaceful like usual. What's wrong? The system began to explain the reason. You have been swept into a turbulent spatial flow. You were torn to pieces. This simulation has ended. He was immediately pulled back to reality. Su Qing pondered thoughtfully. A turbulent spatial flow. That means that during the apocalypse, even hiding in the blessed spirit field will be useless. While he was lost in thought, the system panel appeared with a list of rewards. Please select your reward, host. Talent, grand demeanor, price, 10,000 energy points. Cultivation, bone tempering realm, great perfection. Price, 11,000 energy points. 15 alchemy experience. Price, 100,000 energy points. Cultivation, golden core stage, first layer. Price, 110,000 energy points. Note, your golden core is only a mid-grade spirit core. It still requires continuous polishing and condensation to become a high-grade golden core, or even a 9 revolutions golden core. Sushing frowned, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The grand demeanor is useless. The golden core cultivation is a must-have. As for the alchemy experience, he thought for a moment, then decisively selected it. I'll take this too. I'll need to do a lot of alchemy later. As soon as he confirmed, the notification sounded again. You have chosen to bring out 15 alchemy experience and the golden core stage, first layer cultivation. Remaining balance, 197,000 energy points. Transferring cultivation. Please remain conscious, host. He asked doubtfully, Conscious? How conscious do I need to be? Suddenly, the image of an erupting volcano appeared vividly before his eyes. Su Qing's body radiated an incredible heat, blazing like a fire, scorching every fiber of his flesh. I feel like my body is on fire. His eyes narrowed slightly in pain as he tried to visualize a scene in his mind to guide the flow of power. It feels like something is about to be unearthed, like a great tree stretching towards the sky. The spiritual energy condensed into a massive trunk, which suddenly burst forth with countless brilliant golden flowers. A large tree bloomed with golden flowers, and then each pistil bore a golden fruit. Golden flowers, golden fruit. Su Qing's body relaxed, floating weightlessly in the void. This ecstatic feeling, could this be the legendary state of core formation? A wave of extreme joy washed over him, so blissful he was enraptured. However, the system immediately threw a bucket of cold water on his excitement. Host, do not be entranced. Focus on forming the core. Hearing this, Su Qing quickly gathered his mind and sat cross-legged again. A brilliant golden power flashed, enveloping his body. His eyes suddenly flew open, shooting out rays of divine light. Feeling the golden core in his dantian condensing and bursting with life, Su Qing's brows relaxed, unable to hide his joy. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. Su Qing's entire body slowly levitated into the air, enveloped by a furious storm of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the light beside him radiated an incredible pressure, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Su Qing was terrified. I'm afraid even a golden rank professional would find it hard to withstand this kind of power. I have to suppress it. The vortex of energy characteristic of the golden core stage is truly terrifyingly powerful. The surrounding space began to twist and distort. The ground fractured with a spiderweb of cracks. If I don't get this under control in time, I'm afraid the entire Capital Professional University will be flattened. Su Qing quickly brought his hands together at his center. He compressed that frantic power into a stable sphere of energy. Sitting cross-legged, suspended in midair, he let out a sigh of relief as the spatial illusion vanished. He returned to reality in his dorm room. Thankfully, I managed to control it just in time. Otherwise, the entire dormitory building would have exploded. I'd probably have been arrested as a terrorist. Stabilizing his body, which was trembling with excitement, Su Qing grinned. I can't believe I've only just stepped into the golden core stage. And I already possess such terrifying destructive power. As expected, immortal cultivation is the true path. All that level-grinding stuff for professionals is just low-tier trash. He tried clenching his fist, feeling the power surging through his veins. Just one simulation saved me 15 years of hard cultivation. Now I am officially a golden core stage cultivator. A message displayed. Su Qing. Realm. Early golden core stage. A sphere of brilliant golden light, like a miniature sun, appeared before him, causing his face to turn pale for a moment. Because of the exertion, he muttered, reassuring himself. Stay calm, don't waver. I'm still too far from being a true god-level expert. To stop the apocalypse, I must keep getting stronger. Su Qing quickly opened the system panel to check his stats. Cultivation, golden core stage, first layer. Body tempering, great perfection. Cultivation art, evergreen art. Talents, woodfire. Dual element spiritual root, will not rest in peace. Mr. Hercules, endless luck, unshakable mind. Skills, Lee fire, initiate. Alchemy, initiate. Spirit blast, art, uninitiated. He mentally calculated that he now possessed a total of 6 talents. I'm just not sure how many of them I can fully control yet, but wait. Where did this spirit blast art come from? Su Qing rubbed his chin, thinking, then started as if he'd realized something. Could it be that the destructive spiritual energy vortex I just accidentally created was identified by the professional analysis panel as a new skill? At this thought, he looked up and smiled like a blooming flower. This means that although I can't get skill books from killing monsters or opening chests, like normal people, I can comprehend new moves on my own. Doesn't this mean I have limitless potential? How refreshing. Su Qing closed his eyes, imagining a future where he could destroy monsters with a single wave of his hand. Looking at the spiritual energy vortex obediently, gathering in his palm, He was extremely satisfied. As long as my body has enough spiritual energy stored, I can continuously unleash spells like Lee Fire or Spirit Blast Art, without having to worry about so-called cooldowns. However, thinking about reality, even though I'm at the early Golden Core stage, the most urgent task is still to find the lower part of the Evergreen Art. Only then can I hope to find a chance to break through to the nascent Soul stage or even higher realms. Sigh. It looks like I'll have to join the Advent cult again next time, model. With 4 fingers, Tatin swiped quickly across the screen, decisively pressing the button to start this simulation. I must dig up a new clue from that evil. Cult. System acknowledges command. Transferring you to another space. In this simulation, you will risk everything to follow Thantween and join the Advent cult under a mask. The Shadow Elder's face was cold, and his deep, somber voice echoed, "The Advent cult does not accept useless trash. Even though Guardian Vuong recommended you, you must still demonstrate your own strength." Whoosh! Tatin smiled confidently, gathering energy in his hand as he waved it. "I understand. Could you call a disciple out here?" Bam! A palm strike from him sent the disciple flying backward, spitting blood. "You have severely injured the Shadow Elder's guard, but immediately after, he quickly used healing medicine and a blood-replenishing potion to treat the man. Right on the spot, the wound healed in an instant." The Shadow Elder stroked his chin, his eyes revealing clear surprise. "How miraculous! These 2 types of elixirs must be mid-grade healing potions at least." He turned, clasping his hands behind his back and walking away, but he left 1 sentence behind. "Very good. From now on, you are our cult's medicine elder. You will be responsible for researching and creating elixirs for our cult." Tatin cupped his fist in respect. "Many thanks." He put on the new attire, along with the powerful golden mask. "You have succeeded. You have joined the Advent cult and received the title of Elder. However, your main objective has not yet been achieved. You still cannot enter the treasure vault to find the Eternal Spring technique." Fortunately, an opportunity came quickly. Someone suddenly walked in, holding a glistening golden pill. "Medicine Elder, I heard you wish to enter the treasure vault. I can give you that chance." Sitting in his chair, Tatin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What kind of chance?" She clapped her hands once, ordering her subordinates, "Bring them in." A series of chests containing rare medicinal ingredients were opened, filling the room with a strong, fragrant aroma. She continued, "The healing potions you create are a great help to our followers. If you can refine 1,000 pills within half a year, I will allow you inside the treasure vault to search." He stepped down, intently observing the chests of ingredients. He gently stroked his chin, his mind full of calculations. "I can use all of this?" She raised an eyebrow and confirmed, "That's right. If it's not enough, just say so." Tatin hugged the pile of ingredients, turned and smiled meaningfully. "In that case, I accept." The system's voice rang out, exposing his actions. "You lied about the required amount of ingredients, secretly embezzling the majority of them." Tatin observed the chests of ingredients and began to analyze them in his head, deciding to use only a few scraps for the refinement, creating 500 healing pills and 100 body-refining pills to hand over. They had no idea how carelessly you worked, simply assuming this was the limit of your pill-refining skill. At this point, you begin to exploit the Advent cult's vast resources, walking the path of stealing ingredients to refine pills for yourself. He channeled his energy with both hands and began the refinement process. Finally, a pill was formed. The quality of the Advent cult's ingredients is truly excellent. This spirit-nourishing pill can actually strengthen my spiritual sense. I have to seize this opportunity. I need to refine more top-grade elixirs. Tatin frowned, looking back at the pile of resources, and thought to himself, is it my imagination? Why do I feel like the ingredients the Advent cult provides are even better than the ones from the Great Shia military? Time flew by, and in a flash, half a year had passed. The Shadow Elder appeared again. She entered and gestured with her hand. "Medicine Elder, you have completed the test. You may now go to the treasure vault to search." He nodded and walked off. "Thank you." But Tatin's eyes were filled with cunning calculations. Finally, I can finally enter the treasure vault. However, he was led into a dark and gloomy forest where dense trees blocked out the sun. Tatin looked around vigilantly, asking the Shadow Elder with suspicion, "Aren't we going to the treasure vault? This eunuch isn't setting a trap for me, is he?" The Shadow Elder frowned and replied coldly, "This is the way to the treasure vault." Tatin gave a wry smile and a slight nod, wondering, isn't the treasure vault located inside the Advent cult's grounds? The deeper they went, the clearer a mystical purple light became. The Shadow Elder, walking ahead, suddenly spoke up. "Who told you the treasure vault? That had to be a structure of this world?" His eyes widened, glued to the system screen in his mind as a bold speculation emerged. "Could she be leading me to a dimensional gate?" As if reading his mind, she confirmed, "That's right, our cult's treasure vault is not in this world, it is in a dungeon, outside of reality." Tatin's eyes never left the screen as a terrifying hypothesis formed. This must be the reason why all the members of the Advent cult are branded as traitors, because fundamentally, they don't belong to this world at all. Back in the simulation space, Tatin couldn't hide his suspicion as he questioned, "A dungeon can disappear at any moment. Aren't you guys afraid that the treasures in the vault will disappear along with the instance?" In response to his concern, the Shadow Elder just coldly said, "This isn't something you should be thinking about." Outside, he angrily raised his middle finger, cursing under his breath. This damn old hag. Always being so cryptic. Not wanting to waste any more time, Tatin continued to observe the situation while commanding the system. I want to exchange for 1 hour of role-playing simulation. Immediately, the familiar notification sound rang out. You have consumed 100,000 energy points to maintain the role-playing simulation for 1 hour. Remaining balance, 693,000 points. Standing before the towering dimensional gate, Tatin was overwhelmed. The large door leading to the treasure vault was far more majestic and magnificent in person than the image displayed on the system. Seeing him just standing there, rooted to the spot, the Shadow Elder reminded him, Elder Do, stop spacing out, come with me. Right. He snapped back to his senses. Seeing her back had already disappeared through the gate, Tatin followed without a moment's hesitation. The moment he stepped through, he entered a completely different world. His eyes still glanced cautiously behind him. Tatin stuck close to his guide's footsteps. He broke off a small branch from a nearby plant, muttering a comparison. Although the technology in our world is very advanced, the environment is severely polluted. This place is completely different. Hearing his Gankai, the Shadow Elder suddenly stopped. She turned around, her eyes fixed on the branch in his hand, asking with a hidden meaning, Don't tell me Elder Yao wants to join the naturalist faction and abandon me. Tatin frowned, his confusion evident. Realizing he didn't understand the inner workings, she began to explain, Our Advent cult was established almost 1,000 years ago. After 1,000 years of change, the cult has split into 3 factions. The Shadow Elder's voice lowered, carrying a hard-to-read mystery. They are the naturalist faction, the fanatic faction, and the coexistence faction. She paused for a moment to observe his reaction. She continued coldly. The people from the fanatic faction are a bunch of lunatics. What they believe in and worship is the great progenitor, hoping they can sacrifice themselves to bring the master race to Blue Star. The fanatic faction has a lot of followers. Everyone is angry about their actions, but no one dares to speak out. After hearing this, Tatin was speechless, not knowing what to say. Aren't these just typical extremists? In their eyes, the existence of humanity is the root of all evil. He asked curiously, So what about the coexistence faction? The Shadow Elder didn't rush to answer, but continued her train of thought, her tone full of contempt. They're just a bunch of cowards hoping that the great progenitors might spare the Advent cult, because you work to ensure most of humanity survived. She scoffed. A bunch of naive fools. On what grounds do small fries like us think we can coexist with the great progenitors? We don't have that right. Outside the screen, Tatin fell into deep thought. From the sound of it, the coexistence faction is the group that still retains a shred of humanity. It's just a shame that their humanity is too weak and naive. After so many simulations, there wasn't a single time he wasn't devoured by a giant beast. This proves that the progenitor's tolerance is non-existent. The hope of the coexistence faction is just that, hope. Back in the simulated world, Tatin spoke up. So, you people in the naturalist faction? Before he could finish, the Shadow Elder interrupted. We in the naturalist faction pursue getting closer to the most natural and original aspect of the world, in this world overrun by material desire. We firmly believe that nature is the closest thing to the truth. Tatin took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, thinking to himself, although this theory is a bit abstract, it sounds like the most normal one among the factions here. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand tightly, her voice filled with excitement. I knew it, Elder Yao! You would understand me. Join us, the naturalist faction. I will help you escape from a lowly race like humans. Tatin immediately pulled his hand back, a million question marks appearing over his head. You can't be serious. Wait, how are humans a lowly race? Ignoring his reaction, the Shadow Elder's face hardened, her voice becoming harsh. In their development, humans have destroyed countless forests and mountains. They are the butchers of nature. But the great progenitors are different. They are the race closest to natural truth in this world. After speaking, she suddenly moved closer to Tatin and whispered, Therefore humans must become infinitely close to the progenitors. This is the creed of our naturalist faction. He asked doubtfully, Get closer? How can we get closer? The Shadow Elder suddenly threw open her cloak. The sight within made Tatin's eyes widen and his jaw drop in horror. From the middle of her abdomen, countless writhing, grotesque octopus tentacles shot out. They quickly wrapped around him tightly. The Shadow Elder gently caressed the tentacles before her, her eyes glazed over with infatuation. This is a gift bestowed upon me by the great progenitors. My body, I've already modified nearly 1/5 of it. Soon, I'll be able to shed my human form. Tatin was so terrified his face went pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly backing away. Elder Do, join us! The body of a great shadow possesses boundless power. My strength has soared, and it's all thanks to these parts. He grimaced in disgust, waving his hands frantically. Stay away from me, just stay away! Tatin stumbled backward, clutching his small, pounding heart and letting out a sigh of relief. The naturalist faction isn't mentally stable either. Was the Advent cult originally a mental asylum? She still wouldn't give up, stepping forward quickly. Her voice was alluring. Elder Do, as long as you join us, I will absolutely report to the organization and find you a perfect progenitor body. He dodged, backing away. Maybe later, maybe later. I only joined the cult half a year ago. I'm not qualified yet. Pushed into a corner, Tatin had to quickly change the subject to escape. Where is the treasure vault? Shouldn't we be heading there now? Only then did the Shadow Elder retract her tentacles and point forward. It's right in front of us! She led him to another space. A completely different world appeared before him. Tin was stunned. Could this be some kind of cultivation paradise? Countless treasures floated in midair, glowing brilliantly. There are so many treasures? Just one of these could probably buy a whole country. Hearing his gasp of amazement, she spoke up. This is just the tip of the iceberg for our Adventum cult. Suddenly, a man appeared. Elder Ying immediately cupped her fist respectfully. Dragon Guardian, this is Su Xing. He's just been promoted to an elder of our cult and has come to select a treasure. He just nodded slightly, his voice cold as he replied, Yes, you may enter. As Su Xing walked, he curiously looked around at the piles of gold, silver, and jewels. Is all of this real gold? Elder Ying, walking ahead, replied nonchalantly, These are just ordinary things. She paused for a moment, then pointed deeper inside. The things that are truly valuable, the real treasures of our Adventum cult are the artifacts, equipment, ancient texts, and heavenly treasures. It's no exaggeration to say that our treasury is no weaker than the great Xia's. Hearing those words, Su Xing's brow furrowed, his pupils constricting with tension. The great Xia has to deal with giant beasts, and on top of that, an enemy as strong as the Adventum cult. No wonder they're losing so miserably. Seeing him standing there, lost in thought, Elder Ying turned back and asked, Elder Yao, what are you looking for? I can take you there. Su Xing was startled out of his thoughts. He quickly replied, I want to see the ancient texts section. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them entered a large room filled with books. This is the place. He looked up at the towering bookshelves, his eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. There are this many? Ignoring Su Xing's astonishment, she quickly turned to leave, tossing back a single sentence. Elder Yao, take your time looking around. If you need anything, just ask me. He nodded in thanks. Much appreciated. The moment Elder Ying was out of sight, Su Xing rushed to find what he needed. He thought to himself, the ancient texts section must be where they keep the peerless cultivation techniques, right? But as soon as he picked up a book, his cheeks flushed, and he almost choked on his own spit when he read the title, The Untold Story of Elder Fengyue, and his 108th boyfriend. Su Xing quickly slammed the book shut and put it back as if it were red-hot coal. He grabbed another one, but its contents made his entire face turn crimson. A Day in the Life. How Layman Changyang delved into the abyss with his ghost girlfriend. And there was even, How to dual cultivate with an elder of the Acacia sect when you don't have a cultivation partner. Images unconsciously flashed through Su Xing's mind. He was speechless, sighing internally. Geez, is the cultivation in this instance righteous or demonic? But then again, the more he looked, the more he liked it, his hands flipping through the pages rapidly. Well, a little peek can't hurt. However, when he got to the middle of the book, Su Xing let out a sigh of disappointment. Isn't this just a travelogue? The title sounded so dramatic. He pouted in frustration, muttering complaints about the book that got his hopes up for nothing. Su Xing flipped to another page, and suddenly his eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. In the corner of the page were 3 bold words, Core Condensation Art. When Su Xing saw it, joy was written all over his face. The core condensation art helps compress spiritual energy to merge with the golden core. It can significantly increase the quality of the golden core. This is exactly what I need. Unexpectedly, Elder Ying's cold voice came from behind him. Elder Yao, do you intend to cultivate? Although your class is a cultivator, our world has no spiritual energy. How could you possibly cultivate? He calmly turned around and came up with a plausible excuse to respond. Spiritual practice and pill refining are passed down hand in hand. Pill refining is external alchemy. Spiritual practice is internal alchemy. Su Xing's hand tightened slightly to calm himself as he smiled confidently and said, Although I am not fated for the path of cultivation, I am dedicated to refining more for the cult. If we want better pills, then of course I must learn this core condensation art. Hearing this, Elder Ying's expression turned to one of admiration. She nodded in approval. Elder Yao, you truly are ambitious. Seeing he had successfully diverted her suspicion, he immediately seized the opportunity to ask, Is there a second part to the Eternal Spring art? I've already finished the first part. I learned a lot from it. She hesitated for a moment, then replied, We do have it. But the second part requires 100,000 contribution points. You don't have enough right now. Su Xing's expression grew a little heavier. He exclaimed, It needs that many? He clearly remembered Tingquan saying the first part only cost 1,000 contribution points. Elder Ying shook her head, shrugged, and took a few steps forward to explain, Most of our cult's cultivation techniques are in the hands of the Zealot faction. Those lunatics are just as obsessed with cultivation as you are. If you want to buy techniques from them, of course it's going to be expensive. His face darkened, his eyes thoughtful. Obsessed? Just like me? Could it be that the people from the Zealot faction can also cultivate? Do they have the same cultivator class as me? But after thinking it over, Su Xing suddenly realized something was wrong. He recalled the information he had just memorized. The class panel clearly stated that he was the only one with the cultivator class. If the Zealot faction can cultivate, then there's only one truth. They aren't from this world. While Su Xing was lost in thought, Elder Ying came up behind him, tilted her head, and called out, Come on, Elder Yao! Let's go see the Heavenly Treasures section of our Adventum cult. A 100-year-old ginseng root appeared, glowing with a strange light. A 100-year-old blood ginseng, the main ingredient for refining blood-replenishing pills. Next, a sun-returning herb appeared. A 55-year-old sun-returning herb, the main ingredient for refining sun-returning pills. A single pill can restore the vital energy of someone on the brink of death. More herbs gradually appeared. There's also a 200-year-old dragon saliva grass, a 500-year-old violet zinnia flower. Countless herbs appeared right before his eyes. Sushing was completely overwhelmed. This treasury, is it supporting the entire herb garden of a sect? Seeing your excited, sparkling eyes, the Shadow Elder gently patted her brother's shoulder. In the entire Jianglin sect, you are the only alchemist. In other words, you're the one who will use these top-grade medicinal ingredients. Only you? Sushing spun around, surprised. Really? Feeling he had overreacted, he scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, I know how to refine a few extraordinary elixirs, but I've always been troubled by the lack of ingredients. She didn't seem to mind much, spreading her arms and nodding. Of course. You just need to have someone register them before you take them. And turn over 70% of the refined elixirs to the higher-ups and you'll be fine. Hearing the Shadow Elder's words, Suqing was secretly ecstatic. The Jianglin sect knows nothing about alchemy. Doesn't that mean I get to decide how many elixirs are produced? Damn, I'm going to make a fortune this time. With that thought, he walked forward, picked up a 100-year-old blood ginseng, and declared, "Well then, first I'll take 100 spirit herbs. I guarantee that within half a year I will refine 3 new types of elixirs for the sect." She nodded. "All right. Elder Yao, please follow me to Dragon Protector's place to register them." Seeing things go so smoothly, Suqing casually picked up an old book and asked, "And this ancient book too?" She agreed on the surface, but the Shadow Elder thought to herself, "All right. Elder Yao certainly has unique taste." With that, she led him to the other man. "Dragon Protector, we're here to register some spirit herbs and an old book." Seeing what Suqing was holding, the man's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. The Dragon Protector rushed forward, his voice low and menacing as he questioned him. "You took the pill condensation technique. Are you a cultivator?" He tried to stay calm, shaking his head in denial. "No. My profession is an alchemist. I only know how to refine elixirs." The man snatched the book, pointed a finger straight at his face, and yelled, "No! You're a golden core stage cultivator. The most useful thing in this book is the pill condensation method. You're in the know. You must have used accumulated points to exchange for it." Hearing the Dragon Protector's words, Suqing's heart skipped a beat. Shit, I was too careless. His silence only infuriated the man more. He gritted his teeth. "Who the hell are you? How could you possibly cultivate to the golden core stage in this Dharma ending age?" Suqing's face turned pale. He was speechless. He could see right through my cultivation level. Seeing him remain silent, the Dragon Protector gathered power in his palm. He aimed it at him and roared, "Where did you get your resources, your spiritual energy, and your spirit stones?" Just as the tension was stretched taut like a bowstring, the Shadow Elder suddenly stepped in front. Suqing hurriedly tried to explain. "Dragon Protector, you've misunderstood. How could Elder Yao possibly be a golden core stage cultivator? He doesn't have any spirit stones." But the man didn't care. He fired his attack straight through her. Thwump! This sent Suqing's nerves into overdrive. He screamed in horror, "Shadow Elder!" Before he could even react, the Dragon Protector's hand clamped around Suqing's throat like an iron vice. He growled, "You are a cultivator." Suqing struggled with all his might. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Someone who can see a cultivator's level at a glance can only be a mighty immortal expert with immense power. But then the old man's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Tears streamed down his face, his expression one of desperate pleading. "Where are the spirit stones? The spiritual energy?" His throat constricted. Suqing's eyes bulged as tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. 3 cold chimes from the system rang out. This role-playing simulation has ended. Suqing shot up, back in reality, gasping for air as if he had just escaped drowning. The system continued to narrate his death in the Jianglin sect's treasury. "You were subjected to soul-searching by the Dragon Protector. The simulation mechanism automatically concealed memories related to the system in your mind. Ignoring the host's pathetic state, it continued its emotionless report. The Dragon Protector performed soul-searching on you for over 10 minutes. Because your memories were altered, in his eyes, you were merely a lucky person who happened to stumble upon a good number of spirit stones and cultivation techniques." Suqing propped his chin on his hand, frowning at the screen, puzzled. "Then why did I die? Didn't you say you concealed my memories?" The system calmly explained the reason. Your body in that world was ravaged by the soul-searching technique for over 10 minutes, leading to complete brain destruction. After the soul-searching ended, you became a vegetable. It didn't stop there. It added another sentence that rubbed salt in the wound. The Dragon Protector, displeased by your idiotic, drooling appearance, slapped you into pulp with a single palm strike. A surge of anger erupted. Suqing crushed the can in his hand as he read the final line. "You have died. This simulation has ended." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Jianglin sector! Sooner or later, I will wipe out your entire mental asylum." Sticking a lollipop in his mouth to calm himself, Suqing's eyes remained glued to the screen as he analyzed. The soul-searching technique the Dragon Protector used in the simulation is definitely an exclusive magic art that only cultivators can control. But clearly, in this world. "But I'm the only cultivator." So where did a monster like the Dragon Protector come from? Suddenly, he caught a familiar detail out of the corner of his eye that made him jump. Wait a minute. Isn't Master Qingyun a cultivator from the Qingyun sect instance? Could it be that the Dragon Protector is... A memory flooded back. An image of the Shadow Elder stating with certainty, "That's right, our sect's treasury is not in this world." But in the next dungeon, the image showed a venerable one stroking his pure white beard, smiling kindly with his eyes narrowed as he said, "This spiritual field and blessed land is a small world that I refined." Su Xing had a sudden epiphany. If the Zhonglin cult's treasure vault was essentially the same as the spiritual field Qingyunzi left behind, then it must be a separate dungeon instance. On the system screen, the words NPC task appeared. He clapped his hands together and continued his deduction. Wouldn't that make Protector Long just like Qingyunzi? He recalled the old man's furious face. He became even more certain that the old man was an NPC from some dungeon. Su Shang rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "And there are the demonic beasts that led to humanity's extinction. It's very likely that the so-called master race the Zhonglin cult worships also comes from a mysterious dungeon. The only difference is that they can enter the real world." This thought made Su Xing break out in a cold sweat, drenching the back of his shirt. The Zhonglin cult was truly terrifying. Not only could they contact other races, but they could also form alliances with NPCs from dungeons. A chill ran down his spine, making him shudder as he told himself 1,000 times over. He must never get involved with the Zhonglin cult in reality. Even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive, but right after that, he burst out laughing, pulling out 2 secret manuals and placing them before him. Though dangerous, the Zhonglin cult was also a goldmine for grinding experience. With this pill-making technique in hand, sooner or later I'll cultivate a supreme golden core. Su Xing smirked, his eyes glinting with cunning calculation. By that time, surpassing my level to challenge a nascent soul ancestor will no longer be a dream. Sitting alone on his bed, he thoughtfully planned his next step. According to the intel Elder Ying provided, the second half of the Everspring art is very likely in the hands of the fanatic faction. Su Xing opened the system screen, his gaze resolute. This simulation, I have to get Protector Zong's attention. Begin simulation. Draw a blue-tier talent. Looking at the simulation of himself on the screen, he thought, the Tarot Club is running smoothly now. I'm no longer short on energy points. A system voice rang out. Congratulations, you have received the blue-tier talent, Innate Divine Strength. Su Xing looked at the text on the screen and smiled with satisfaction. Innate Divine Strength. Your strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person. You have an excellent aptitude for body cultivation. He said smugly, a body cultivation type of talent? Not bad at all. With this, I won't just be at the Golden Core stage. I might even be able to cultivate my body and break through to the viscera refining realm. As he said that, the system teleported Su Xing into the simulation space. You have a clear objective for this simulation. You and Qing Quan drop out of school together and join the Zhonglin cult, just like the previous simulation. You join the Zhonglin cult. Your pill refining skills have astonished Elder Ying. You take out a bottle of pills from your pocket, and she immediately pulls some strings for you, vying for quite a few top-quality medicinal ingredients on your behalf. As a result, you've been able to refine all sorts of supreme pills much faster. Elder Ying reached out to take the bottle of pills, but ignoring her baffled expression, Su Xing directly tilted his head back and drank it. You are preparing to use the viscera refining pill, which has caused your body to explode and kill you in previous attempts. With innate divine strength on your side, you are not afraid at all. As soon as he swallowed it, his entire body was immediately racked with excruciating pain. This viscera refining pill is way too potent. A violent surge of power coursed through Su Xing's body. His eyes lit up and saliva drooled from the corner of his mouth as he lost control of his body. He felt as if his 6 bowels and 5 viscera were all on fire. Every single cell in his body was being torn apart and then reassembled. Suddenly, a body of water appeared beneath Su Xing's feet, and he floated in a stream under a torrential downpour. You have endured this for 7 days. Su Xing submerged himself in the water and tried to touch his body. It was no longer burning. The lingering pain made him frown slightly. Streams of light ran from Su Xing's neck down to his feet. He felt that his internal organs were much tougher than before. He tried to squeeze his muscles. They had also grown quite a bit larger. Feeling unsatisfied, Su Xing quickly took out the bottle of pills. This isn't enough. I have to use the Zhonglin cult's resources to press my advantage and break through to the viscera refining realm. And so, he began to meditate in the middle of the stream. Another week passed. Your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, the flesh and blood organs in your body, seemed to have a life of their own. Suddenly, Su Xing's eyes shot open. His hair had grown longer, too. You can feel them breathing joyfully. He stood on the surface of the water, his arms outstretched. Finally, one day, you can feel an unprecedented vitality throughout your body. The strength within you has multiplied several times. Su Xing stepped onto the bank, clenching his fists. Feeling the surging power, you have finally broken through to the viscera refining realm. Back in reality, he grabbed a can of beer and popped it open. Su Xing let out a sigh of relief. He chugged it all down. I've reached the viscera refining realm. Is the peak of the Golden Core still far away? This simulation. I absolutely must obtain the second half of the Everspring art. The scene shifted to the simulation world. He stood before a powerful elder. After your breakthrough, your strength has increased. You have finally caught the attention of the people in the cult, including Protector Zong of the Fanatic faction. He stared at Su Xing with a scrutinizing gaze, then spoke in a deep voice. I hope Elder Yao will refine some healing pills for us. Su Xing scratched his head, pretending to be shy as he accepted, but internally, he was in turmoil. If I say I want to trade for the second half of the Everspring art now, will it be like the previous simulation? Where I'm discovered as a cultivator and have my soul extracted? Just as the situation was hanging by a thread, Elder Ying unexpectedly stepped forward to intervene. Protector Zong, Elder Yao is one of my people. You're asking him to refine pills. Then shouldn't you have asked me first? Looking at her back, Su Xing felt a weight lift from his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. With Elder Ying protecting me, I don't need to rely on Protector Zong anymore. The fanatics certainly wouldn't trust his loyalty, but he was still worried sick about getting the second half of the Everspring technique. It seemed they had reached a stalemate, but things got even worse right after. Su Xing's eyes shot wide open when he heard the terrible news that Protector Zong was dead. He turned to look at Elder Ying and saw her clothes were soaked in blood, clear evidence she had just survived a horrifying battle to the death. He doubtfully asked about the spoils of war, like cultivation techniques or things like that. She brushed him off, saying, At a time like this, who still cares about those things? As she spoke, Elder Ying reached up and removed the hood from her cloak. Her voice grew softer. Su Xing, I don't think you've ever seen my real face. He was stunned. Her real face? The mask was removed, revealing an ethereally beautiful face. A mysterious sigil was faintly visible on her cheek. The sight made Su Xing's heart skip a beat. I can't believe this eunuch is so unrealistically beautiful. Elder Ying stepped forward and gently took his hand, pleading earnestly, Su Xing, come with me to the world of the master race. Her eyes flashed with intense hatred as she revealed the truth. In 1 more month, the master race will arrive here. When that happens, all of humanity will be wiped out. If you want to live, the only way is to transform into a member of the master race. Horrific memories flooded back as Su Xing recalled the scene of his own transformation. A desperate hand reached out, clutching his sleeve as he firmly rejected that idea. No, I don't want to become a monster that's neither human nor demon. His face darkened as he enunciated every single word. I just want to be human, to be... The system suddenly fast-forwarded to the tragic ending. September 23rd, 2037 New Era. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, after you rejected Elder Ying, a colossal beast that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared. In a single gulp, it devoured the entire Great Xia nation. Back in reality, the system continued its cold announcement. You have died. Age at death, 37 years old. This simulation has now ended. Su Xing, frustrated, fiddled with the screen. I can't believe Elder Ying was actually a woman. Still, the apocalypse came sooner than expected this time. It seems this event is closely related to the Advent cult. Looking at the list of rewards that appeared before him, he made a decisive choice. I choose Innate Divine Strength and Early Stage Viscera Refining Realm Cultivation. He pressed his finger on the confirm button. A stream of green energy immediately appeared and flowed directly into Su Xing's body. This world is too dangerous. Prioritizing increasing my strength is still the best strategy. So this is the power of the Viscera Refining Realm. Immediately his heart began to pound violently, emitting a brilliant light from within his chest. Su Xing's eyes shone brightly. He exhaled a stream of golden air. His entire body felt like it was pumped full of energy, overflowing with power. This exhilarating, intoxicating feeling is incredible. Su Xing clenched his fists, a look of complete satisfaction on his face as he assessed himself. This is the 9th level of the Viscera Refining Realm. Just 1 more level to go until the Origin Martial Realm. With that said, he grabbed his shirt from the bed and quickly left. I need to find a place to test my current strength. Su Xing rushed to the training grounds. Before him were training dummies arranged everywhere, as expected of the capital's academy. Look at all this strength training equipment. Equipment worth millions of yuan stood there imposingly. He raised a hand to his face, his brow slightly furrowed as he looked at the high-end equipment placed in the training grounds for free. For the students to use? Su Xing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So generous. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Why is Su Xing here? Is he here to test his strength too? Ah Xiong's group, sitting off to the side, looked over and began to whisper. Isn't he famous for being useless? Don't tell me he's actually found a way to cultivate now. Although they were intentionally whispering, Su Xing's hearing was on another level now. He heard every single word clearly, but there are too many people here who know me. I can't reveal my true strength for now. Angrily, Su Xing stomped straight into the restroom. He took out a vial of elixir and downed it in 1 gulp. Good thing I prepared for this. Outside, Chen Xing stood up, looked around confused, and asked, Where's Su Xing? A girl tucked her hair behind her ear, winked, and said, I don't know, he was just here a second ago. But as soon as she looked back, Lin Lan's cheeks immediately turned beet red. She stammered and pointed. You guys, look, over there! He turned around doubtfully, looking in the direction she was pointing. What is it? Stepping out of the restroom, Su Xing swept his hair back. A radiant aura surrounded him, his appearance transformed into something majestic. His deep eyes made everyone, both boys and girls, feel their hearts flutter. His long, slightly curled eyelashes combined with his full lips created a stunning, androgynous beauty. Su-shing looked at his reflection in a window and sighed to himself. I grabbed the beauty potion instead of the appearance-changing one by mistake. Whatever. As long as it hides my real face, it's fine. He walked past the dazed crowd and went up to a mechanical dummy. First, I'll start the test with the gold rank. Thinking this, Su-shing clenched his hand, his muscles tensed, and threw a devastating punch forward. Bam! His punch was so strong it pierced straight through the dummy's armor. Upon impact, the dummy was blasted into the air and sent flying far into the distance. Su-shing curled his lip, looking at the pile of scrap metal with disdain. This gold rank strength training machine, seems like it, isn't very good at taking a punch, huh? The surrounding crowd stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths, completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. He shattered a gold rank training machine with one punch. That's 100 tons of force. This senior looks unfamiliar. Did he just break through to the Grandmaster rank and come to the training grounds to bully us newbies? They looked at him as if he were their idol. Su-shing calmly stuck his hands in his pockets and walked to the next dummy. The gold rank can't handle my power. Then let's try the Grandmaster rank. This time his eyes blazed. He gritted his teeth and unleashed an even stronger blow. The terrifying power made the very air seem to tremble, sending the dummy flying like a bullet as its head shot off like a rocket. It slammed right into the wall in front of Lamlon, making her so scared her jaw nearly dropped. Ahung turned pale with fear, trembling as he looked at the massive crack in the wall. What the... Even a Grandmaster-level training machine couldn't withstand a single punch like that? Someone else exclaimed mechanically, wondering if the machines at the stadium could withstand his abuse. Then, looking at the second training dummy I'd smashed to bits, I finally started to get scared. Oh god, this is all public school property. I only hit it once and it's already destroyed. Am I going to have to pay for this? The thought of the enormous debt made him break down and cry on the inside. After a 10% depreciation fee, I'll have to pay. Meanwhile, a student walked over to check. The parameters on the screen of the destroyed machine made him gasp in awe. Oh my god, this senior's punch has a force of 150,000 kilograms. That's a number only a Grandmaster-level strength-type professional should be able to achieve. Hearing the displayed number, Tatin's eyes glinted menacingly as he looked at the remaining intact measuring device. It's not broken, huh? One test isn't accurate, I need to do a few more. With that, he rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, sending parts flying everywhere as a terrified Ahung backed away. A fist technique with this much power? And he can use it repeatedly? Damn, that's insane! Tatin stopped short, his eyes glued to the bright red 150,000 kilograms on the machine's screen, a look of satisfaction on his face. He rubbed his chin and nodded smugly. Looks like this number isn't too shabby at all. With his current strength, he'd probably reached the threshold of the Grandmaster level. Paying no mind to his surroundings, Tatin turned and walked away coolly. He left behind an imposing figure, causing the crowd to stare after him, dumbfounded. A male student watched him go, then turned to his friend, that powerful guy just now. He must have used some kind of strength-boosting skill, right? Hearing this, Lamlon pouted and retorted, "The training machine isn't an enemy. Why would he need to use a skill?" He probably just had a breakthrough and came to the stadium to test his strength. Standing nearby, Ahung's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "In other words, our school has another Grandmaster-level expert." The girl with him excitedly took out her phone, urging, "Hurry up, post the picture on the school forum. Let's ask who this god-tier master is." The scene shifts to the quiet forest inside a private dimension. Tatin, freshly showered, bent down to look at his reflection in the water. He used a towel to dry his face, feeling a pang of regret seeing that the beauty potion had worn off and his appearance had returned to normal. The thought made Tatin sigh in frustration. However, another problem suddenly surfaced, puzzling him. Wait. When I cultivated to the great perfection stage of the bone-tempering realm, my muscle strength had already reached over 100,000 kilograms. So why is it that after advancing to the 9th level of the organ-fortifying realm, that number has only inched up to 150,000 kilograms? He sat cross-legged on the ground, pondering deeply. Could it be that the organ-fortifying realm doesn't focus on increasing muscle strength, but on something else? The system observed the host's cultivation process, and began displaying an explanation. The first realm for a body cultivator is the body-tempering realm, also known as the meridian opening realm. This realm is for laying a solid foundation for the path of body cultivation, focusing on nurturing the body while also providing a significant enhancement to combat power and strength. As he grasped this principle, the aura around Tatin exploded, his power soaring astonishingly. The second realm of body cultivation is called the bone-tempering realm. This realm primarily enhances the bones and the body's fortitude. Only when that fortitude increases does strength truly soar. At that moment, the 6 Fu and 5 Zhang organs in his body were all undergoing an intense refinement. The third realm of body cultivation is called the organ-fortifying realm. What is the organ-fortifying realm? It is to make the 6 Fu and 5 Zhang organs stronger, somewhat similar to the internal energy techniques in wuxia novels, enhancing one's internal power. A simulation appeared, showing Tatin holding a glowing golden heart, a mysterious smile on his lips. Strengthening the heart significantly increases combat stamina. Before, he could only last for an hour before his stamina was depleted, But now, he could maintain high intensity for a full 3 to 4 hours. Next, he focused his energy and began refining his kidneys. The kidneys belong to the water element, playing the role of storing essence and gathering energy. For a body cultivator, Jing, Qi, and Shen are the core foundation, playing a decisive role in maintaining the function and balance of the entire body. A faint yellow mist slowly rose from Tatin's mouth, signaling the strengthening of the spleen. This is the primary blood-producing organ. Only when the spleen is strong can the qi and blood throughout the body be abundant and vigorous, creating a solid premise for improving one's power. Observing his changing body, he could feel the power surging within him. It seems the organ-fortifying realm is more of a transitional phase to consolidate one's internals, rather than for an outward explosion of power. Tatin clenched his fist, assessing himself. Perhaps only after reaching the fourth realm, the origin martial realm, will there be a drastic transformation in my power. He scratched his head in frustration and plopped down on a rock behind him, his gaze wandering over the spirit chickens running around. I have to find a way to verify my theory. Suddenly, the phone lying in a pile of clothes began to vibrate violently. The moment he answered, Tung Tuyet's shouting voice blasted straight into his eardrum. Tatin, do you think I'm your personal secretary? You don't care about the Merchant Guild's affairs, you don't even collect the equipment. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens or something? Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed Tatin's mind. I've found a way to verify it. The corner of his mouth lifted in a calculating smirk. Before, I could only last for an hour. The scene changes to a room filled with suggestive sounds. Her soft moans echoed throughout the room. Sweat clung to Tung Tweet's skin from the intense movement. She whispered, "You're in amazing shape today." After everything was over, Tatin, stood up with a smug grin, thinking, if I'm not mistaken, my stamina must be... But contrary to that confident thought, just a moment later, he was completely drained. Tung Tuyet, still full of energy, asked, Tatin, shouldn't we discuss the matter of the tarot club now? His body was covered in hickeys, his face gaunt. He weakly turned away and said, let's stop fighting for a bit. Tatin shuddered involuntarily with fear. Perhaps he'd need to reach the late stage of the mansion refinement realm to be able to handle this woman. The scene shifts. He sits on a patch of yellow grass, determined. In this simulation, I'll just join the fanatic faction directly. I must get the lower part of the Everlasting Spring art system. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the blue tier talent. Animal language, level 10. You can understand the language of all spirit beasts and animals. Returning to his dorm room, Tatin lifted the spirit chicken, looking it over. This talent seems pretty interesting. He stepped into the alchemy space. The system displayed another notification. In the Blessed Spirit field, you realize you are in Simulation 4 as you prepare to refine pills. Countless strange voices suddenly reached your ears. Suddenly, Tatin heard a shout. How dare you! The system also recognized it, and you became vigilant. Suspicious, you began to search for the source of the voice. He turned around, frowning. Strange. In this Blessed Spirit field, there should only be me. Where did that unfamiliar figure come from? Tatin's gaze shifted to the chickens. Finally, you discovered that it was the spirit chickens you raised that were talking. One chicken roared angrily. You actually want to eat all the insects yourself? Aren't you afraid Chicken Bro will get revenge, Xiaohu? Another chicken replied defiantly. Who cares? All chickens are equal. Why should we have to bow down to him from birth? You want to rebel? He stood there stunned. So this is level 10 animal language? The other chicken raised a wing defiantly. Let's do it. As your big brother, I can't be more of a coward than you. Ignoring Tatin, the two of them left together. I want to find Chicken Bro for a solo match. He scratched his head, puzzled. Who's Chicken Bro? In another corner, Chicken Bro, holding a ball, blocked their path. With his lackeys, he pointed a wing challengingly. Just the two of you weaklings? You want to challenge my position as Chicken Bro? The little chicken retorted loudly. That's right, all chickens are equal, and every chicken has a duty. Hearing this, Chicken Bro's face contorted with anger. He tossed the ball into the air. Then I'll let you see how powerful I am. Chicken Bro energetically spun 4 circles, striking an impressive pose, then yelled, Behold my ultimate move, just because you're too beautiful. The ball shot forward. Startled, the two chickens hugged each other and trembled. Big Bro, don't be scared. Even though this move is powerful, he can only use it once. Our bodies can take it. They clung to each other in fear, chirping frantically. The ball flew towards them with terrifying speed, but a large hand suddenly blocked it. Who is it? He frowned, lifting Chicken Bro up by his feet to question him. Who gave you permission to act like a king in my chicken coop, huh? It was terrified. You can understand what I'm saying? A single terrifying glare from Tatin made the spirit chickens cower in fear. He commanded, turn back into egg-laying hens for me. His threat made its eyes roll back into its head. If you don't, I'll eat you spirit chickens. A moment later, a whole nest was filled with eggs. You have prevented the chicken coop incident. You have received more eggs. Time flew by, and several days later you went to the Advent cult with Than Tuyen as planned. This time, Tatin decided to take a gamble. He chose to join the fanatic faction. Than Tuyen stood in front of him, her eyes filled with worry. Senior, do you really want to join the Sect Protector faction? Seeing his silence, she was about to persuade him further, but Tatin stepped forward and grasped her hand tightly, his eyes pleading. Please, I really need this. In the dark grand hall, the sect elder sat high above, glancing at the person kneeling below. A cold voice echoed, "I hear you know alchemy." Tin nodded decisively. "Yes." The old man waved his hand and ordered, "Then refine 200 mansion refinement pills first. If you report your results within a month, I will submit an application for you to become an elder." He stood up and respectfully cupped his fist. "Yes, Protector." As soon as the old man's back was turned, Tin's attitude changed instantly. He let out a cold, disdainful snort. "Damn old geezer." When Tiawan got here, she was made an elder right away. Although he grumbled, for the sake of his grand plan, he still obediently sat down and began refining the pills. A system notification appeared. "Though you are dissatisfied in your heart, for the sake of the everlasting spring art, you still diligently complete the mission." But just a moment later, a whole batch of pills was finished, piled high in front of him. The sect elder picked one up to examine it, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. "You really know alchemy?" Tin nodded confidently. "Of course." Visibly pleased, the old man turned to leave. "Good. I will go and submit the application for your eldership now." Seeing the old man was about to walk out the door, he quickly called out, "Wait, if it's possible, I'd like to change the reward." The sect elder stopped in his tracks. Tin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "I want to trade it for the complete version of the everlasting spring art." This request made the old man a bit hesitant. He pondered. This. After a moment of consideration, the sect elder turned around and nodded in agreement. "It can be done." Tin was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "It can? Just like that?" Holding the manual in his hands, he was still half believing, half doubting. "This damn old geezer didn't give me a fake, did he? He just gave it to me that easily?" Without hesitating, he sat down and mumbled the incantation to test it. The system next to him began to verify whether the everlasting spring art was real or fake. You focus on your cultivation. After a few verifications, you discover that this is indeed the complete version of the everlasting spring art. A moment later, Tin's face relaxed, revealing an expression of pure ecstasy. "I really got the everlasting spring art. Yes!" And so he hugged the secret manual, caressing it like a lover and whispering, "Oh, my little art. We'll never be apart again in this lifetime." Suddenly, the closed door behind him was smashed to pieces by a powerful kick. The sect elder stepped in, bursting into a savage laugh. "So your cultivation level has increased. I knew it. You're different from me. You can continue to cultivate. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were a cultivator." Su Qing just sat there, stunned. You knew from the very beginning? How is this possible?" Before he could finish, his throat was seized by the sect elder's rough hand. The old man growled every word, "Because the technique I cultivate is also the eternal spring art." Immediately after, Su Qing was tied tightly to a stone pillar. The sharp crack of a whip striking flesh echoed as the sect protector furiously lashed him while loudly interrogating him. "This world has no spiritual energy. How can you cultivate immortality?" Despite the blood pouring down, he paid no mind to his wounds. With resolute eyes, he refused to surrender, screaming, "Get lost!" He let out a smug chuckle, pulling a small box from his sleeve that contained 2 hideous goo insects. "Not talking, are we? I have plenty of ways to make you open your mouth. These are heart-devouring insects. They'll make you feel a pain akin to 10,000 ants gnawing at your heart." Seeing the creepy crawlies squirming onto his body, Su Qing's face went pale. He wanted to struggle to throw them off, but with his hands tied so tightly he couldn't move at all. "It's over. It's all over. I'm really going to die here this time. I can't even use that tiny bit of spiritual energy I have." Suddenly, a childish voice echoed in his head, stunning Su Qing. "Hey, where should we put this thing? Where should—" The other insect replied cluelessly, "I don't know either." No sooner had it spoken than they both opened their jagged-toothed mouths and said cheerfully, "Forget it, let's eat first, we're hungry." This terrified Su Qing so much that he screamed his lungs out. "Wait, hold on!" However, the bloody scene he imagined didn't happen. Instead, the 2 goo insects were happily munching on a vegetable leaf. "You used your silver tongue to persuade the goo insects to settle down in the spiritual field blessed land." The goo insects, thinking of the legendary cabbage you described, nodded in agreement. The sect protector standing nearby was utterly astonished. "You can actually command goo insects? Could it be you have the inheritance of the goo clan?" He replied coldly, his tone full of defiance. "What I have is none of your business, old man." The system immediately popped up with a notification. "You have angered the sect protector. He has inflicted numerous cruel tortures upon you. Fortunately, you know you are in a simulation, so you did not say a word." Su Qing looked at the simulation screen in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. "So that's how it is. While I'm in the simulator, the character acts according to my thoughts in the real world. As long as I don't compromise in reality, my character in the simulator won't compromise either." The sect protector seemed to grow even more furious. He gritted his teeth. "You think this means there's nothing I can do to you? Is that it?" Immediately after, he waved his hand. An invisible force controlled his body, lifting him into the air. The sect protector waved his hand again, directly throwing Su Qing into the blazing alchemy furnace. "I'm going to refine you into a human pill." His face was filled with insane greed. "I want to eat you. Only then can I continue to cultivate." In the real world, he was terrified. He hugged the teddy bear beside him tightly and cursed, "This old scoundrel. To cultivate, he'll truly stop at nothing." I can never ever confront him in the real world. The system continued its report. The alchemical flames are burning your organs. You cannot channel your spiritual energy. You cannot even move a finger. Surrounded by the scorching flames, Su Qing's face was pale and weak. If only I had a tiny bit of spiritual energy, I could escape into the spiritual field blessed land. Outside, the sect protector had already sealed the furnace lid. The refining process has begun. I must refine you into a great restorative elixir. After 49 days, I will be able to break through to the void returning stage. He frowned in confusion. Void returning stage? Doesn't that mean this old scoundrel is already a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage? I'm only at the golden core stage. Even if I had spiritual energy, I couldn't beat him. Afterwards, Su Qing flopped onto his bed in despair, telling himself, in future simulations, I'm absolutely never joining a fanatical sect again. Without Elder Ying's protection, I'm just a fish on the chopping block. The system screen displayed a text narrating the story of these 49 days. The sect protector muttered to himself outside the alchemy furnace. You learned that he has lived for over 1,000 years, hailing from the previous Dharma-ending age, where one could not cultivate. The reason he joined the Advent sect was to find an opportunity to cultivate immortality once more. Looking at the transparent screen before him, he rubbed his chin in thought. The Dharma-ending age. I remember Daxia has an instance called the Dharma-ending age. Could this old guy be an NPC from that instance? Inside the simulation, Su Qing was now extremely weak, sweat pouring down his body. So hot. Am I about to melt? However, at that very moment, the sect protector took out a peach and threw it into the furnace. He muttered, it's time to add the catalyst. By eating this human pill, I'll be able to extend my lifespan by another 100 years. Lying inside the furnace, his breath was shallow and weak. Am I going to die? Suddenly, something fell and hit Su Qing on the head with a thump, startling him. He looked over. This is... Su Qing's joy was immense as he hurriedly picked it up. Holding the spirit fruit in his hand, his eyes welled up with emotional tears. Heaven never truly closes all paths. The moment he took a bite, he immediately felt a warm, spiritual power returning to his withered body. Finally, having some spiritual energy, he didn't hesitate to activate his teleportation, instantly arriving at his blessed land. All that was left behind was the half-eaten peach, lying abandoned amidst a sea of raging flames. The sect guardian, who was observing from the outside, was suddenly stunned, completely baffled by what had just happened. Tin burst out laughing, thinking smugly, this is what they call shooting yourself in the foot, isn't it? Within the safe space of his blessed land, he sprawled out on the ground. He let out a sigh of relief, silently calculating that the old geezer hadn't reached the void-returning realm yet, so he definitely couldn't tear through space to chase him here. However, that also meant he was trapped and couldn't get out. Tin quickly sat up and pulled himself together. This is fine, I'll just calm down and cultivate. But a sudden sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Wait a minute. The system coldly announced, the alchemical fire has already incinerated your Dantian. You have become a useless cripple, unable to cultivate. Tin heaved a long sigh, collapsing back onto the ground in despair. Forget it. I'll just give up and wait for the next simulation. Outside, the sect guardian trembled as he stared at the shattered fragments of the alchemy furnace. He roared in absolute fury, Where is he? Where did he go? The system updated the situation outside. As you chose to give up, the sect guardian outside has descended into madness. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He roared to the heavens, I don't believe you can hide for a lifetime. Guessing that he had hidden in some grotto heaven or blessed land, he swore to camp out right there. He would wait right on the spot for him to come out. Ignoring the crazy old man outside, Tin took out a glass of soda and leisurely enjoyed his life. He soaked relaxingly in a hot spring pool, and sighed in admiration, good thing I stored all my random stuff in the blessed land. After all, it had already been 12 years. Might as well treat it as a vacation. 6. Time flew by. The system announced, and so. Time passes to the 14th year. The entire space of the blessed land has begun to crack. You have a feeling you know that the calamity beasts have finally arrived. Tin wondered doubtfully. The apocalypse is here. That old man is probably not outside anymore, right? However, the moment he stepped outside, he froze, utterly dumbfounded. It turned out the sect guardian had been persistently guarding the place all along, for all these years. Seeing him, he rasped, You've appeared. He trembled as he spoke, his eyes glazed over with obsession. You have a grotto heaven, don't you? You can hide from everything, can't you? Tin looked helplessly at his opponent's decrepit state and asked, You can't be serious. Brother, have you been guarding me for 25 years? To his surprise, the sect guardian immediately fell to his knees, his tone pleading as if giving his last words. My entire life has been in pursuit of the great Tao. I don't have much time left. I want to see a grotto heaven before I die. I'm begging you. He furrowed his brow, looking at him with eyes full of suspicion. You really just want to look? He kowtowed, his voice a pathetic, pleading whine. I beg of you, sir. Tin let out a faint smile. He agreed cheerfully. All right. But his hand suddenly pulled out the dagger at his waist, and without a moment's hesitation, stabbed it straight into his own heart. Seeing this, the sect guardian instantly panicked, screaming in absolute horror, No! Tin fell backward, using the last of his strength to raise his middle finger and curse him to his face. You just wanted to steal my treasure, that's all. To steal it right out in the open. The system announced, "You have died. The dying with open eyes talent has been activated." He rushed forward frantically, grabbing the collar of the lifeless corpse and shaking it violently. He screamed in desperation, "You're not allowed to die! Tell me how to cultivate! How do I cultivate?" In the final moment before exiting the simulation space, Tin suddenly recognized the familiar face of the man who was going insane. It's him! He was stunned as he recalled the previous simulations, connecting the dots. The mysterious person who had killed him several times in the previous simulations. Ding! The notification sound signaling the end pulled him back to reality. Ding! This simulation has ended. Tin's face was grim, a shiver running down his spine as he thought back. Right. Besides that madman, the sect guardian, who else would hunt down a cultivator like that? Even the dragon guardian only ever purified my soul. Then he let out a sigh, reassuring himself. Thankfully, it was just a simulation. The system screen displayed a dazzling list of rewards before his eyes. Please select your rewards, host. 1. Blue talent, beast language level. 10. Price, 100,000 energy points. 2. Cultivation, 5th level of the golden core stage. Quality of golden core improved to mid to high grade. Price, 400,000 energy points. 3. 15% alchemical experience and insights. Price, 10,000 energy points. 4. Eternal Spring Art, complete version. The founding technique of the Eternal Spring sect. This version is stronger than the previous one. It can be cultivated to the peak of the Void Returning Realm. Price, 500,000 energy points. Tin looked at the rewards, stroking his chin in thought. The Eternal Spring Art is a must-have. As for the other reward, he quickly made a decision. Beast Language Level 10. This time, both the cultivation and the alchemy insights were pitifully small. After choosing his rewards, Tin silently made a resolution about this simulation. The biggest gain was confirming the sect guardian's identity. Before I break through to the spirit transformation realm, I absolutely must stay away from that son of a bitch. The system announced, confirming your selection, Eternal Spring Art, complete version, for 500,000 energy points. Confirming your selection, Blue Talent Beast Language Level 10. Consumed 100,000 energy points. Remaining balance, 93,000 energy points. An ancient book appeared in his hands. He happily flipped through it. I can finally continue cultivating the Everspring Art. Then, closing the book, Tin thought about his enemy. As expected, the incantations for the nascent soul stage are in the latter half. As long as I can stay alive. Sooner or later I'll be stronger than that son of a bitch, old Zong. Suddenly a sound startled him. Rooster Bro, can you share a little spirit rice with me? I don't need much, just 2.5 grains will do. Tin looked around in a daze. What was that sound? When he looked over, he saw Rooster Bro posturing in front of the other chickens. It puffed out its chest, its voice dripping with condescension. Little Blackie, it's not that I, Rooster Bro, won't give you any. It's that you all aren't working hard enough. It acted as if it were explaining a profound truth for the benefit of the other chickens. This world is survival of the fittest. I'm stronger than you, so of course I get more spirit rice. Wham! A small chicken dejectedly raised its wing and asked, "Not even 1 grain?" It refused decisively. No. Wham! Rooster Bro was rambling on, completely unaware of the burning gaze fixed on it from behind, and then... thwack! A fist descended from the heavens and landed right on its head. Tin's voice rang out, full of killing intent. So that's why. The spirit chicken's evolution has been slowing down lately. Damn it, so there's a bad apple in the bunch? No, a bad chicken! He lifted Rooster Bro upside down, his eyes radiating murderous intent. It's you, isn't it? The one they call Rooster Bro. Do you have any idea how you've affected the spirit chicken's reproduction rate, huh? It stared back, bewildered and stunned, and blurted out, "You can understand what we're saying?" Tin's mouth curled into a dangerous smile as he threatened. Looks like the menu is getting an upgrade tonight. A nice, nourishing bowl of spirit chicken soup. The moment it heard that, Rooster Bro was so scared it foamed at the beak, then rolled over and fainted. Cluck! The other chickens cried out in fear. Rooster Bro got scared to death! He bent down to look at them, his voice becoming gentle but full of power. You are all equal. There is no Rooster Bro, no Rooster Boss. If anyone dares to prevent another chicken from evolving, they will be our enemy. The 3 spirit chickens immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, proclaiming their loyalty in unison. Understood. In this world, there is only one Rooster Bro, and that is our great master. From now on, I, Little Blackie, swear to protect Rooster Bro with my life. A wave of helpless amusement washed over Tin as he wondered, so now I'm Rooster Bro? I don't have to wear overalls and learn to play basketball, do I? He stroked his chin, lost in thought as an image of a lawyer's warning letter flashed through his mind. Pushing the random thoughts aside, Tin returned to the matter at hand. Now, he was swamped with work again. Because his stored energy points were running low, the urgent task at hand was to continue selling medicine to level up quickly. A week later, Tin stared intently at the system screen, mentally calculating his strategy for this simulation. It's still best to side with Shadow Elder for now. Once I'm strong enough, I'll go back and have a bloody showdown with that guardian, old Zong. Suddenly, the system's notification panel flashed with brilliant text. Congratulations, host, for drawing the blue tier talent. True dual system Woodfire Spirit Root. You possess a powerfully true spirit root, and your cultivation talent far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Tin was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. He cheered, "I finally drew a blue-tier spirit root talent." Staring at the simulation screen, he rubbed his hands in excitement, remarking, "Talk about getting exactly what you needed. With this talent, plus the resources from the Advent cult, I'll be able to break through to the Golden Core stage and advance to the Nascent Soul stage very quickly." Ahem. The system began updating new data. As usual, under Ching Quan's recommendation, you have joined the Advent cult. Shadow Elder holds you in high regard. He has given you a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Boosted by the true spirit root, you have cultivated to the mid-Golden Core stage within 1 year. Seeing everything go so smoothly, a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on Tin's lips. After the mid-stage is the peak. Past the peak, I'll reach the Nascent Soul stage. This cultivation path is truly smooth sailing, but life isn't always a dream. The system suddenly announced bad news. A colossal beast that blots out the sky has appeared. Your cultivation has been interrupted. You have died. Age, 32. Tin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? I'm only 32. The apocalypse is here already? Weren't the colossal beasts supposed to appear in the 15th year when I'm 36? Seeing the notification that his rewards were delayed because the simulation ended too early, he could only clutch his head and curse, "I'm so screwed!" Wait. Suddenly, Tin realized the crux of the problem. In this simulation, I stayed in the Advent cult the whole time. Although I gained a lot of benefits, I also supplied the Advent cult with a lot of medicinal pills. He quickly connected the dots. The Advent cult are traitors to humanity. Me giving them pills is no different from arming the enemy, helping them grow stronger. In other words, the balance of power would shift. The strength of the Great Shia government would be weakened accordingly. Once the government is weakened, it's inevitable that the demon suppressing pass would fall sooner. Tin's gaze became resolute as he learned a painful lesson. It seems just taking benefits from the Advent cult isn't enough. I also have to ensure the strength of the Great Shia government. That's the only way to buy more time and make the apocalypse arrive later. Tin already had a plan. He thought to himself, for the next simulation, I have to build myself a persona as a double agent. After a week of hard work, he gained significant benefits. The system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, host, you have drawn the blue rarity talent Unearthly Charm. Unearthly Charm. You are a peerless beauty. A man so handsome, it's seen only once in 1,000 years. Not only will the opposite sex adore your appearance, but even men will be captivated by your looks." Looking at the description, Tin scoffed. "But this is completely meaningless to me. Another useless talent. What a waste of energy points." The system announced, simulation starting. He picked up a mirror and couldn't help but be stunned by his incredibly handsome face. He couldn't pinpoint what had changed, but he definitely felt an intense charisma emanating from him. Tin stroked his chin, admiring his own good looks. Tin decided, it would be a real waste not to be a villain with this face. This simulation, I have to be a traitor. I can't draw this much attention to myself. The simulation system displayed the next action. You once again joined the Advent cult. After gaining enough benefits, you used your identity as a mysterious person from the Tarot Club to begin your plan to sell body-tempering pills and essence-nourishing pills. Tin secretly celebrated his plan. He would sell the high-grade and supreme-grade pills to the Great Shia government at a low price through the Tarot Club. As for the low-grade and mid-grade ones, he'd give those to the Advent cult. This way, he could both delay the apocalypse and reap benefits from the Advent cult. He couldn't help but praise himself. "I really am a genius," the simulation continued. After you returned to the Advent cult, just as you were feeling smug about your perfect plan, Protector Zong suddenly appeared, leading a group of high-ranking members. They surrounded you. Protector Zong stepped forward, his voice sharp as he accused, "Elder Yu, the Advent cult has not treated you unfairly. Why did you betray us?" This was not outside of Tin's expectations. He thought to himself, "I knew you'd pull something like this, you old dog." He began to defend himself with a calm expression. "Protector Zong, you need evidence for accusations. On what grounds do you say I've betrayed the cult, huh?" He immediately presented the evidence. "This is an essence-nourishing pill. I obtained it from the Great Xia government. It's identical to the ones you've given the cult. If you didn't betray us to the Great Xia government, how could they possibly have it?" He paused, then continued, his gaze sharp. "Only a cultivator can refine these essence-nourishing pills, and you are one of the few cultivators in this world." Someone from behind added suspiciously, "So the medicine elder is a cultivator. He never mentioned it. He clearly doesn't see our cult as his home. Of course he wouldn't reveal his biggest secret." Tin laughed coldly and decided to lay his cards on the table. "Secrets? Who here doesn't have secrets?" His eyes scanned the crowd as he mentioned each name with a meaningful tone. "Elder Lu, Elder Wang, Elder Wu. Are you all really so sure you want to brand me a traitor? I still haven't delivered your virility pills after all." Those elders were immediately speechless, their faces flushed red, not daring to utter a word. "You little brat," Tin continued, putting the next person on the chopping block. "And there's also your transformation pill, Elder. I've nearly perfected the formula. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me right now?" That elder flinched, quickly turned away and started whistling. After speaking, Tin crossed his arms and arrogantly strode toward Protector Zong, his gaze seeming to pierce right through him. You're so eager to capture me. I doubt it's for the safety of the Advent cult, is it? Let me guess. Your cultivation has been stagnant for 100 years. You want... Tin didn't hesitate to expose the man's sinister plot. To refine me into a human pill! The man stubbornly shouted. Nonsense! I'm exposing you for the sake of the Advent cult. I have absolutely no selfish motives. Just then, another elder, who also seemed to be waiting for a pill from Tin, chimed in to defend him. If you have no selfish motives, why would you frame a fellow member? Have you really confirmed that the essence-nourishing pills from the Great Jia government are identical to the ones Tin refines? The shameless Protector Zong confirmed. Of course! The other elder immediately cursed him to his face. You idiot. Tin's talent is limited. The pills he gives the Advent cult can't compare to the ones from the Great Jia government. I suspect the Great Jia government has a more advanced alchemist supplying them. When you discovered this issue, you didn't immediately think of the cult's safety. Instead, you tried to kill a fellow member for your own selfish desires. Protector Zong, is this what you call loyalty? Hearing the rebukes aimed at his opponent, Tin thought to himself, the difference in pill quality was a trap I dug for that bastard Zong. I never expected Elder An would be the one to fill it in for me. The simulation continued. Under Elder An's influence and reminders, the other elders all came to believe that they had truly wronged Tin, because the quality gap between the two types of pills was enormous. One elder patted Tin on the shoulder in praise. Keep up the good work, kid. One day, you'll be able to refine pills this good, too. He immediately swore an oath of loyalty. I will definitely work harder. Having lost the argument, Protector Zong could only leave in a huff. Only then did Elder An turn to him. She reminded him in a cold tone, we're even now. Tin watched her leave, knowing full well that this woman didn't trust him one bit. A tense expression appeared on his face as he planned his next move. That night, at the Advent cult's base, there was a knock on Elder An's door. Elder An, I have something I'd like to ask you. May I come in? A voice called out from within. Come in. It turned out to be Tin. The moment he walked in, he blushed beet red at the sight of Elder An calmly removing her outer coat. She glanced at him and spoke casually. I know what you want to ask, but I'll tell you right now. I can't answer. Tin regained his composure and retorted, if you really don't want to tell me, then why did you let me in? Let me guess. Elder An, you were never actually loyal to the Advent cult. You joined for your own purposes. Hitting a nerve, Elder An didn't flinch. Instead, she turned and exposed him in return. And you don't have your own agenda? You think I don't know? Every month you go to the Tarot Society to sell pills, and the Great Jia government imports its pills from the Tarot Society. Tin sighed sadly, thinking he had been so discreet and left no loopholes. Turns out this woman had discovered it long ago. In the simulation, he decided to get straight to the point. Elder An, you're not from our world, are you? This time, Elder An was genuinely surprised. How did you know? Tin put on an air of profound mystery. You don't need to worry about that. Let's just say I know. His mind flashed back to a scene in reality when Tung Tuyet had held up her photo, fiercely pinching his ear as she interrogated him. Who is this little vixen? Tin had to grit his teeth through the pain and explain that he just wanted to use his connections to check the Great Jia data systems, to see if this person existed. Returning to the conversation, Tin continued to reveal what he knew. If I'm not mistaken, your world was also invaded by the alien race. Here, Elder An fell silent for a moment before admitting it. That's right, you guessed correctly. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, his gaze firm. The reason you're helping me is because we share similar circumstances. You couldn't save your world, but you hope I can save mine. Elder An, let's join forces. We have a common enemy. Let's save our homes together. Elder An pulled her hand back, avoiding Tin's touch, and shook her head. It's useless. Do you know why? I require you to provide a certain amount of body-tempering pills to the Advent cult every month? He asked blankly. Because the Advent cult needs them? She immediately denied it. No, I only give a small portion of the pills to the Advent cult. The rest of them, I provide to my clansmen. Tin was utterly shocked by this news. Your clansmen? Your world? Elder An looked him straight in the eye and admitted frankly, that's right. My clansmen, in my world, they are just like your people, fighting the alien race day and night. But your body-tempering pills can enhance the strength of our spirit clan. Unfortunately, you appeared too late, just this year. The alien race conquered our last city. Other than joining this alien race, we had no other choice. Tin was stunned to hear that Elder An's world had been conquered this year, in the 8th year. She said sadly, her gaze distant, if I had met you sooner, and gotten the body-tempering pills sooner, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But there are no what-ifs. Tin shot to his feet, his eyes resolute, and cut her off. I understand. Elder An made one last appeal. Tin, join us. I will provide you with a corpse that doesn't have such a deep level of beastification. He rejected the offer flatly. No, I want to retain my human dignity. Before leaving, Tin turned back and added a cryptic reminder. Also, you were wrong. This world... He trailed off, leaving behind a nonsensical, if so, which made Elder An frown in confusion. The simulation continued. Elder An's story has motivated you. You enter seclusion to refine pills, wanting to give humanity the greatest possible aid. You have frantically refined 10,000 body-tempering pills and 10,000 essence-nurturing pills. You hand over this enormous number of pills to Lu Nguyen Vo. Lu Nguyen Vo is so happy he weeps. He holds the pills, his voice choked with emotion. If only we could have gotten this many pills sooner. Having done all this, you return to the Advent cult. As expected, you are surrounded and attacked by men led by Protector Tong. Protector Tong arrogantly asks, to Tin, caught red-handed, what do you have to say for yourself? The simulation continues. You say nothing. You directly vanish into the spirit-field grotto heaven. Inside the safe space of the grotto heaven, Tin stretches wearily and says, with that old dog Tong's obsession with cultivation, he's probably feeling helpless and furious right now. After handling that matter, Tin focuses on cultivation, successfully reaching the mid-stage golden core. He searches through a pile of ancient books. Isn't there any pill that can help me break through to the peak golden core stage in a single step? The peak or what? Before Tin could find a suitable pill, the space within the spirit-field grotto heaven began to warp and crack. He understood. The apocalypse was here. 4 notifications appear. May 1st, 2038. A new era. You are crushed into pieces by the chaotic spatial torrent. You are dead. Tin woke up in reality, clenching his fists in delight. It really works. As long as I strengthen the Great Xia government's forces, the apocalypse will arrive later. This time, I provided the Great Xia government with 10,000 pills, successfully delaying the apocalypse by half a year. He immediately made a plan. Next simulation, I have to provide them even earlier. I'll try to delay the apocalypse by a full year. And Elder An, I must make her my ally. If we synchronize our efforts, I can definitely end this apocalypse. A system prompt appeared. Player, please select your reward. True dual spiritual root, wood and fire. Mid-stage golden core cultivation. He said without a moment's hesitation, I choose to bring the mid-stage golden core cultivation and the true dual spiritual root, wood and fire, out with me. The process of absorbing the power began. Tin sat cross-legged, cultivating. He took this opportunity to use the core condensation art as the techniques began to harmonize. His power erupted to a new level. A brilliant golden origin core appeared, spinning in his dantian. Tin opened his eyes, feeling the abundant new energy within his body. Not bad, I've broken through another layer. Now, both my spiritual energy and my pill refining efficiency must be 100 times greater than before. He walked over to the alchemy furnace to prepare for the next batch. But when Tung Tuyet came to see, she couldn't help but be shocked by the sight before her. Everywhere there were piled-up sacks, all filled to the brim with medicinal pills. She stammered, Are all of these for sale? Tin nodded in confirmation. That's right, the money from the sale. Part of it will be used to buy white-quality equipment, and another part to acquire other merchant guilds. I want to expand the scale of the Tarot Society. Hearing this, Tung Tuyet was so excited her cheeks flushed pink. She replied confidently, No problem. As it happens, the Cloud Village Merchant Guild has been facing a capital shortage recently. With this many pills, I'm 80% sure I can acquire it. He smiled and said, Thank you, I'll be relying on you then. Returning to reality, Tin decided that in this simulation, he must form an alliance with the Shadow Guardian. Starting simulation. Congratulations, you have received the blue-tier talent, Plant Affinity. The system's pleasant chime sounded, followed by a detailed explanation. Blue-tier talent, Plant Affinity. You were born with a green thumb. Any plant you grow will flourish, and those planted by your own hand will grow. Much faster. Tin's eyes lit up. This is great. If I can grow supreme-grade ingredients, then I can refine supreme-grade pills. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tin eagerly tested his new talent. He discovered that any spiritual plant he personally planted would have its growth speed, increased by 100-fold compared to before. Tin was ecstatic. He immediately planned to clear and plant a few more acres of fields. Half a year later, looking at the jade bottles of medicinal pills neatly arranged before him, he thought with anticipation, Tomorrow is the day Vuong Tan Tuyen takes me to the Descending Forest sect. With this many pills, I should be able to gain Elder Shadow's trust. The scenario was the same as before. He was brought to meet her, and this time, Tin chose to get straight to the point. I know you are not from this world. I also know why you came to my world. Elder Shadow, after a brief moment of confusion, replied coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. Tin didn't explain further. He tossed a vial of pills towards her. This is an origin nurturing pill. Have an expert below the Grandmaster level try it. Then come find me. Though her eyes were still full of suspicion, Elder Shadow still took the vial of pills and left. After testing the pill's effects, she rushed back to find him that very night. The door to his room burst open. The moment she saw him, Elder Shadow asked urgently, Do you have any more of these pills? If you do, how many do you have? At that moment, Tin was lying in bed. Seeing a stranger barge in, he awkwardly pulled the blanket up to cover himself. Whoa, hang on, miss. Let me at least get some clothes on first. As he hastily put on his clothes, he said calmly, Pills like this? And I can refine several thousand a month. Elder Shadow murmured in astonishment. 1,000 pills. Tin continued, filling in the blank in her thoughts. So doesn't that mean I can help your people produce 1,000 new Grandmaster-level experts in a single month? She stared at him, asking suspiciously, Why are you helping me? he replied succinctly. Because we share the same goal. From that point on, Tin and Elder Shadow officially became allies. He promised that within a month, he would refine 1,000 mansion refining pills and 1,000 origin nurturing pills for her. As for the remaining pills, Tin used one portion to raise his own cultivation level, and provided another portion to the Taro Society, having them sell it to the Great Shia government to strengthen the military's power. Time flew by. He was now scattering grain for the chickens, but his heart was burning with anxiety. It's already the 7th year of the simulation! Why? Why can't I break through to the late-stage golden core? Tin clenched the grain in his hand, murmuring resentfully, I'm clearly just one step away. Forget it. Cultivation has always been about defying the heavens. It can't be forced. Speaking of which, last time, in the 8th year, Elder Shadow didn't come to get her pills. Something must have happened in her world. Even if she took them, it would have been useless. Though my cultivation has stagnated, I can't waste this opportunity in the simulation. Time for a test. Here, Elder Shadow was led to the study. Seeing the pile of items he had laid out, she couldn't help but be surprised. Are all of these for me? Tin nodded. That's right. In total, there are 30,000 origin nurturing pills here. Take them all. Elder Shadow bowed deeply, her voice trembling with emotion. Thank you. After this succeeds, I will definitely repay you. He replied with a bright smile, You're being too formal. Time passed. In the 8th year, nothing bad happened. Tin guessed that since Elder Shadow hadn't come to him in tears, the power of the origin nurturing pills was quite effective. He decided that this year, he would also provide Elder Shadow with tens of thousands more pills to slow the death rate of the spirit race. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Elder Shadow even brought to Tin some flower wine, a specialty from her world, as a gift. He rejoiced inwardly. My plan succeeded. It seemed the plan to use origin nurturing pills to save the world was well worth expanding. However, in the 9th year, just as Tin was feeling his most confident, certain that there were no flaws in his plan, then disaster struck. The Shadow Elder came to him, but this time she was in tears, her face stained with blood, her body battered. He watched in horror as she collapsed limply into his arms. What on earth had happened? She suddenly spoke in a desperate voice. Give up! Give up this so-called resistance! Suking was utterly bewildered. What in the world was going on? The Shadow Elder choked out bitterly. The great beast has arrived! The world is ending! After saying that, she lost consciousness. He anxiously caught her, shaking her and calling out, Shadow Elder! Suxing's mind was in turmoil. The great beast. The apocalypse. Could it be that the Shadow Elder's world and my own are being destroyed for the same reason? The failure of the spirit tribe was a huge blow to him. Su Qing became resolute. The origin nurturing pills aren't enough. It's not enough. I have to get stronger! Under this intense emotional surge, Su Qing's long, stagnant cultivation realm suddenly trembled. A burst of power erupted, helping him break through from the late Golden Core stage, head straight to the peak of the Golden Core realm. But back in reality, he popped open a can of soda to celebrate his victory. Finally, a breakthrough. With my cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core realm, I can take on at least 10 Grandmasters. I can finally start exploring some of the more dangerous dungeons now. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. And my dog-killing plan can finally get started. First, I need to investigate that old bastard Protector Zong and see what kind of life-saving tricks he has up his sleeve. Once I reach the soul formation stage, I'll destroy him. Su Qing smiled triumphantly, his plan perfectly clear. Returning to the simulated world, the Shadow Elder opened her eyes. The first person she saw was Su Qing. They quietly looked at each other for a moment before he quickly asked, You're awake? Yes. She slowly sat up and said weakly, It must have been hard for you, having to take care of a dying woman like me. Su Qing replied, Don't say that, don't you want revenge? The Shadow Elder shook her head, her eyes full of despair. You've never seen that great beast. You can't possibly imagine just how powerful it is. He gripped her hand tightly, his gaze firm as he looked right at her. No, I have seen it. I know exactly how strong it is. And that's why I need your help. With his unwavering resolve, Su Qing convinced the Shadow Elder. A spark of hope ignited in her eyes once more, and she resolved to get revenge on the great beast alongside him. Under the Shadow Elder's protection, he continued to relentlessly profit from the Advent cult. In just one short year, he had refined 30,000 origin nurturing pills and 30,000 body-tempering pills. Su Qing marveled to himself. As expected of my plant affinity talent, the quality of these herbs is no worse than the Advent cult's. Right at that moment, the medicinal herbs he had planted in the Blessed Spirit field were ready for harvest, yielding a massive amount. Su Qing immediately set to work, frantically refining all of the herbs into pills. When Yuan Wu came to see, he was completely astonished by the sight before him. What is all this? He calmly explained, This is 100,000 origin nurturing pills. The carts in the back hold another 100,000 body-tempering pills. This is enough to multiply the number of Grandmaster-level professionals in Great Shia. He was so moved, tears streamed down his face. His hands trembled as he touched the crates. Wonderful. This is just wonderful. After taking care of all this, Su Qing returned to the spirit field to cultivate seriously, aiming to quickly break through the peak of the Golden Core realm. But a serious problem arose. He had absorbed all the spirit energy in the blessed land. Lacking spirit energy, many of the spirit plants had reverted to ordinary ones. Looking at the once lush land, now barren and desolate, he broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in alarm, "Where did all my spirit energy go?" Seeing their master's fury, the spirit chickens didn't dare make a peep and silently scurried away. Suking saw the mess they'd left behind and exploded with rage, yelling, "How many times have I told you? Don't just relieve yourselves wherever you want." With no other option, Suching resorted to flipping through the secret manual, thinking, Qing Yunzi must have left a solution for this. I just have to find it. His gaze stopped on an entry. Small spirit gathering array. This array can concentrate the spirit energy in the grotto heaven, but it requires several hundred spirit stones to activate. Suching frowned as he did the math. I have a few hundred spirit stones, but my cultivation will only require more in the future. This amount is nowhere near enough for the long term. Suddenly, Suching's eyes lit up as he spotted another entry next to it. It was the spirit gathering flower. After this flower matures, it can absorb and release the world's spiritual energy, naturally producing more. It can even enhance the quality of the spirit energy. Us in the air. He was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is perfect!" Susing rummaged through the bag Qing Yunzi had left him and thankfully found 3 spirit-gathering flower seeds. He immediately started to plant them. In the 16th year, the spirit-gathering flower grew quickly. Under his special care, the plant grew 3 inches tall in just 1 year. Su Qing was incredibly relieved. Thank goodness for my plant affinity talent. Otherwise, this type of flower would be impossible to grow. Aside from growing the flower, he also began studying arrays. However, Su Qing's spiritual sense wasn't powerful enough, so it was difficult to make much progress. As he racked his brain for a solution, he found the recipe for the spirit nurturing pill, a pill specifically designed to enhance spiritual sense. Su Qing held the tiny pill in his hand. An idea popped into his head. Maybe I should supply the spirit nurturing pills to the Great Xia government as well. After enhancing my divine sense, the power of mage-class professionals should skyrocket. Lost in his plans, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation wash over him. So it's that time again, huh? System notification. You have died. Tin wasn't sad. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. The apocalypse has been delayed until the 18th year. It seems that whether it's an increase in the spirit clan's power or the Grand Xia armies, both can delay the apocalypse. This is great. The system displayed the reward list. Plant Affinity, a blue-tier talent for 100,000 energy points. 1 peak golden core stage. Qi refining cultivation base for 1 million energy points. 2 maturing spirit gathering flowers, not yet fully ripe, for 20,000 energy points. However, the small spirit gathering array only offered a slight insight into its workings, costing 5,000 energy points. Tin quickly made his decision. The cultivation base is a must-have. Since I'll need spiritual energy to grow a large number of spirit gathering flowers later, I have to get the plant affinity talent too. The spirit gathering array will have to wait for next time. A system prompt. Deducting 1,120,000 energy points. Remaining balance, 109,966,666 energy points. He watched a stream of green energy winding towards his palm. He exclaimed, "So this is plant affinity!" Instantly, a tiny green sprout popped out from the top of Tin's head. He touched his head and sighed philosophically. If you want to live a good life, you can't just have a horn. A nearby pot of succulents suddenly spoke up, its tone full of arrogance. "Hey, you corpse lying on the bed! Could you open the door for me? Do you even know how to grow succulents?" Tin was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at the tiny plant. Plant affinity lets me understand the thoughts of plants. He walked over and pulled open the curtains, letting the morning light flood the room. Seeing this, the succulent spoke suspiciously. "My, why is the corpse so astute today?" Tin turned back with a friendly smile and replied, "Because today, either you die or I perish." With that, he threw the succulent pot straight out the window. In midair, it could only scream for help in vain. "Help me!" Tin dusted off his hands with a triumphant look. "You think you can pick a fight with me?" Suddenly, he felt something unusual in his body. Looking inward, the golden core inside him was shining brilliantly, his cultivated spiritual power manifesting as a magnificent aura. He closed his eyes to feel and cultivate it. So this is the peak golden core stage. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to the nascent soul stage. After circulating his energy for a while, Tin opened his eyes and exclaimed, "This feels amazing! This is so much bigger than the previous spiritual power vortex. Looks like I'll be able to break through to the nascent soul stage next time." Just then, the system announced. After the host obtains 10 talents, they can consume simulation energy to expand the talent column. Talents with similar effects, but of a higher quality, will be automatically replaced. The host can also freely replace talents of different qualities. He realized the system's true purpose. He sighed. "You really go through a lot just for the little energy I have in my pocket, don't you? Still, I can rest easy this time. In other words, my talent column has no upper limit." However, thinking about the amount of energy he was about to spend, Tin's heart ached as if cut by a knife, his eyes welling with tears. My energy points are going to plummet. Looks like I'll have to refine more pills to make some money. I wonder how Tung Tuet is doing with finding those refining materials. My precious... At their meeting spot, Tung Tuet was surprised to see Tin's listless appearance and the dark circles under his eyes. What's with you? Were you out robbing people in the middle of the night? He wearily waved his hand and replied, Of course not. I just spent 6 days and 6 nights refining pills, that's all. She looked at him with a troubled expression and hesitated. I don't know how to tell you this bad news. Tin had a bad feeling and quickly asked, What bad news? Tung Tweet replied seriously, You need too many white-tier items. There just aren't that many available on the market to supply you anymore. Tin was so shocked he froze. What? A chill ran through his soul as he sank into despair. My greatest support is gone. Seeing his desperate expression, she handed Tin an object and said with a smile, But there's also good news. I found the variant metal you asked me to look for to forge a pill furnace. The system immediately scanned the item and announced, Detected 300 kilograms of Tier 2 variant metal. Can be converted into 60,000 simulation energy points. Convert? Tin was utterly astonished. A tiny piece of Tier 2 variant metal like this can be exchanged for 60,000 simulation energy points? This is a great way to get energy points. He regained his composure and hurriedly asked, Is there a lot of this on the market? What's the price? Tung Tweet replied, Variant metals come from special ores in certain dungeons, so the output is very low if you buy them directly from professionals. 1 kilogram of Tier 2 variant metal costs about 40,000 yuan. Tin's spirits lifted, his eyes shining brightly. Then help me buy some! I'll buy it regardless of the quality. I need a large quantity. Tung Tweet thought for a moment, then said, If you say so. The output of Tier 1 metal is quite high, and it's cheaper. It's perfect for what you need. Tin replied enthusiastically, I want it. He had it all figured out in his head. The difficult energy point problem was solved. She narrowed her eyes and reminded him, I helped you with such a huge problem. Don't you think you should give me some kind of reward? I broke into a cold sweat hearing that and quickly waved my hands. About that, I haven't slept in days. There's really nothing left to squeeze out. Without a word, Tung Tweet pushed him down onto the bed, smiling dangerously. Really? And so, they went at it until dawn. The next morning, Tung Tweet sat up, stretched, and said refreshingly, I'm off to help you buy the special metal. You get some good rest. It seems next time I'll have to buy you some of those kidney-toning seal pills from Hong Kong. She left Tin lying on the bed, crying silently, thinking to himself, It must be because I haven't been resting properly. Yes, that must be it. However, the work had to continue. He began the simulation, determined this time to plant the entire blessed spirit field full of spirit-gathering flowers. I, Tin, toiled away, tilling the soil while the spirit chi was still abundant. I have to plant the spirit-gathering flowers first. 3 flowers quickly sprouted and bloomed brilliantly under the artificial sunlight. He turned to the chickens. He warned them in a stern voice, Listen up, my spirit chickens. Any of you who wants to become Kung Pao chicken, just try pecking at those 3 flowers. The lead chicken replied, Understood, Brother K. While tending to the flowers, Tin also practiced alchemy. Thanks to the alchemy furnace made from the special metal that Can Tung Tuyet had brought him, his pill refining speed had increased several times over. After accumulating the necessary amount of medicinal pills, Tin felt the time was right and followed Wang Qingquan to the Janglin cult. He used the pills he had refined. To solidify his alliance with Elder Ying, Tin asked her to find a special medicinal ingredient called dragon spirit grass. Elder Ying was puzzled. This seems to be a high-grade medicinal ingredient. Are you planning to refine a high-grade pill? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. I intend to refine the wind spirit pill. This type of pill can cause the power of professionals and the spirit tribe to soar. In his heart, he thought, It's also the divine pill that will help me break through to the nascent soul stage. She promised, I guarantee I will help you find it. Tin said apologetically, Thank you for the trouble. He used the dragon spirit grass that Elder Ying found for him. He attempted to refine the pill many times, but the success rate was less than 50%. Tin looked at the single solitary pill in his hand and sighed. 300 stalks of dragon spirit grass, and I only managed to make this one. It seems shortcuts really aren't easy to take. Suddenly, the door burst open. In the next moment, he saw Elder Ying stumble in, clutching a blood-soaked arm. He was stunned. Tin thought worriedly, Has the spirit tribe's world already been destroyed? But it's not even the 8th year yet. She cried out in despair, Tin, what do we do? We're about to be overrun. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. As long as the spirit tribe is still here, it's fine. Elder Ying lowered her head, full of guilt. You gave me so many pills. I've failed you. Tin quickly reassured her, Don't say that. I know how strong the other race is. With that, he handed her the pill he had just refined. This is a pill I just made. Give it a try. Without hesitation, Elder Ying put it in her mouth. Instantly, she felt an explosive energy, surging through her body, shattering all her limits. Tin quickly asked, How do you feel? She reported in amazement, My power has increased. I feel like I now have the strength of a heavenly king. He was shocked. Heavenly king level? If a group of Heavenly King-level experts suddenly appeared in both Dacia and the Spirit Tribe, then the apocalypse would definitely be delayed by a lot. But she looked distressed. Unfortunately, it's all too late. If only you could have refined the Wind Spirit Pill a few years earlier. Tin stated confidently, I can. He looked directly into her eyes and promised, Luo Chuanying, next time I'll give you the Wind Spirit Pill sooner. She frowned, stunned. How do you know my real name? Tin muttered, Use the role-playing simulation feature. I'll persuade her personally. Just as he pulled her into an embrace, a system notification sounded. You have successfully used role-playing simulation. Consumed 100,000 energy points. Simulation time, 1 hour. Remaining balance, 25,233,333 points. Tin gazed, mesmerized, at the face of the woman in his heart. So this is Elder Ying, even more beautiful than I imagined. Smack! Embarrassed, Chuanying slapped him hard on the head and yelled, I'm asking you a question! How do you know my name? He silently added to himself, and more violent than I imagined, too. He rubbed the sore spot on his head and said with a pained expression, You told me, of course. This isn't the first time we've saved the world together. She was so shocked she was speechless. What? The more he spoke, the more he got into character, his tone becoming deeply affectionate. Elder Ying. No, Chuanying. The truth is, I am a time traveler. Every time the world faces an apocalypse, I return to the very beginning to start saving the world all over again. It was on this journey that I came to know you. Upon hearing this, Chuanying's face turned beet red with embarrassment. But my reason was still intact. She couldn't believe her reason was telling her that what you said wasn't true. Zhouan's hand touched Totin's face, her voice hesitant, but she gently removed his mask. The moment she saw his true face, her eyes wavered intensely. I understand now. I understand why I formed an alliance with you. Toting currently had a handsome talent buff, making him as beautiful as a matinee idol. His unreasonably good looks made Zhouan so flustered she couldn't look him in the eye and had to turn away, muttering, Because you're handsome. The present-day him was completely speechless. Elder An was actually the type to fangirl over good looks. She turned back, her serious expression returning, and asked, Based on the previous situations, how long can my spirit tribe hold on? He replied, Because I am the variable each time, the situation is always different. This time we have the dragon spirit pill. The apocalypse will arrive later than before. What we have to do now is test just how long the dragon spirit pill can help our two worlds hold on. All right, Zhouan nodded. I understand. Suddenly she made a bold suggestion. Let's make a run for it. My position in the sect isn't enough to get you more dragon spirit grass. If you want to keep refining dragon spirit pills, the only way is to rob the Advent sect's treasury. Toting immediately understood and gave a cunning smile. I get it. If they won't give it to us, then we'll just take it. The two of them high-fived, perfectly in sync. That's right. Following their plan, Toting and Lakso An moved out and completely cleaned out the Advent sect's treasury. This action drove the Advent sect into a frenzy, sending more than 10 high-level members to relentlessly hunt him down. Toting took Lakso An to seek refuge with the Grand Xia military. There, he handed over all 230,000 body-tempering pills and essence-nurturing pills he had accumulated over the years to Lu Nguyenva. Thanks to this enormous number of pills, the military produced more than 40,000 new Grandmaster-level professionals. In the blink of an eye, the nation's strength increased several-fold. Zhouan asked happily, Now the Grand Xia military can not only repel the foreign tribes, but can also come to my world and help the spirit tribe. Are we about to succeed this time? He immediately shot her down, pouring cold water on her hopes. We're far from it. If I'm not mistaken, 15 years from now, the number of professionals in the Grand Xia military won't increase. It'll decrease. The foreign tribe's strength will continue to grow. I have to refine enough dragon spirit pills and fast. She looked at him, her gaze firm, vowing to be his steadfast support from the rear. I understand. You just focus on refining. I'll handle everything else for you. Year 11. Thanks to Totin's presence, the Demon Suppressing Pass welcomed an additional 40,000 Grandmaster-level professionals. This formidable force was not only strong enough to defend this world, but could also sally forth from the city to counterattack the foreign tribes. For his great and unique contributions, he was honorably awarded the Hero of Grand Xia Medal and granted first-class treatment. Toting boldly declared to Nguyenva, I want to use my first-class privilege to convene a high-level conference. Nguyenva immediately agreed. Of course, I'll go arrange it right away. Toting was so shocked he wanted to slam the table. Huh? What do you mean nothing to gain? He looked up to the heavens and wailed, This unlucky talent is just too vicious. In the present, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, My God, this first-class treatment can actually order Lu Nguyenva around? My reputation in this simulation is much greater than before. In the solemn conference room, he pointed to the large screen. This is the Dragon Spirit Pill that I just developed. Currently, there are only 2,000 pills. This item can allow Grandmaster-level powerhouses, yes, of the magic type, to enhance their spiritual and physical attributes. Professionals who use this pill have a chance to break through to the Heavenly King level. Nguyenva was stunned. What? Such a miraculous pill actually exists in this world? Toting announced grimly. The topic of today's conference is who exactly should use these Dragon Spirit pills. He said sadly, 2,000 pills really is a bit too few. After a fierce debate and selection process, the 2,000 luckiest individuals successfully earned the right to use them, the Dragon Spirit pills. However, the result was that only half of the professionals successfully ascended to the Heavenly King level. His face darkened. It's not a 100% success rate. Nguyenva clapped his shoulder comfortingly. That's not a low rate at all. You've done so much for this world. You should get some rest. Year 14. For the past few years, Toting's cultivation had remained stagnant at the peak of the Golden Core stage. He felt that leveling up was getting harder and harder, with the main reason being the lack of sufficient spirit energy. Even though Toting used one dragon spirit pill every month, his cultivation was slow to break through. He sighed philosophically. Cultivation is an act of defying heaven. It cannot be forced. If my strength can no longer increase, then I'll just enhance my divine sense. The so-called divine sense is the consciousness of a cultivator. The stronger the cultivator, the wider the range their divine sense covers. As soon as he released his divine sense, he caught a scene of pests, destroying the vegetable garden. They were talking to each other. Grandpa, I'm tired of eating cabbage. I want to try something else, like that flower over there. The parent bug next to it immediately scolded, Are you tired of living? There are chickens over there, one peck and you're a goner, kid. Toting found it interesting. His physical body was clearly in one place, but through his divine sense he could perceive every nearby branch and blade of grass. Moreover, since they couldn't see him, the pests hadn't detected the danger. Suddenly, a cabbage flew into the air. The panicked bugs screamed, Grandpa, the cabbage has become a spirit. Toting used his will to shout, Stop right there! His consciousness quickly returned to his body. Toting muttered, This feeling is truly magical, model. Unfortunately, there's no corresponding cultivation method. I can only rely on pills. After that, he used 3 spirit-nurturing pills every day. Thanks to them, the strength and range of his divine sense continuously increased. Luckily, I had previously snatched a ton of spirit-nurturing grass from the Zhonglin cult, which is how I was able to refine enough of these pills. In that same year, with his help, the Daxia army gained an additional 150 Heavenly King rank class users. They fought shoulder to shoulder with the Grandmasters at the Demon Suppression Pass. In the 16th year, Su Xing focused on cultivating his divine sense. The range of his divine sense had reached 12 zhang. A spirit chicken, caught from afar, shrieked tragically, Why did I run all the way out here? Only to still get caught by that mysterious hand? It definitely wasn't like this before. Meanwhile, Su Xing sat in his room with his eyes closed, controlling everything outside with his mind. He decided, Spirit-nurturing pills are too slow. I have to concoct a new type of pill. Boom! The alchemy furnace behind him exploded, sending up plumes of black smoke. A bruised and battered Su Xing stumbled out, coughing violently, and came to a realization. So spirit-condensing pills really aren't this easy to make. Suddenly, a spatial portal appeared before him. An urgent voice called out from inside, Su Xing! Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the portal. Su Ying was on the other side. With a panicked look on her face, she announced, The Demon Suppression Pass has been breached. General Liu wants me to get you to retreat. He thought warily, So it's starting again? Then Su Xing resolutely headed for the stairs. Let's go, she asked, bewildered. Go where? Su Xing drew the sword at his hip, his gaze burning as he looked toward the battlefield. To the final battle. The Demon Suppression Pass had fallen. Frustrated by his delayed breakthrough, Su Xing decided to unleash all his anger on the foreign races. The other class users were emboldened by his courage. They surged after him like a tidal wave. Su Xing fought like a madman until he was utterly exhausted. He gave a wry laugh. Heh, guess this amateur swordplay of mine is actually pretty damn good. A great demon appeared behind him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Without even turning around, Su Xing contemptuously flipped at the bird. Sooner or later, I'm gonna put an arrow right through your heart. Suddenly, a sharp glint of swordlight shot towards him from the shadows. You have died, slain by the sword of a spy from within the Daxia army. Su Xing was so shocked his soul nearly left his body. What? There's a spy in the army? The system prompted, Activating skill, dying with eyes open. Thanks to this skill, he was able to clearly see the face of his attacker. He saw the sect protector, the sect elder, smirking. He cursed furiously. That son of a bitch, old Zong, Su Xing told himself. I could have survived until the apocalypse this time, but I got ambushed by that bastard old Zong. Looks like I'll have to be more careful next time. The newly updated rewards panel appeared. Please select your reward. 1. Alchemy experience. Alchemy comprehension, which includes multitasking alchemy skills. 2. 1 million energy points. A mature 3-cornered spirit gathering flower, a spiritual object valued by the heavenly Tao. 3. 300,000 energy points, divine sense range of 50 zhang. 4. 500,000 energy points, the 5 senses realm. This divine sense realm is like the 5 senses, sight, hearing, taste, and touch, allowing you to perceive the rustle of grass in the wind within a 50 zhang range. 5. 10 million energy points, a 3-inch spirit condensing wood, a rare and heavenly treasure of the cultivation world that can strengthen one's divine sense realm. He was ecstatic. The spirit condensing wood I stole from the Zhonglin cult. It really is good stuff. However, looking at the astronomical price, Su Xing sighed. But it's way too expensive. I couldn't afford it even if I sold my house. He quickly made his decision. I choose the alchemy experience and divine sense realm number 4. The system announced. You have chosen the alchemy experience, consuming 1 million energy points. You have chosen the 5 senses divine sense realm, consuming 500,000 energy points. Remaining balance, 10,233,333 energy points. Eager to test his new powers, Sushing quickly entered the spirit field Blessed Land. He sat down and went into seclusion. Streams of spiritual energy shot out in all directions. The sensation of instantly grasping all the profound knowledge of alchemy made him exclaim, "Man, this feels incredible!" As Sushing focused on his cultivation with eyes closed, he clearly saw his divine sense manifest within his mind's eye. He was amazed. So this is my divine sense? Seeing his divine sense rhythmically placing ingredients into the alchemy furnace all by itself, he was taken aback. My divine sense can concoct pills too? Sushing then directed his divine sense to multitask. The spirit chickens in the garden scattered in a panic at the bizarre sight. The alchemy furnace is flying by itself! He focused his efforts. I need to refine more pills this time. Time passed. Jin Songshui had built and expanded the Tarot Society into the largest merchant guild in the capital. When she and Sushing met up, they raised a glass to celebrate their great success. She excitedly shared the good news. Sushing, I've broken through to the Grandmaster rank. My parents are throwing a party to celebrate. Do you want to come? Susang smiled and agreed, but thought to himself, according to the previous simulation, Jin Songshui didn't break through to the Grandmaster rank until she was 40. But now, she's only 30. It seems reality is really changing for the better thanks to my intervention. All my hard work wasn't for nothing. He handed her a vial and said with a smile, I'm not sure if I can make it to the celebration, but I've already prepared your gift. Here, these are spirit nurturing pills I just refined. They're even better than the ones sold before. Songshu accepted it, her eyes lighting up. Thank you. This is just what I needed. As dawn broke, Sushing quietly determined his next goal. I have to form an alliance with Elder Ying earlier this time. Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations, host, on drawing the blue quality talent, Indomitable Silver Spear. Sushing curled his lip in disgust. What a vulgar talent. He complained, but he still accepted the reward. Indomitable Silver Spear, huh? He just wanted to see if the system was messing with him or not. Tutin sought out Kantong Tweet to test this feature. As it turned out, the system wasn't lying to him. After a long, drawn-out night, he finally heard 2 words from the once strong Kantong Tweet's mouth. I surrender. Normally, I could only lie back and enjoy being completely subdued. Seeing this, Sushing celebrated inwardly. I've grown up. I've finally become a real man. Good times are always so fleeting. You once again went with Wang Qingtuan to the Advent sect to meet Luo Chuying, also known as Elder Ying. Luo Chuying held the pill in her hand, deep in thought, and asked, will you really provide the Advent sect with pills of such quality? Sushing confirmed with certainty, of course. In order to quickly gain Luo Chuying's trust, this time, he didn't hesitate to reveal his true strength from the very beginning. However, this attracted the attention of others, and the elders within the sect began to fight over him. Protector Zong came to find him personally, clapping him on the shoulder and saying with a smile, Brother Sushing, come join our fervor faction. Anything the nature faction can give you, we can give you too. Sushing cursed inwardly. This old bastard's nose is really sharp. The moment I revealed my strength, he came looking for me. He immediately changed his demeanor, feigning fear and stammering, Old brother, it's not that this little brother disrespects you. It's just Elder Luo. She was rushing me. What is it? Just spit it out. Susing looked aggrieved, tears welling in his eyes as he ran towards the door, screaming, She's not human! In order to reject that damn old Zong without offending him directly, he had decided to play the role of a young man with an unspeakable sorrow. Protector Zong stood behind, watching Sushing with eyes as sharp as blades, seemingly calculating something. Regarding the unspeakable sorrow, he mentioned. Soon after, Chu Ying summoned him and gave him a harsh scolding. Sushing, I worked so hard to get you benefits, I even wanted to ask the High Council to make an exception. And promote you to an elder. And you go spreading rumors everywhere that I'm using you for yin nourishing yang, claiming I'm practicing a demonic art. Sushing sat there quietly, letting her vent her anger. Only after she finished yelling did he weakly retort, I didn't. What in the world is that damn old Zong imagining? Chuing crossed her arms and replied coldly, Fine, let's just say you didn't. However, our nature faction is too small to house a great Buddha like you. Please, feel free to leave. He thought in terror, This is bad. I originally wanted to gain Elder Ying's trust, and now I've completely offended her. Seeing that he still wasn't leaving, her attitude became dangerous. Why haven't you left? Was I not clear enough? Susing let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Good thing I still have a trump card. He suddenly stood up, moved close to her, and whispered her deepest secret in her ear. Do you remember that little girl who cried all night in the heavy rain? You can never go back. Luo Chuying was stunned, stammering in horror. How do you know my name? You even know that I... Sushing calmly revealed, You told me yourself. I only said those things to Protector Zong because I wanted to refuse his recruitment offer. The truth is, I came to the Advent sect for you. These words made Chuying even more curious and confused. Who in the world are you? After Sushing spun his tale, painting a perfect scenario, Luo Chuying was finally convinced that he was a chosen one who had transmigrated, from the future to this timeline to save the world. She brought Sushing a large quantity of medicinal ingredients, thanks to his multitasking skill. His pill refining speed was incredibly fast. Every month he could create 5,000 origin nourishing pills or mansion refining pills. At the same time, with Luo Chuying's powerful assistance, Sushing successfully refined 6,000 dragon spirit pills. He He calculated in his head. Last time in the simulation, I could only refine 1 pill. This time, I managed to refine 6,000. It seems my strength is growing even faster than I imagined. Sushing began to think further ahead. So, should I put the origin marshal pill on the agenda? It's time for me to break through to the mansion refining realm, too. Chuing's voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Sushing, I went to trade for medicinal ingredients today. He, already anticipating the outcome, asked, You couldn't get them, right? She nodded worriedly. What should we do? Even though we have enough pills for now, we'll run out one day. Sushing calmly reassured her. It's fine, we can... He was about to suggest betraying and fleeing the Advent sect, just like in the previous simulation. But then, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Sushing remembered an old grudge. Last time, that damn old Zong pretended to be a Daxia spy, and killed me mercilessly before the apocalypse. This time, I'll strike first. The smile on his lips gradually lost its humanity, replaced by a terrifying coldness. Susang coaxed, We can betray and flee the Advent sect, and take refuge with the Daxia army. But before that, we have to kill someone? Chuing was quite curious. What grudge do you have with that protector? He's always trying to recruit you. He didn't hide anything. He wants to uncover the secret of my cultivation. He's the one who killed me last time. He then handed her a brilliantly glowing pill. This is a supreme-grade dragon spirit pill that I refined. After you take it, you'll have the power of a heavenly king. With you and me together, we can definitely make that old dog die without a proper grave. Seeing Chuying take the pill, he spoke with confidence. You're underestimating me. In the Advent sect, besides Protector Long, who guards the treasury, I've never been afraid of anyone. You'd better think about how you're going to protect yourself when the fight starts. Su Xing gave a bitter smile and denied it. I'm just not as strong as you. Right, he silently vowed to himself. Just you wait. I will definitely break through in this simulation. In the present, Su Xing keeps a calm mindset. It's okay even if he fails. This time, I just want to probe that old dog Zong's background. A cultivator like him who's lived for hundreds of years must have a lot of good stuff on him. Of course, if I can kill this old bastard, then that would be a huge bonus. 3 nights later, in the simulated world, Su Xing pretended to be dead drunk, staggering down the street and slurring, If there's wine today, let's get drunk today. While pretending to be drunk, Su Xing received a secret report. Elder Zong had arrived. He thought to himself, I have to get to the outskirts. I must lure him into making a move. Su Xing confirmed, Got it. He started rambling and flirting aimlessly, deliberately showing an opening. Hey, beautiful. Got time to grab a meal together? I'm right below you at your service! Behind you! Just as Elder Zong was about to strike, he received a notification at the same time. He's making his move. However, his palm strike only hit empty air. Elder Zong was utterly bewildered. Where did he go? Chu Ying, who was hiding in the back, immediately lunged out for a sneak attack. Right here! But she too was stunned, because the space in front of her was already empty. The attack only hit thin air. Where is he? A mocking laugh echoed from afar. Elder Zong was already standing proudly atop a nearby mountain peak. His voice carried down. Over here! We'll meet again if fate allows. Chu Ying was so shocked she blurted out, Earth evasion technique? Although the old dog Zong was severely injured by the surprise attack, he was, after all, a cunning old fox of a cultivator who had lived for many years. He always had plenty of tricks up his sleeve to escape. He used the blood evasion technique to escape. Streams of blood-red true chi enveloped Elder Zong's body. As he fled, he also threw a metal sphere behind him. That sphere instantly transformed into a giant armored puppet, smashing its fist into the ground with a terrifying shockwave, forcing Chu Ying to hastily retreat to dodge. But in the present, Su Xing stared at the screen, unable to help but admire how much this old guy was willing to spend. Just for a short 20-kilometer trip, this old bastard used every trick in the book. A speed talisman, the blood evasion technique, the ground shrinking technique. He even chewed on spirit fruits mid-run to recover. And now he's thrown out a peak nascent soul stage puppet. Su Xing clapped his hands in delight, his eyes shining brightly. Great, all of this will be mine in the next simulation. On the screen, Elder Zong continued by throwing out a treasured bell, looking back and screaming, You just wait for me. Sooner or later I will kill you. Chu Ying, trapped below, was absolutely furious. Another magic treasure! You old bastard! All you know is how to run! If you've got any guts, then stand and fight me head on! Seeing him about to slip away, she was livid, cursing, You scoundrel! A powerful beam of light shot from Chu Ying's hand, striking the bell directly and shattering it to pieces. However, Elder Zong had already managed to escape. Chu Ying returned, fuming. Su Xing walked up and asked with concern, Are you okay? She replied with regret, I'm fine. It's just that I let that old bastard get away. He calmly reassured her, It's okay. Everything has its price. For that old bastard to use so many trump cards just to escape, his vital energy must have been severely damaged. He won't be able to cause any trouble for a while. After that incident, Luo Chu Ying no longer worried about whether Elder Zong lived or died. She and Su Xing decided to betray the Advent cult together, officially joining the army of Great Xia. Thanks to the massive amount of elixirs he provided, Great Xia was like a tiger that had grown wings. In a short time, the nation had gained 600 Heavenly King-level experts and over 40,000 Grandmaster-level professionals. Su Xing once again became a national hero. At a high-level conference, Yuan Wu stood before a strategic map and asked him, You want us to dispatch troops to support the spirit tribe of the other? World? Susang nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Because according to what Luo Chu Ying said, the alien races over there are exactly the same as the ones invading us. Yuan Wu thought for a moment, then decisively agreed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as you continue to supply the elixirs, our side can definitely dispatch 10,000 Grandmaster-level experts to assist. Su Xing replied politely. Thank you. That evening, Luo Chu Ying received the news that Great Xia had agreed to send aid. Overjoyed, she ran to his room. In her victorious high and overflowing emotions, her plant-like tentacles unconsciously wrapped tightly around him. Su Xing was pressed tightly against her in a very suggestive position. He stammered, Little Ying, That night, Su Xing's silver spear that never falls talent had the chance to display its ultimate power. As a result, Luo Chu Ying was completely no match for him and had to surrender, begging for mercy. The next day, they went to inspect the battlefield. Su Xing looked at the corpse of the beast in front of him in surprise. This beast looks like the fat pigs from my hometown. Can you eat this thing? Chu Ying reported the information. General Lu already had someone check. Only a small portion is edible. She skillfully wielded a knife to process it, explaining as she worked, a 500-catty beast after removing the impurities will probably yield about 50 catties of flesh and blood essence. Su Xing tried some, and, unexpectedly, he discovered something important. Consuming the flesh essence of these beasts could nourish the body extremely well. If he combined this with the spirit chicken meat, he would be just one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In the present, Su Xing sighed with regret. It's a pity this stuff isn't easy to get. Although there are many beasts on the battlefield, everyone is busy fighting for their lives. Who has time to collect their corpses? It seems I'll have to go to the battlefield myself or ask for help. In the simulation, Su Xing asked Luo Chu Ying to provide as much beast blood essence as she could, while he himself entered the blessed spirit field to cultivate, focusing all his efforts on refining that blood essence. And just like that, 3 years flew by. One day he finally felt a violent tremor run through his body, as if he had just shattered some kind of unbreakable chain. The door to a new realm was slowly creaking open. The very essence of his being seemed to be undergoing a mysterious evolution that no one knew about. Su Xing had successfully broken through. He had officially become an Origin Martial Realm cultivator. However, before he could even collect his thoughts, he was stunned to realize that it wasn't over yet. Looking at the child enveloped in a brilliant golden aura present in his consciousness, Su Xing was utterly shocked. This was a nascent soul. The baby's entire body radiated a powerful energy. True chi billowed out, filling the space. He couldn't believe it. He had actually broken through to the nascent soul realm as well. Su Xing looked down at the small child before his chest. He thought to himself, is this my nascent soul? Breaking through 2 realms in an instant, this feeling is incredible. He hurriedly left. He was eager to share this good news with Liu Yuanwu, and at the same time he wanted to rush straight to the battlefield to kill demonic beasts. The demonic beasts on the battlefield looked ferocious and evil. Every single one of them looked like they wanted to devour humans alive. However, just as a demonic beast charged at him, the thought, is it that time again? Flashed through his mind, and then the system announced, this simulation has ended. Su Xing excitedly rubbed his hands. Come on, hurry up! I've already decided what I'm going to take. The system listed the rewards. Blue tier talent. Unwavering silver spear. Price, 100,000 energy points. Origin Martial Realm cultivation. Price, 2 million energy points. Nascent Soul Realm cultivation. Price, 3 million energy points. 50 catties of Heavenly King level demonic beast blood essence. Price, 5 million energy points. He, of course, didn't hesitate for a second. I choose to redeem the Origin Martial Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivation. Back in reality, Su Xing began his secluded cultivation. In his abdomen, spiritual energy frantically condensed, forming an origin core, a golden core. Suddenly, the origin core shattered, its fragments floating in his Dantian space. From within the cracks, a radiant nascent soul appeared. He watched in surprise. Is this my nascent soul? He was even more astonished to see it start moving its limbs as if performing martial arts. It's even recreating the techniques I know. Huh? But after just a few moves, it suddenly stood still. He wondered, are you not practicing anymore? Su Xing slapped his forehead helplessly and gave a wry smile. Right. Since I started cultivating, I've never actually practiced any martial skills. I'm either making pills or on my way to make pills. I was originally planning to go to the battlefield in the last simulation to gain experience, but the apocalypse came before I could even act. Next time I can't just hole up in the spirit field paradise making pills again. I have to go out. No sooner said than done. He entered a secret realm to fight monsters and restore order. Seeing Su Xing act so swiftly and efficiently, the group of juniors with him couldn't help but admire him. They exclaimed, Senior is so cool! Su Xing thought to himself, even though I've never seriously practiced martial arts, I still have the ability to kill enemies. This is way better than killing wild boars before. While they were resting, Than Tuyen hesitantly approached and called out, Senior! He asked directly, What's wrong? Su Xing worried inwardly, Don't tell me Wang Than Tuyen wants to drop out of school now. That shouldn't be happening. She shyly mentioned, You said before that a very wealthy senior sister was looking for me. He nodded and introduced her. Her name is Song Shui. She's our senior. Fan Tuyen's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Does that mean you're also very rich now?" Su Sang stammered. "A little. Fan Tuyen, what are you trying to say?" She bashfully lowered her head and mumbled a request. "Senior, please, can I borrow some money? Just a little is fine. I'll pay you back very soon." Fan Tuyen's voice suddenly became suggestive as her body moved closer. "Or something else." He quickly stopped her, breaking into a cold sweat. Don't! I'll lend you the money, but don't use tactics like this." As she clung to him, Su Xing sighed inwardly. "My back can't handle this." Fan Tuyen bowed her head gratefully and said, "Thank you, senior. I won't forget your kindness." He waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing." Watching her leave, Su Xing couldn't help but wonder, what on earth happened to her? Why is she so short on money? Forget it. I'll ask when she's ready to talk. A new day began. The warm sunlight bathed the green land, bringing with it a sense of hope. Su Xing eagerly rubbed his hands. "Let's go. This simulation I want to fight." The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for drawing the blue-tier talent I Can't Be Unlucky Alone." Su Xing stared, his jaw dropped. "What the hell?" The details appeared. "I can't be unlucky alone." What does that mean? A natural-born jinx. When you go out, you're guaranteed to step in dog poop. You'll even choke when drinking water. Furthermore, the host's bad luck doesn't just affect you, but also those around you. After reading it, he was so angry he could burst. He roared, "What kind of talent is this? Refund. Give me a refund right now." The system displayed a meaningful smiling icon as it looked at him. No refunds, no exchanges. Su Xing was so provoked that all he could do was swear. Damn it. He let out a long sigh and calmed himself down. Forget it. Let's just run the simulation and see. It doesn't affect reality anyway. The simulation began in the spirit field paradise. The host, aware that he was in the simulated world, began refining the beauty pill and some new types of healing pills. Boom! The pill furnace exploded. Thick black smoke billowed out. Su Xing stood frozen, his entire body as black as charcoal, his hair standing on end. He was about to go crazy, yelling, "This is ridiculous! I can even successfully refine a dragon spirit pill! So why am I failing so miserably at refining a beauty pill and basic healing pills?" Su Sang, outside the simulation, commented dejectedly, "So this is how terrifying the unlucky talent is." The simulation continued. The host failed at pill refining, so he decided to do something else to distract himself. First, he bent down to admire the flower garden. The host was so ugly from the black smoke that he scared a spirit-gathering flower to death. The poor blossom wilted. I almost screamed. This ugliness nearly scared me to death. He frantically tried to stop it. "Wait!" Before the shock wore off, he sat down to eat, and immediately choked. Ling Mi's face turned pale and then purple as she coughed uncontrollably. She sat up, gasping that she needed water. At that moment, the chicken spirit suddenly shouted with great bravado, "Attention! Defend yourselves!" No sooner had it spoken than a flash of light shot right past Tin's face. The simulation displayed, "Host's defense has been breached." After hunting the spirit chicken for a day and a night, right in the middle of the chaos, he received a call from Tung Tweet. Her voice was laced with exhaustion. Tin had no idea why he'd been so unlucky lately. "The expansion of the Tarot Club, it'll probably have to be postponed. We've run into all sorts of trouble." Tin forced a laugh. "It's okay, as long as you're doing your best, that's all that matters." Dejectedly, he flopped onto his bed, deep in thought. Looks like the range of this unlucky corncob's influence isn't small at all. Tung Tweet and I haven't even met in person, we've only talked online. And yet it's still affecting her luck. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. What if I go to the Advent cult, or just betray the great Jia Empire and join the side of the alien race? To test his theory, Tin decided to once again ask Vung Tan Twin to take him to the Advent cult. His alchemy skills were superb, despite his incredibly high rate of cauldron explosions. He won over the Advent cult once again. He smoothly became the pharmacy elder. So An, the shadow elder, came to him with a worried expression to ask for a favor. "Pharmacy elder, could I trouble you to refine this batch of medicinal ingredients into pills? I don't know why, but lately many people in the cult have been suffering from minor injuries and have had constant bad luck." He feigned curiosity. "Is that so? I wonder why that is." Curious, Tin went to check the list of the injured. That's when he discovered an interesting connection. Most of them had used pills that he himself had refined. So An urged him worriedly, "You need to take a closer look, see if there's something wrong." "Pharmacy elder, we don't have enough healing pills. I'll have to trouble you to speed up the refining process." Tin nodded eagerly, agreeing right away. "Of course. No problem at all." Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one has connected the two. Tin had now been in the Advent cult for a year, and thanks to his enthusiastic contributions, the overall strength of the Advent cult had not only failed to increase, but had in fact plummeted. Resources were being drained, and the quality of the pills was a complete toss-up. He decided he had to pack his bags and run for it. He needed to get out of there and lay low before anyone at the Advent cult caught on. Coincidentally, the Luotian Grand Assembly dungeon was set to open in 2 days. It was the perfect excuse for a legitimate departure. He left behind just enough pills to tide them over, said his goodbyes to the Shadow Elder, and immediately caught a ride to the capital. However, life is rarely so simple. When he arrived, the receptionist informed him coldly, "All reservations for this month have been filled. Please come back next month." He was stunned, his eyes wide. "They're all filled already? But isn't this dungeon open for anyone to enter?" The staffer patiently explained, "Anyone can enter, but the rules state only one person may enter at a time, and it can only be accessed once per day. The earliest available slot is next month." He bitterly accepted the truth and retreated reluctantly. "All right, then. In that case, please book a slot for me for next month." Time flew by. 1 month later, Tutin finally succeeded. He entered the Luotian Grand Assembly dungeon, eagerly anticipating a fateful opportunity. Unfortunately, the results message that popped up left him speechless. This time he had gained absolutely nothing.